Chapter 25:01 Explosive Power. Having already obtained the Demon King Luce's blood, out of all of those that they needed to run into, he wasn't one of them. But they needed to get the Demon King's blood and fast, so they didn't have time to waste here. You would think, with the whole universe on fire and all this crap going on, that you wouldn't care about us so much? Russ stated. What's wrong? Did we hurt your feelings when we cut off your arm? Hickle placed both hands on the ground, and red blood traveled in all of the cracks that were formed on the floor. When it had spread far enough, the blood exploded, creating a large formation of dust and dirt that was thrown all over the place. This was the chance for the champions to run. Since the large white wall was blocking their direct path toward where the others most likely were, they had to take a longer route around but listen well to the others. You guys are the most annoying things I have ever had to deal with before. Luce shouted. The red mist aura moved, pushing all of the dust out of the way, and a spear, having been created from Luce's power, was in his hands, pointed right at Hickle. Before it was thrust through him, Peter's head tail knocked it up and threw out a fist that was caught by Luce's hand. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Luce asked. What do you mean? A black cat said, sitting on Peter's shoulder. Last time, you were the one who lost an arm. Opening his mouth, the special flames that Ovinic produced exploded and hit Luce right in the face. At first, Luce didn't react until he could feel the heat getting through to him somehow. As the Demon King averted his eyes, Peter went to throw another fist. That was until from the large white wall behind him, something had extended out that was long in size and sharp at the end. Peter lifted up his forearm. He was covered in chi, so the attack didn't pierce him, but it blasted him away with strong force, causing him to skid away. The moment Peter had recovered from the large white wall, another attack shot out right toward him. He pushed through, trying to punch it back, but when the two collided, it did nothing. Peter was seemingly having a battle with the large white wall. He was hitting back, punching as much as the attacks would come out to hit him, and the two were at a standstill. This allowed Luce to focus on Hickle. With his hand, he went to hit Hickle directly, who had deflected the hit back. Punches were sent from both sides, but Luce had stronger hits. In order to help him pack a little more punch in his hits, Hickle was using his explosive power right at the point of impact, yet Luce was coming out of the smoke unharmed. You vampires are quite the strong creation of a mortui, Luce claimed. But like many things that come from a mortui's power, they tend to have a downside. A punch from Hickle missed, and when it hit the air, a large explosion went off, hitting nothing but the air. Luce pulled on the arm and shoved his white claw. Hard fist right into Hickle's stomach. A shockwave of power was sent through his body as he was lifted up in the air for a moment, and right after, several spikes grew from Luce's knuckles, stabbing right through Hickle's body. The reason why me and Tenbris are known as a mortui's right-hand men is because we were created without a downside. All powerful beings that don't need to rely on the moon or need to rely on any blood. We are just strong. Hickle had grabbed the hand that was in his stomach, and the markings on the entirety of his arms started to light up. I'm not just a vampire, Hickle claimed. I am one of the original vampires, who has lived for thousands and thousands of years. Do you know what that means? It's your time to die? Luce replied, and oh, we're hard to kill. With the markings lit up, a large swirl of red aura had arrived, and a powerful explosion, bigger than any other, had gone off in the area. The power had burned the giant trees by the side, and a shockwave was sent out like an atomic bomb. If the trees hadn't been burnt, their branches had fallen, and they themselves had been uprooted from the ground. A large cloud of smoke could be seen from a great distance. With his own chi and power, Peter had been somewhat hit by the attack. The skin on his face was peeling, but he had firmly planted his feet where he was. His body would heal, especially if he got something to eat, but that wasn't his main concern. Hickle, Peter shouted, moments before. He was fighting against the white wall that was sending attacks toward him, but it could no longer be seen, which was just worrying him even more. Don't tell me, did that stupid vampire just go and sacrifice himself? Peter thought. When the smoke finally started to settle, Peter could see Hickle was down on his knees. Both of his arms had been removed from his body. Removed was the wrong word, but they had exploded in a large explosion. Part of his skin had been burnt off in areas, allowing for the flesh to be seen underneath, but it was slowly healing up as well. As for Luce, the Demon King he was facing, he stood right in front of him, but looked like a different being altogether. Just like when Luce had lost his arm, he had replaced it with his power, forming a new one. Now the strange power the Demon King had was coated over his entire body, or his entire body was made up of the substance now. It was hard to tell. There were no clothes on his body, and he just looked like a mannequin at a shopping mall, but one of the most horrifying, fear-inspiring mannequins out there, since the power emitting from him was making them all shake. You managed to surprise me with how much power you had there, Luce exclaimed. I never thought that I would have to use my demon form in a situation like this, yet here I am. I thought only one of you was irritating, but it seems like the whole lot of you are. Appearing by Hickle's side was the Boneclaw. It quickly grabbed his body with its large claws, and then went straight by Peter's side. Right now Hickle was still alive, but without both of his arms, he had pretty much done everything he could do. Yet his opponent now looked completely fine. Hey, you look different. I guess that means we're managing to push you a bit now, huh? Are you getting a little worried? A voice said from behind. When turning around, Luce could see Russ. He was standing right where the wall once was. While Luce was dealing with the other two, Russ could have easily stopped the wall. With his pensui legs, he could have sprinted past Luce and then taken his black sword and hit the wall, freeing up a chance for Peter to fight and help Hickle. But how could he pass this opportunity? Using the black sword would get rid of his power, turning it into as if it was nothing. But if he placed his hand that had the Godslayer item onto the wall, then he could go ahead and absorb all of the energy. Doing so, the wall had disappeared, and it wasn't because of Hickle's explosion, but because of Russ' power. I already told you before that I'm the most annoying one out of all of these, yet you still chose to ignore me, Russ claimed. I hope that explosion was nice for you. Will you be able to deal with a few more? Two figures were starting to rise from the ground. They were muscular, strong, and had several markings all over their body, and they were identical to Hickle, and it wasn't just in looks either. Their body was in full display, similar to the current Hickle with all the markings and aura surrounding him. Hickle, it seems like you held back using your power because you were a little afraid of dying. Russ smiled. Don't worry, these two aren't scared of dying. They'll do a better job. Chapter 25:02. A New Chris. The feast on the Demon King had been complicated, and power like never before could be felt coursing through every inch of Chris' body. It was an entirely new sensation he had never felt before, the touch of the wind on his skin, the feeling of being connected with his body reacting and moving as he wished. It was similar to when he had first learned Chi, and it was unlike when he had consumed the others. This was something new, almost like a new type of evolution. This sensation, though, was short-lived as the attack had started with the Divine Being's portals opening up. After having a scuffle or two, they had gotten out of the situation rather quickly. Edvard pulled the two of them out of the area and had dealt with those following them before Chris was able to use his newfound self, and the two of them had quickly headed into the forest. Even then, Chris, while there, was continuing to look at his hand. He was swiping it through the air slowly, and the wind currents, thick in size, were visibly moving around his hand. What is this? I don't quite know what is going on myself, Chris said. Me neither. I mean, what is all this mess everywhere? Edvard said. The good news is that we managed to get a flask full of blood. I'm not sure about the others. Not that I'm in a good state to help them. The armor acted in a strange way. One almost needed to feed it with its own power, whether that be Chi or blood aura, and in turn, it would allow the person to explode with a bigger hit. The dragon armor was essentially a natural amplifier for one's power. However, with a single hit from the Demon King from the yak, even now, even though he was an original, Edvard was feeling a lot of pain in his chest. Crap, what did that damn giant do to me? This isn't just like a normal physical blow. Like this, I don't think I'll be able to help anyone. Edvard thought we have to go, Chris said, his nose twitching in the air slightly. They're coming. Edvard had no clue what Chris was talking about. He couldn't hear anything nor see anything. A few moments later, though, he could see what looked like around 100 of the divine beings coming their way like a swarm of wasps. The two quickly ran back, heading toward the ship site. It seems like these things are attacking us and the demons. Let's head for the Golden Palace, where the rest of the demons are. Let's not waste our energy fighting these guys. Chris agreed, and the two continued to head towards the city of the Yaks, avoiding all of the beams of energy sent towards them. Chris jumped from one side to the next as he only touched the ground for a moment. I wonder if I could get rid of all these in one go. Chris thought, looking at his claw. That was when a new scent entered his nose. Quickly turning around due to the momentum and power in his legs, Chris had continued to skid across the floor. That's when he could see at point one of the same giant ships that they had seen the Yaks creating was flying through the air, and based on its course, it was heading for the same location that they were going towards. More importantly, on the ship itself was the one Chris was aiming for. Make sure that blood gets to Quinn. I trust you, and I'll get the one we need from him. Before Edvard could even shout anything, Chris had dug his feet further into the ground and shot through the air, leaving a large trail of what looked like visible smoke behind him, but it was just the wind. Was he holding back in his speed for me, a vampire? I knew werewolves were more physically capable than us, and I'm not using the power of the armor at this moment, but I can't even see him off in the distance anymore. A large blast of dark energy had exploded by Edvard's side, causing him to jump a little. If he broke his concentration, then he might very well just end up dying to these strange angel-looking creatures. Chris had already reached the city of the Yaks, where the local houses looked like giant temples themselves with their large red pointed sloping roofs. The houses were large to suit the living of the giant yaks in them. While running through the area, he was running through a large battlefield. One of the yaks had been pierced with a dark spear in his stomach and had been pus. Head into the air, crashing right into a building. The yak was kicking its legs while trying to push off the divine beings. But soon, many others had come, piercing their spears right into the yak's body. The next moment, another yak had landed, jumping from above, and with a heavy fist, had punched right through 3 of the divine beings, splatting their bodies like bugs. For Chris, though, he kept his eyes on the prize above. He continued to run forward and could see the large ship near the Golden Palace. That's when 2 of the divine beings had gotten in his way. One of them was dark in color, the other gold. It was a simple jump from Chris, and he stretched out his hands. He didn't swing them. He didn't even feel as if he had put any force through them. When his claws and fingers had touched both of their faces, though, it had gone right through them. There had been no resistance at all, and yet the 2 divine beings had been killed like that to simple run and the stretch of the arms. Chris was right. He knew something had changed within him. Getting close, Chris had scaled one of the houses and then ran across on all 4s for a short while, digging his claws. He used the power in his hands to push off and head into the air toward the Golden Palace. Using one of the houses as a base to push off from, it had crumbled in the process. Stretching out his hand, he reached the Golden Palace and climbed right to the very top. Looking out, he was now on the same level as the ship. I need to get higher. Chris leapt off from the very top pillar, and then creating his chi platforms, he ran across until he had reached the ship. Using his chi platforms, he ascended higher into the sky, and then he was ready. Running back down, Chris created the chi platforms again, and when he was the right distance away, "What's that smell?" Anzoka thought, looking up, but it was too late. Chris exploded off with power from the chi platform he had made, and rather than doing nothing with his claws this time, he gathered power and swung them down, crashing right in the center of the giant ship. The whole top floor was bent in half as the 2 sides lifted up. Chris had managed to cut right through the entire ship, and now the werewolves were falling out of the sky. Chapter 25:03 Clash of the Wolves. Supercharging himself, Chris had used the power of his chi, the power in his werewolf body, and the power in his hands to strike down on the giant ship. The ship which he was unable to make a scratch on the outside before, the ship that was built to go against the powerful celestials that ruled. With a swing of both of his arms, a large power was unleashed and a thunderous roar exploded with a swing of his arms as he sliced right through the ship. The claw marks had gone right through the top deck, breaking right through until it slashed the center. The 2 halves had broken, and the weight of each side was being lifted in the air, as everyone was now falling to the ground below. The werewolves were disparately clawing at the air as they fell to the ground, while some had been struck in the air by the divine beings before they even fell to the ground. In the midst of all the chaos, Anzoka was trying to find the culprit that had started this all, and then he could see it. "It's that red one from before." Anzoka smiled, revealing the back of his large razor-sharp teeth. Although Chris wasn't currently red and using his stage for chi form, the Demon King did make note of the werewolf's appearance. This was because he had made quite the impression on him. The large ship had crashed onto the city below, crushing the buildings, and the werewolves, although they had taken quite a big tumble, would be able to survive something like this. The many werewolves started to emerge from the wreckage, and they wasted no time as they leapt up, attacking the divine beings in front of them. Some stretched out their hand, pulling the spears away from their hands, then leaping up and biting down on their necks. When doing this, though, no blood would be drawn. It was hard to tell what the divine beings were because they almost didn't seem alive. Edvard had finally reached the Yak City, and just as he had predicted, many of the divine beings that had been following him up till this point had split off to fight the demons close by, while Edvard had jumped into one of the giant houses. He quickly went up the stairs and leapt up on top of one of the giant beds and was now lying on the giant mattress. This is nice to just take a breather for a moment. The fighting was still furiously going off outside, with explosions going off one after another. At any moment, a demon or a divine being could come crashing through the building, but Edvard just wanted to rest. Hopefully with my ability, nothing will end up coming this way. While lying down, there was something else that Edvard wanted to do, and that was to check the state of his body. Why was he still in so much pain after receiving the hit from before? Looking down, he was taking a peek under his armor. It was hard to see, so he proceeded to take off part of the gauntlet around his arms, and as he did, a horrifying sight occurred. Blood was already seeping out from the armor, falling onto the mattress, and his arm looked like a tangled mess. All of the bones in the arm itself looked to have been shattered in a way, piercing his skin. How is this possible? Edvard thought to himself, and quickly locked the armor in again. There was a searing pain he could feel the moment he took off the armor. Wait, could it be because of the armor? Is it holding everything in my body in place right now? If I take this off, would my whole body just fall apart? Am I only alive because I still have this armor on? It was a crazy theory to have, but looking at the state of just his arm, he was willing to believe it. The attack from the Demon King, the Yak Bisha. Although the armor was still intact, his body wasn't, and ever since the attack he didn't quite feel the same. This might go beyond something my vampire body can heal. Chris, it looks like you might be on your own on this one. I know you can beat that ugly werewolf. Edvard smiled. With the situation the way it was, Edvard eventually lifted his upper body and stared out of the large window. It showed just what was happening outside. Moving closer, he wanted to get a better view, and he could see that far off into the distance, several more objects were heading their way, heading toward the land of the giants. Those are the same type of ships that were being built on this planet, and there's so many of them. On each of the giant ships there were different demon races that were approaching. As they made their way to the planet, they had brought along with them a horde of divine beings. A full-scale battle was going on as the demons were fighting back. It wasn't just the demons that they had seen so far, but many different types as well, and there were even a few ships that just had a concentrated amount of werewolves on them as well. The planet of the giants was becoming the centerpiece for a large-scale war. After the giant ship had fallen out of the sky, falling to the ground below, Chris allowed himself to drop down, landing in the middle of the chaos. As he did, he was looking straight ahead at the large-sized Anzoku. "It seems you've managed to gain some power. I guess you decided to listen to my advice after all." Anzoku said. One of the werewolves had caught on to Chris and immediately dashed towards him. When he got close, a blur appeared from Chris' arm and then went back in place. It was hard to see, but the results were clear. The werewolf's body had been sliced, split from the top of the head down to every part of its body. Several pieces had been made, and they fell to the ground. The tough glutton werewolves who were at the pinnacle of a werewolf had been killed with a strike that hadn't been seen. "You have gotten very strong. How are you able to amass such power in such a short time?" Anzoku wondered. Chris looked at his hand again, and it started to transform into its werewolf form. The fur on his body was growing, that I was already strong, having grown my chi strength as high as possible, using the skill of the chi drain. Chris said to himself. My own body had grown incredibly strong before I had even become a werewolf, and now the werewolf part of me has grown in strength as well. Having consumed another one of you demon kings, I have obtained a new strength. This is my power. Chapter 2504. The Second Grand Meet. Quite a bit of time had passed since Syl had reached the island, and a flood of memories had come back to him while he was there. Thankfully, it looked like none of the divine beings that had appeared before had arrived where he was. Still, even with all the time passing, he was worried about something. His MC cells were restoring while he was resting, but there was an odd sensation still felt in his stomach. It was clear Amorchui had done something. The question was just what had he done? Using a healing ability and trying out a few other abilities, Syl tried to rid the feeling that was in his stomach, but none of it was making it go away. The healing ability was the only thing that had been keeping it slightly at bay. However, it was clear that it was growing in size. This thing is spreading inside me. If I remember correctly, he had used the colorless ability, Syl thought. But the champions, they weren't aware that he can use it out of his body as well, and he might be able to use it in more ways than one. I don't know what's going to happen to me. It might spread across my entire body, but I have to tell Quinn no matter what about what he can do. With his MC cells recovered and time running short, it was time for him to teleport out of the situation he was in. I hope I never have to return to an island like this again. Teleporting away, Syl had no real direction as to where he needed to go. When he had teleported Amorchui as far away as he could, he was just doing so frantically, not sure about where to end up. So he just started as he headed off to the closest part where there was noise, and immediately he had fallen into a war zone taking place on a plain. There were the Chrono inhabitants having grabbed weapons that they had made, mainly axes and swords. They were strong and powerful as they fought against the divine beings, but it seemed useless. A pattern was emerging that was tiring out the inhabitants. The fact that the godly beings were able to heal their allies, I can't help them. That isn't something I can do right now, Syl said to himself. Just as he was ready to teleport away again, after confirming there being no presence of Quinn or the others, he saw a spear stab a Chrono right through the chest. Blood splattered out and flew through the air. When looking at the blood itself, Syl noticed something strange. It wasn't falling quickly toward the ground. It was floating slightly and eventually hit the floor. It was perhaps unnoticeable, especially to those that were fighting for their lives, but because it had happened right in front of him, he noticed the bizarre action. When taking a closer look at the blood, that's when he noticed that it was also moving on the ground as well. It wasn't moving very fast, but it looked as if it was crawling in a specific direction. For a moment, Syl thought he was going mad, but he could see it happening all around him, with all the other fallen blood as well. It couldn't be, could it? Teleporting away, Syl had arrived on another planet. It was pretty much in the same state as the last, with blood being spilled all over the place. Only this time, the blood that was on the ground was lifting slightly upward, moving to a certain location. Teleporting, Syl hoped to another planet. Now the blood wouldn't drop to the floor. Instead, it was in the air heading in one direction. It was clear there was a pattern going on here. Continuing to go from planet to planet, following the blood, Syl had eventually found himself landing on the planet of the giants. He was able to return. Instead of heading to the cave or looking through the fight that was going on, he continued to follow the blood. The planet was large, so instead of running, Syl had teleported one more time, and he had landed right where he wanted. He could see Quinn standing on his own. His eyes were closed. Blood was flowing all around him, from out of the space in the sky. As it came close to him, it was turning into small red particles, somewhat similar to the blood aura he would use. It then swirled around his body, entering through the pores of his skin, giving him a thick glowing layer over his body. Having sensed something coming in front of him, he opened his eyes. Syl. Quinn said, "Stop." Syl shouted, "I can see you're doing something important, so carry on and focus. Don't break your attention and I will be the one that does the talking." Little did Syl know that Quinn was doing this all in the first place to help Syl, but now that he was in this strange state, this absorption method, he didn't want to let go of it. The power he was gaining was similar to that when he had evolved into the Blood Celestial. He had never felt so in tune with his blood powers before. "Not too long ago, I had a battle with the Morchui. As you can see, I am very much alive," Syl explained. "Through my battle, I did everything I could to hold him back while waiting for you to wake up, and it looks like I succeeded. But Quinn, Immortui is extremely strong, which is why I want to inform you of his powers. The champions already told me what Immortui is capable of," Quinn said, still focusing on the power around him and closing his eyes. "That's good to hear. It means I can keep this short then," Syl replied. "His colorless power, he is able to use it outside of his body, or he is at least able to detach it from himself. Think of it as another energy he can control, and the two snakes over his shoulder, they contain power just as strong as the red mist he can control. I wish I could help you more. I wish I could have fought by your side, but it looks like you will have to do this on your own. I will stay safe." Before Quinn could say anything else, Syl had teleported away. He didn't want him to worry, especially when he himself didn't know what was wrong with him. "Syl, it's good to see you're alive, but the fact that you were unable to beat him just goes to show how strong he is as well," Quinn thought. As if to interrupt him in the middle of his thoughts, falling right from the sky and touching the ground ever so softly, not even harming a single dust mark on the floor, Immortui had floated down, covered in a red mist aura that surrounded the area. It swirled around him, just like the blood was swirling around Quinn. "I thought all of this might be your doing. I'm surprised to see you like this," Immortui said. Demon form, still. Unavailable. Chapter 25:05, Luz vs. Russ. The Demon King Luz stood there in his full white form. He had been unharmed by Hickel's attempt, and in the process, Hickel had lost his arms. It was a wasted effort in trying to finish the demon off. Without his arms, he would now be far weaker than before. Still, Russ, having seen the power of what Hickel was capable of, knew that his explosive power or his suicide attack had to be strong. Otherwise, why would Luz transform into his demon form? Having absorbed the large white wall of power, this gave Russ an idea. Thanks to his Godslayer tier item, he now had more MC cells than he had ever before. With his hands placed on the ground, 2 Hickles were summoned. If just 2 simple arms managed to cause that big of an explosion, then let's see what 2 complete Hickles blowing up will do. Both of the Hickles that had been made rushed forward and leapt right towards Luz. Their whole bodies started to light up, and seeing this, both Hickel and Peter thought they might be in trouble. Out from the ground next to Peter, one of the 4 familiar kings appeared. Giving off its mystic blue smoke was none other than Dunluck. Pete grabbed Hickel and threw him on board while getting on himself, and the two scattered away in a hurry. With each step Dunluck took, he was gliding in the air, getting far away. "Don't you think we should help Russ?" Hickel said, "You've been around him long enough. Do you think he did this attack with the idea of protecting ourselves in mind?" Peter replied back, "It was true. Right now, Russ had also summoned the shadow power and was ready to protect himself from the backfire of the explosion." And sure enough, both of them exploded, this time using their whole bodies with such force. A giant mushroom cloud, 2 right next to each other, had almost combined into one far larger than before. The whole surface of the planet felt like it was shaking. A giant deep crater had been made that pushed so far down that lava was now spewing out from the ground, and nearly the whole forest had been eliminated. Peter and Hickel had managed to travel out of the area, almost heading right back to the mountain where they were before, and when they turned around, nearly the entire forest had been destroyed. It looked nothing like it once had. "This is the power that I'm now able to achieve, with the blood control and my ability," Hickel thought. However, it wasn't quite right. There were 2 of him, for one, and there was something else that Hickel wasn't accounting for. Although the explosion was large in size, it wasn't more powerful. There was a limit to how powerful his explosions would be, which was why, in the center of all the mess, was what looked like a giant egg. It looked like the same thing that Peter was trapped in not too long ago. The outside started to descend down, and Luz was seen coming out of the large crater created by the explosion, completely unharmed. "Your power is really interesting, but you failed T. Oh, notice the real power that had come from the last attack," Luz claimed. "I did not change into this demon form because I thought I would get hurt. Due to the large explosion, it had caught the attention of many of the divine beings in the area. A large flock of them were flying in the air and heading toward the group, just like before. They were appearing behind Luce, but he did not turn around. When they got close, out from his own body from his back, several lines were extending out. It was similar to the giant wall, only they were coming out of his back. They were going through the air fast, moving in a straight line. When the divine beings tried to avoid it, it followed them in the quickest route possible until each one of them was pierced in the body, almost at the same time. The attack spread out after killing one and continued to branch out, going into the others. Almost growing out from his back was what looked like a tree of death, since every single one of the divine beings in the air had been pierced, and their bodies were starting to disappear. I transformed because I wanted to finish the task quickly. Luce stretched out his hand, and from his power, it stretched out, aiming toward Russ. Seeing this, he did what he usually did and moved his Godslayer hand in the way, hoping to absorb the energy. When it touched, though, the white substance went straight through his hand, piercing through his skin, and it was continuing forward toward his head. What? My Godslayer item. It didn't absorb the power. Russ was stunned, and just before the attack reached him, shadows appeared, blocking its path. Your little thing is quite amazing, the items and tools you have, but they're easy to figure out, Luce stated. You can draw enemies from attacks and projectiles out of the body. With the sword, you can even stop abilities, but this is not the same as the power before. In my demon form, my power is me, and you can't just vanish my body or absorb my body away. Pulling out the sword with his other hand, Russ swung, attempting to cut the white line of power. As it hit, it made a cut. It sliced through it, breaking it off and allowing Russ to back away. But just as Luce said, it didn't make the rest of him or the attack disappear. It didn't disappear. It just cut part of him like any other sword would have done. That sword is very interesting, Luce exclaimed, seeing this. His power wouldn't have been able to be cut by a regular sword, which made him wonder just what that was. With his hand full of blood and Russ backed away, he was wondering what to do next. Did he try to use his own power against him? Did he summon an army to try to take him on? It just felt like if he attempted any of that, then he would just kill all of them. Russ gripped his hand on the sword tighter and lifted it, pointing it at Luce. It's a shame. I really didn't want to use him again. I got quite the headache last time, and it just doesn't sit too well with me because it doesn't feel like I'm the one that's going to kill you. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to be happy with your defeat. Looking into the mind of the sword, a dark ring appeared around Russ's feet, and glowing power started to rise from below. It was pure, covering him completely until it faded away, and now stood there in Russ's place, holding the black sword in his hand, was a larger man, muscular with long black hair. The top half of his body on display, while his bottom just covered and wrapped by a tattered black cloth. It was the Black Swordsman. Chapter 2506. Russ versus Luce. The power of the Black Swordsman, his own body drawn from his own memories of how powerful he was, now stood on the battlefield. It firmly held its sword by its side as it took steps in the crater, encircling Luce. Unlike before, Russ had been careful not to use a large amount of MC cells, and thanks to his Godslayer item, he was able to absorb a substantial number of MC cells as well, allowing him to use this power a bit longer than before. Haha, what is this? You think just because you've changed, things will be different now? That's very unlikely, Luce exclaimed. He went to move forward, but when he did, a large slash cut through the air, and a dark aura emanated from the sword, cutting up the ground. Seeing this, Luce transformed his arm into a shield and was pushed back by the force until it eventually stopped. Usually, this attack produced by the Black Swordsman would have the same effect as the sword itself. Anything it touched that had an energy force and not a life force would disappear. But just as Luce claimed, his powers were now a part of him as well, so they wouldn't just disappear. You are quick to react, but I am far better than you. Luce charged forward, and the Black Swordsman swung his sword twice. The attacks went through the ground and the air, leaving large lines of aura that almost pierced the sky and continued forward. The attacks didn't go straight at Luce, but instead passed right by his side, while the swordsman himself dashed forward and swung a large blow from below. Seeing this, forming out of Luce's hand, was a spear, and he swung it down, both of them clashing against each other and going toe-to-toe. With his other hand, Luce had formed another spear and shoved it forward, aiming to stab the swordsman in the head. He was able to avoid the blow and deflect the other spear. Two spears were thrusting back and forth, constantly, while the swordsman was deflecting them all, taking a step back, one at a time, blocking all the blows. Come on, Russ shouted in his head. When I gave you the go-ahead to take this fight, I thought you were going to deal with this straight away, just like you did with that Dalki. If you have fought this person, then you should know as well that it's not that easy. The sword replied. Their speed, strength, and their power. Even with my powers, it seems as if the negative energy attacks aren't getting through. It looks like, oh. And why the sword itself is going to be able to hurt him. If your powers aren't working against them, then aren't you just a useless swordsman? The Black Swordsman quickly shifted his feet to the side and held his sword with both hands. A swing from above his head, and black aura was unleashed, hitting the two spears dead on. They swung his whole body off balance, and with the sword by his side, he struck again, landing a large strike right across the side of Luce's body. Luce's white-colored skin had a slight marking left on it, like a chalk mark on the wall. Although it might have been insignificant to most, it was the first mark on his body that they had achieved since he had turned into this form, even if it didn't draw blood. When close, though, Luce stretched out parts of his body, extending out like the wall, and several spikes emerged. With a sweeping motion, the swordsman blocked half of the strikes, but the other half pierced through his leg. Quickly, the swordsman jumped back, blood falling from him. I have to admit, you are skillful. Perhaps if you were fighting any of the other demon kings, you would be strong enough to have bested them. Unfortunately, you're going up against me, Luce claimed. There was worry on Rust's mind, and it was about how much longer this fight would last. Rust did have more MC cells, so he could summon the Black Swordsman for longer, but he was hoping to go against an opponent where he could use his God Slayer item consistently. In a way, with the God Slayer item, it would allow him to use his power and go on, but in this situation, he was going against the one opponent that made things difficult for him. However, there was one thing going for Rust. The Black Swordsman summoned here was stronger than the one Syl had summoned, and there was a simple reason for that. Rust had used the imagination of the sword, which believed itself to be incredibly strong, while the swordsman that Immortui had faced was one that he had bested before. It was long ago, and there was next to no worry in his fight against him. If only there was a distraction, an opportunity to strike, this would be a lot easier. Luce came forward with both spears again, and when he thrust one forward, two spikes grew out from the pole part of the spear. Even though the Black Swordsman had deflected the spear, now from the side, he was being attacked by the weapon itself. He tilted his head in time to avoid a lethal blow, but the other spear came towards him, ARGHH. Charging the sword, it was covered in the same black aura it would release, and swirling it around, he forced one spear to hit another. I just need a moment, a perfect moment to strike. The swordsman thought that if he got that perfect moment, he would put his all into a strike to the neck and finish this demon with everything he had. Nay. A loud sound of a horse rippled through the air. It was piercing to all those who heard it, affecting their insides. The horse had appeared, and it was going through the air covered in a blue mist. Peter was riding on the back of it, both his head tails covering his hand, and at just the right moment, using the momentum and speed of Dunluck, he jumped in the air. Eat SHT. Peter screamed as he swung his mighty fist right into Luce's face. It was a direct hit. The power was explosive with chi and the added speed. Not only that, but there was something else. Peter's fist had celestial energy and it. As the hit touched Luce's face, part of the white substance, it looked as if it was splitting apart, and it was splitting his skin as well. This is it. The Black Swordsman had quickly gone to the side. This was the opening he needed. His sword glowing with black aura, he swung it right for the neck. Let's end this. Chapter 2507. Black Swordsman vs. Luce. This was it. This was the opportunity that the swordsman was waiting for. The brute force of the hit provided enough power for the swordsman to charge up his own attack. Gathering his power, the black sword emitted what looked like a ripple of flames. It moved up and down like a chainsaw around the blade. Perfectly positioned, he swung the blade, aiming it right through Luce's neck. As the sword hit, the aura started to do its work. It rapidly moved around in a circle like a saw, breaking away the strange skin that covered Luce's body. A squirt of blood sprayed out as the sword landed and fell to the floor. Luce's body went flying to the side and crashed into the ground. Due to the crater created from the explosion, they were fighting in what looked like a large upside-down dome. After crashing, it didn't take long for Luce to stand on his feet, holding the side of his neck with the palm of his hand. Blood was dripping down his body. All of you are incredibly annoying, aren't you? Luce lifted his hand off his neck, and there was a smudge of blood dripping down, but the wound that had been made had disappeared. For fuck's sake. Rust screamed internally. We did all of that for a small scratch on his neck, and he just goes and heals it in a second. The swordsman didn't know how to reply either. He had so confidently stated that as long as he got an opportunity, he would have been able to finish this fight in one hit. We managed to hurt him, though, which means it's possible to kill him as well. Russ felt the swordsman's confidence, but he wasn't very hopeful in this situation until, for a brief moment, something happened. Luce went to take a step forward, and as he did, he stumbled for a second, and his hand was pressed on his head. Was it that punch? Luce retraced it. He could feel its power. Something had gotten through to him. A type of power had breached his defenses. Footsteps were heard, and Peter was already upon Luce. Some people might have waited to see the condition of the terrifying demon king that had shown great power, but for Peter, what was the point anyway? Because he had already decided that he wasn't going to run away, so he might as well continue to key. P hitting the other. The head tails were now wrapped around each of Peter's hands. He threw out a chi-infused celestial punch, but it was grabbed by Luz, and in turn, he threw a punch back, hitting Peter on the head while continuing to hold onto his fist. Peter gritted his teeth. Even with his hand being held, he continued to try and throw out a punch. It landed cleanly on Luz's body, but it looked as if there was no reaction at all. Still, Peter continued to punch the same spot over and over. It hit the same spot, targeting his stomach, and eventually, power began seeping through, and Luz felt some pain. All of you are so annoying. Luz raised his hand, creating the spear again. This one wasn't dying, no matter what he did, but he was sure that if he stabbed it through the head, it would be the end, or at least the end of the annoying head tails on top. When the spear was thrust forward, a strange pulse emitted in the area, a wave of power that went through all of those in the vicinity. When it hit Luz, it delayed him for a moment and also froze Peter, but there was one person unaffected. The swordsman clashed his sword against Luz's spear and swung it to the side, landing 2 hits on his side and thrusting the tip in the center, hitting him in the same spot as Peter had been targeting. Luz was sent back once again, his feet skidding across the floor. When he looked up, he noticed what the disruption from before was caused by. The horse was standing in the center of the field. It was dragging its hooves across the ground, drawing out some type of strange power, and when it lifted its front end and slammed it on the ground, the pulse of power was emitted. When the power coursed through one's body, it caused an instinctive shudder. It didn't freeze a person, but it made them a bit hesitant as the feeling passed through their bodies, except for the swordsman. You are all so annoying. Luz charged forward, and he was on the offensive, thrusting the spear and clashing with the sword. He thrust both, and it was hard for the swordsman to keep up. When Peter dived to his side, Luz didn't even turn to look. From his shoulder, a large spike extended out, stabbing him right in the stomach, keeping him suspended in the air. Arghh. Luz, beyond annoyed, slammed his spear hard, hitting the fingers of the black swordsman, causing them to bleed. If he made him drop that sword, then what? What would be the result? He continued forward, taking the spike out of Peter, allowing him to drop to the floor, but he didn't realize how resilient Peter was, or the fact that a wound like this wouldn't slow him down, or so they thought. Out from his back, several spikes extended out, like when he had killed those from the Divine Brigade. They went all over, piercing Peter in several different parts of his body. Using the head tails, Peter was protecting his head at all costs. Hey, if you don't do anything, that annoying guy's going to die. Russ exclaimed, I'm trying, Bu. Tia's power, it almost feels like it's rising. The black swordsman dove out of the way, with the aim of trying to help Peter. He leapt up and with his sword, sliced through the spikes and carried Peter away. When looking at where Luz was, he was right next to Dunluck, with a spear through his head. That's one annoying thing finally out of the way, Luz claimed, with a smile. Peter was able to stand, but he had wounds all over, and Russ was left thinking how much longer he could keep up the black swordsman's form. Luz charged forward again, not wanting to give them any time to rest. Peter looked to be the next easiest target in this situation until, from above, dropping down, a sword clashed with Luz's spear, sending it to the ground. With a kick to the stomach and a blast of white energy, Luz was sent back, crashing into the side of the dome flooring. And another annoying one joins the party. A person had joined and interrupted their fight. But why? And who was the person? Russ found the whole situation strange. There was something off. When he looked at Peter, he noticed he was no longer moving, not even blinking, and it felt like even the air had stopped. Who is that? Chapter 2508, A Special Family. The vampire settlement was recovering from the recent attack from the Divine Brigade. There had been next to no issues since the event, but it was causing ripple effects throughout the vampire society, not just at the vampire settlement. The vampires feared that the attack might be targeted towards them, rather than the general population since it had occurred during the time all of the vampires had gathered. Anyway, the fact that all of the leaders were preparing for the worst just made tensions for everyone else rise that much higher. In the vampire settlement, a meeting was taking place. Layla, Xander, and Muka were the main ones that were present. They were sitting at the normal round table in the garden stationed out the back of the main castle. This is proving to be a bigger headache than I first thought, Muka declared, as she pressed on a small square device on the table in front of her. A projection of files opened up and everyone was able to see what she was talking about. The Greylash vampires and the Vampire Core units have reported nearly every little thing they find suspicious, but it's almost impossible to tell if any of them are related to a mortuary or if it's a completely separate matter. Even out of the reports we have investigated, we still haven't been able to find anything that is related to the matter either. Xander stated, we can't just disregard what is happening either. Layla said, as she remembered what had occurred at the event. If a large-scale attack was to occur with whatever attacked us today, and we don't have measures to help the people, then the worst will occur. All of them agreed with the severity of the situation, and it felt like all they could do was to just continue on doing what they had been doing this whole time. It just meant that there were more tiring days ahead of them. Galen, stop it, a short voice said. Turning around, they could see that a few more guests were arriving. They could see a man that had the same appearance as Quinn, and by his side was Galen and Minnie. Galen was walking in with his hands behind his back, looking elsewhere, while Minnie seemed to be filled with anger at him for some reason. Directly behind her a portal of shadow appeared, and out of it, a large hand was made from the shadow. After creating the hand, a long dangling finger would poke Minnie on her back. Immediately Minnie turned around. She could only see the lingering finger of the shadow. For a while now Galen had been using the shadow more often. People were becoming aware of what he could do, especially those in higher positions, but not only had he been using the shadow more, but his control and power over it were extremely impressive, and he was improving at a rapid rate. His shadow powers, are they growing even quicker than Quinn's? Vincent thought, as he was observing everything for a while now. He hasn't even used techniques like Shadow Eater, or anything like that. I wonder how his powers are able to grow. Vincent had been keeping a closer eye on the two children. Since Layla was now taking up more of a role in the settlement, she didn't have a lot of time to directly look after her children. But considering how they were a main target, they needed someone to look after them. Mommy, Minnie said, running over and leaping up. She jumped straight into Layla's arms, who had caught her. When is Daddy going to come back? It's hard staying with Grandpa all the time because he looks so much like Daddy that I miss him, and Galen, he never speaks to me. Everything is so boring. Things were tough, and it only made Layla's heart ache more every time Minnie would ask this question. As more time went on, she had to prepare that there was the chance that perhaps he wouldn't come back. She looked at Vincent, who just reluctantly shook his head. I have some good news perhaps, Vincent said. But it might not be the best news. The passing of time is different in the space where the others had gone to. An hour passed here is a different amount of time in the other space. However, I do not know what that time is. With this news, it could explain why Quinn is taking so long. The idea was for Quinn to enter the space and deal with the Mortui. That didn't happen, and then a group of their strongest had entered and had gone to deal with the Mortui, and still there was no news or anything different. They couldn't help but worry, as they never imagined things would take this long. Very well, then all we can do is for all of us to keep on trying our best, Layla declared. With the meeting over, all of them stood up from their position and started to walk back to the settlement. It was quite often the group would make their rounds and just make a public appearance to the general vampires to settle their worries. As they entered the settlement and started to walk into the main living areas, they had quickly discovered that something was amiss. The air felt steady, almost not moving. There was no sound of the wind, and when they walked forward, they finally could see the vampires of the settlement. All of them were frozen in place, not physically frozen but unmoving, and not even breathing. What is going on? Xander asked. Layla's heart sank. I've experienced this before. I remember when this happened last time. Galen, Minnie, hide and take cover. The two listened quickly, using the shadow space and getting rid of themselves. But Layla started to wonder. Why could their group still move? It must mean that whoever was coming to see them had the intention of talking to them, almost seeming to appear out of nowhere. The one who Layla had envisioned in her mind was standing in front of her. It's been a while since we have seen each other, hasn't it? Mundus said with a smile. Now, I have a very, very important question to ask you, and it's important that you answer it honestly. This isn't just for your sake, but for his as well. Where is Quinn? All of the vampires were startled, not saying a word, so Mundus decided to take a further step forward. No one attack him, Layla said to the others. Xander was already twitching, reaching for his weapon, and Muka was taken aback as well. Vincent was the only one that remained somewhat calm. This one is incredibly strong, Layla said. Is all of what is happening now his doing? How is that possible? What type of power is this? Xander asked. She knew it was Mundus' doing, and last time none were able to stop him, and without the black sword on her, it would be even more difficult to go against him again. Minnie had managed to put up a good fight, but in the end she had lost, and Layla would rather Minnie stay safe in the space than come out. Alright, let me rephrase the question since you seem to be struggling with giving me an answer. Is Quinn in the red space? Has he gone to take care of a Mortui? Mundus asked, his voice causing a shiver to run down each and every one of their bodies. If they told him, Layla had to wonder, would Mundus be a friend in this situation or a foe? Things were moving all over the place, and one of the Celestials was keeping an eye on everything that was happening, unsure of what the overall outcome would be. Did your powers show an unfavorable future? Sam asked. My powers so far have shown me this. What is happening right now? The Ancient Ones have gotten involved, and the others are learning of what is happening. I fear for what is to happen because right now, this future is what I foresaw. And what? Are you hoping that it will change? Sam asked. Is that possible? I have told you before, the only times my predictions have proven to be wrong are when there are talons involved. Bliss answered. And this time in history, at this point, there are 3. Let's hope. The 3 of them can make a drastic change. Otherwise, there is much worse to come. Chapter 2509. Quinn vs. Immortui, the second round. Quinn had managed to connect with his inner self. He was feeling the energy flowing through him, and in turn he was feeling the energy of all the blood that was being spilt not just on this planet, but throughout the universe. With the demon blood and the battle going on between the Divine Brigade, the demons, and the inhabitants, a lot of blood was being spilt all over. Quinn was gathering all of that power, and there was now a large orb of power that had gathered and condensed around him. I can feel it. I know I'm close to controlling blood, just like when I had evolved into my celestial form. If I'm like this, then maybe I won't have to consume the other Demon King's blood. Opening his eyes. They were all a solid color of red. Blood was dripping down his face, but it wasn't rolling off. Ha. Immortui laughed, looking at the situation. Instead of attacking Quinn, he too had gathered the power in the air, the red mist from when he first came here, and the ever-increasing power of death that was occurring. With all the battles going on, the people, the inhabitants, were constantly dying and adding to his power as well. Seeing this, I knew I was right. Immortui smiled. I knew you would have the power to take me back to that space. Finally, you have reached the stage where you will be useful to me. Lifting his hand up, from the large orb of blood power, a tornado of blood aura shot out heading straight for Immortui. Standing there, he swung his arm, and a portal of red mist opened up. A giant hand came out, and with its palm open, took the blood vortex head-on. As the giant red mist hand closed its fist, the vortex disappeared into particles, but that wasn't the only thing that Quinn was preparing. Several more vortexes of blood from the giant orb of blood went out, and were heading straight for Immortui, and in turn he opened up portals of red mist, and giant limbs came out to defend against them. They swung, clashing with the vortexes of blood, and each time the two powers collided, a giant shockwave of aura would be sent out in both directions. Which is stronger, your power of blood, or mine of death? You certainly are a strong one that I managed to raise. Immortui soon noticed the giant blood sword that had been made in the sky. It pierced through the clouds, as if a giant from above had dropped its large sword. It fell with great force. Both of Immortui's hands started to wrap around with the serpents on his back. Then a little above his head, two incredibly large red mist portals had opened. Ones far larger than the last ones he had created. Forming out from the mist portals were two gigantic arms, rather than just part of the hands. They had appeared above Immortui. On a closer inspection, it looked like the pattern of a black serpent was on the hands as well. As the giant sword fell, Immortui grabbed it with his teeth, with giant arms of power, stopping it in its place. It continued to head down, and the giant arms looked as if they were struggling slightly. Out from the giant sword, several vortexes, looking somewhat like solar flares from the sun, came off and started to attack the fingers and the giant arms. It was hitting them and getting rid of the aura of power bit by bit. The black serpent's aura on the giant arms started to move, and had somewhat detached themselves from the arms, with part of their upper body having come off. Opening up its mouth, a pure power of aura, a laser, shot out from their mouths. It would hit the vortex, breaking apart its power bit by bit. Seeing this, Quinn then stretched out his arms, and the blood sword had exploded into several parts of just energy and particles. Sweeping his hands down, the aura moved as well, smothering the two arms, and soon both of the giant objects had disappeared. Unbeknownst to the two of them, as they were sending out large shockwaves of power, they had attracted some unwanted attention from the Divine Brigade. There were flocks of the divine beings coming for Immortui from his end, and coming for Quinn from his as well. For a split second, two of them turned around. Immortui swung his arm back, and a large red line that looked to tear space had appeared from his power of the mist. It had eliminated all of the divine beings, cutting their bodies in half. Meanwhile, Quinn had gathered power in his leg just like before, and as he spun his body, he unleashed a large kick in the air. Blood aura swipes larger and more powerful than before had also caused a large cut in space, eliminating the divine beings as well. Look at you. Look at how powerful you have become, thanks to me. Immortui stated. Don't you see for yourself? These celestial beings don't care about you. They don't care about anyone. They unleash their army on us, and they are killing everything on sight. You should be able to tell with your blood powers. It's not just the demons these celestials are killing, but every life form. Think about it, if we weren't here in the red space, and we're in the golden space, think about all the disaster that would befall all of us. The condensed orb of power had shriveled down. Rather than out of his body, it was entering his body. The veins on Quinn were glowing with power. They were lighting up and could be seen through his pale skin. Spreading out from his back were pure wings made from blood aura, shining just as brightly. That I don't agree with the celestial being's doings, Quinn said, as he walked forward, taking a single step. Ripples of blood aura spread out across the floor. All of the power was unable to be contained within his body. However, I don't agree with your doings either. I will get rid of you. I will keep my promise, and if the Celestials chose to mess with me as well, I will get rid of them. I will do whatever it takes to protect those important to me. Running from his position, with each step, BL. But ripples appeared, sending waves throughout the area. Gathering around Quinn's arm, with his aura, was the image of the dragon, and the red blood shadow was starting to gather as well. You fool. I gave you a chance. You should know I haven't used my other powers so far. Immortui stated. I thought you would have known that even your blood power is not greater than mine. It seems like you need to be taught another lesson. Chapter 25:10, Battle of the Wolves. An important battle was set to take place between Chris and Anzoku, more important than either of them realized. The blood was needed of one of the last two demon kings, and a large-scale battle was already taking place between two titans. This fight, it won't be the same as last time, Chris declared. He swung his two claws, creating large cuts across the ground. It ripped apart and destroyed anything in its path. Some of the werewolves had dived out of the way, while others hadn't gotten away in time with their legs cut, slashed by the visible energy. A clean cut would be made, and their wounds were removing the limbs almost completely from their body. As the attacks came, Anzoku swung both of his hands, hitting and dispersing the energy, turning them into nothing but particles, but his hand had hovered in the air for a few moments as the strength he felt had stopped. Immediately reacting, Anzoku aimed his hand at Chris, and out from his hand, several large nails shot out like bullets. Using his speed, Chris had managed to transform into his wolf form and zigzagged. The nails crashed into the ground, erupting a large part of the ground underneath it. The nail attacks were fast, but not as fast as Chris. When he was close, he leapt up in his werewolf form, but as if he had predicted his attack, Anzoku hit him directly with his large claw and sent him right back into the ground, crashing. With next to no time, Chris was on the move out from the small crater that had been made and was circling around Anzoku. He managed to recover that fast from a direct hit from me. Anzoku thought, is this the power gained, the power from eating another demon king? Dribble was pouring out of Anzoku's mouth onto the ground. He was getting tempted from his deep thoughts, and the thoughts of what it would be like to consume Chris as well. Leaping toward Anzoku again, Chris pushed off and had transformed from his wolf to his werewolf form, while the color of his fur was changing to that of a dark red. He had gotten used to the new power and strength of his body. It was time to level it up a notch further. However, his current red werewolf form looked different compared to before. This was the first case where this would happen, as usually it would only change the color and not affect the appearance. The fur towards the back of his head at the top had overgrown and was running thick on his back, right down to the bottom of his body, where a large tail had appeared as well. Anzoku was already mid-swing with both of his arms. He wasn't holding back with his strikes. He wanted to get rid of Chris. He couldn't wait to consume him, but he was underestimating his newfound power. A large chi platform had been created in the air, and with both of Chris' legs and his new form he pushed off. When he did, he spun his body with both of his claws held out. He was spinning like a rocket. His body had clashed right into Anzoku's claws and had pushed them back. His arms swung backward from the large scale of the power. The Demon King's feet had even been pushed and sunken into the ground for a moment, and a physical look of concern could be seen on his face. Yet, Chris didn't stop there. Creating another chi platform, he aimed for one of the arms. Chris had to focus. He had to pay attention to a smaller part of Anzoku's body, just like he had done with the yak. I can't be in a rush to take out these demon kings. They are extremely powerful, but I can chip away at everything they have and continue to fight until I completely take them down. Chris was creating small chi platforms and was hopping with his feet from side to side, while he would swipe away with his claws, attacking at whatever part of Anzoku's body. He could see that it was the same pattern as before as Chris flew from side to side, only it was all focused on Anzoku's arm. When he was done, he pushed away with another chi platform going right past Anzoku, and turning into his wolf form to get away as quickly as he could. Switching between forms to utilize nearly all of my powers has come in handy. Chris turned his head to look at the situation behind him. To see what had occurred, he could see a bloody forearm of Anzoku, his blood dripping onto the floor. Several large cuts had been made, and his arm was throbbing. The Demon King's arm, due to being a werewolf, would often heal everything straight away, but just like with the vampires, this was a different attack that was quite difficult for these beings to handle. It was an attack that had been embedded with chi energy. Although the wounds would eventually heal, this was the start. Chris could see it. It was the start of taking down those that were impossible. A large confidence was brewing in him. You're fast. You are really fast. I almost couldn't keep up with you. Anzoku said. Your speed gives you great power, but you need to build it up. You might actually be faster than me, but I am still greatly stronger than you. A battle of speed versus strength, and which one was more superior? Werewolves were always beings that had a great amount of physical power as well. With his sharp ears, Chris was able to sense that something was coming up from behind him. He had no clue what it was. His body was just telling him to move away. As he rushed to the side, he could see a large whirlwind of blue power hitting the ground. It destroyed everything on the floor, creating a large black patch in its place. After moving away from the area for quite a bit, swooping down to join Anzoku's side was a winged demon, and was none other than Tenbris. It was one of the other right-hand men of Amorchui, and another one of the two demon kings. Crap, when I just thought I saw a chance of getting through this, another demon king had to join in the fight. I'm not too sure if this one will be as easy to take out as the other demon king either. Chris thought, at a time like this, he was actually hoping that just maybe Edvard would be here to help him, but he was all on his OW, and it looks like you're having a little trouble taking on these invaders. Tenbris claimed. Anyway, we need to deal with this situation quickly, and deal with the rest of the divine beings, can't you feel it? In Amorchui, he's fighting, it's only a matter of time, before we go to the other side. Chapter 25:11. Two Demons Kings against Chris. Two demon kings were now in front of Chris. He had just been using his newfound strength, testing the waters with his powers against Anzoku, and things seemed to be working. But now, having to deal with two of them and being on his own, even he knew that it was quite an impossible task. How do I get out of this situation, and who do I take out first? Who should I focus my attacks on? Chris thought. In the middle of his thoughts, he could see that Tenbris had stretched out his arms, and in doing so, two vortexes of blue energy whirled and went toward him. Jumping and flipping backward in the air, Chris managed to avoid the attack again. The moment he landed, another vortex hit him from behind. He had turned at the last moment, blocking the attack and pushing against it. The muscles in his legs and arms were straining as he continued to push against the attack. The blue energy was swirling, and something strange was occurring as he made contact with the attack itself. My arms, they feel incredibly heavy. Is my energy going away? Is this attack draining my energy? Chris thought, until his feet started to sink into the ground itself. He wasn't losing energy, but the attack was making him several times heavier as it touched him, including his arms. Arg! Chris screamed as he unleashed energy out of his claws, giving a large push against the attack. It dispersed into the air, and the heavy feeling in his arms disappeared, but the fatigue remained. The energy used and the stamina in taking on the attack were still felt in his body. I have to avoid getting touched by his attack. If I keep blocking them like that, then I'll tire out in no time. In the middle of these thoughts, several blue vortexes had come straight at Chris. Swirls of energy not just from Tenbris' hands, but also from his wings as he flapped them. With how many attacks were coming his way, he had no choice but to change back to his wolf form. In this form, he could run in a circle around the area they were fighting in. If there was one thing he was confident about, it was the fact that he could outrun the attack that was being used. What was concerning him, though, was the lack of urgency on Tenbris' face. You should have used that opportunity to get rid of him. You mutt. Tenbris said to his partner. Why didn't you attack when you had the chance? Now, this whole thing is going to take a lot longer because of you. I thought you were meant to be fast. And I thought you were meant to be strong, Anzoku replied. The wound that had been made on his arm was starting to heal up. Why didn't you finish him off yourself? Anzoku pointed his hand, and he had it held out a little ahead of where Chris was. With him avoiding the blue swirls, he could see what Tenbris was doing. Although his attacks might have seemed random, he was attacking in a certain way, so Chris would have to avoid them by only moving in certain directions. It was clever, because now Anzoku knew exactly where to attack and at what time to successfully land a hit, and the opponent had no clue whatsoever. This is extremely frustrating. Chris thought to himself. All of his focus and energy after taking the first attack was now going on avoiding Tenbris' attack. If he wasn't exerting energy from blocking the attack, he now was running away from it. He also had to be careful of what Anzoku was doing at any point in time, yet Anzoku continued to do nothing. Unlike the other demons, Anzoku didn't really have a demon form. He would just fully transform into his werewolf self, grow larger and bigger, changing his shape slightly, but it wasn't a drastic change like the others had for him. When the fight had started, he hadn't been holding back against Chris. The two were going head-to-head with everything they had, which just went to show how much the other had improved. He got that strong from eating another demon king. Anzoku thought. You stupid mutt, if you really aren't going to do anything, then I guess I will have to deal with it myself. Tenbris flapped his wings again, and this time out from them were dark-colored feathers. They flew through the air at high speed, covered by the dark blue aura, looking the same as the attacks that had come before. Chris had moved, avoiding the tornado of power, but now he was heading right for the feathers. 2-on-1 is a little unfair, don't you think? From right in front of Chris, 3 figures landed. One swung his axe down, blasting the feathers away with dark flames. Another with their foot had slashed the feathers away, and lastly, another had pierced them away with a bone-colored spear. Seeing their backs, Chris had figured out who they were fairly quickly. I hope you don't mind us giving you a little helping hand. Pulcher stated. It had taken the 3 of them a while to get here, having to go the long way around, but from the shockwaves of the fighting from before alone, they knew where to come and find where the action was taking place. The good news is that we need these 2 anyway, Calva said. The bad news is that the 2 of them are together. Although Chris did originally want to face Anzoku on his own, now that there were 2, He didn't mind the help. There was something about the fight between Chris and Anzoku from before, something raw that he wanted to keep. It was as if the two of them were competing for who was the best and strongest, who was the strongest werewolf. And now, with all these interruptions getting in the way, the spark was lost. The champions were thinking about something else as well. They were strong and believed they could take out the Demon Kings, at least the ones that had already been taken out. The most difficult to deal with were Anzoku and the two right-hand men. They were hoping to help Chris out with one. Not two, still. They were in the situation they were in now, and there was nothing they could do about it. Look at these fools, Tenbris said. The champions betrayed us because they thought they stood a chance with these people behind them. They are truly pathetic. Tenbris raised his hands, and when he did, he felt a slight heat before complete darkness. His body had dropped to the ground, falling with no head, blood pouring out. Picking up the lifeless Tenbris body, Anzoku opened his mouth wide as he took another bite. Chapter 25:12. The messenger arrives. Battles were continuing to take place all over the red space. Massive amounts of energy were being used, while large amounts of blood were being spilled, but the inhabitants were fighting back. Even before Amorchui and the group had taken over, the red space, known as it was due to Amorchui, had constant battles. The inhabitants in the red space, had fights amongst each other even more so than those in the golden space, and because of it, many of them were incredibly strong. The main issue was just how large was this Divine Brigade army, or was it something that wouldn't stop until the Ancient One, Celestalin, was defeated? If that was the case, how would one defeat something that they were unable to get to? Among the many battles that were taking place, there were large-scale ones as well. Russ, Hickel, and Peter were battling it out against Luce, one of the right-hand men of Amorchui. Against Luce, after having transformed into his demon form, they were struggling to put a mark on him. They had eventually given him a few cuts here and there, but for them, the damage was far worse. Peter had been pierced in several places on his body. The Black Swordsman had been hit. In turn, Russ was suffering from internal injuries, and his Godslayer tier item wasn't working well against Luce's powers. When they all felt like there was nothing more they could do, dropping down from the sky, with a strange green-colored sword wrapped around by their arm, someone had interrupted the battle, getting in the way of the two of them. "Who are you?" Luce stated. He didn't understand what was happening. His spear had been struck, and as he tried to move it, his movements felt slower than they did before. They didn't feel heavy, but when an attempt was made to stab the person in front of him with his spear, it flowed along against the edge of the sword and pushed back. Then, with his other hand free, a white beam of energy left the interrupter's hand and struck Luce right in the chest. The attack lifted him off his feet and crashed him into the edge of the side wall. "I am just a simple messenger," Mundus declared, swinging the sword in the air a few times. He thought it felt quite nice. Mundus wasn't usually a swordsman, although his skills weren't bad with the sword. He wasn't an expert by any means, but the sword that was in his hands wasn't an ordinary sword. It was one obtained from a special vault, one that Mundus looked after on behalf of the Ancient Ones. This weapon, in particular, was great for his use because it allowed a person to use its abilities through the weapon. Depending on what ability was used, the weapon would interpret it in a certain way. Mundus' power didn't work through the red mist very well. If his power was focused, it could still stop time within a certain area. But those like the Demon Kings, who could control the condensed red energy, could form a barrier that protected them. However, with the sword, when it touched the skin of Luce, it was passing on the effect of Mundus' power, and that was why he felt slow when the sword touched him. "Now I remember you," Luce shouted back. "You were here last time. You are one of the Celestials that stopped Amorchui from breaking free." "Oh, it's nice to know that I'm famous around here," Mundus replied. The last time Mundus had visited the red space, he had bought time by stopping Amorchui. He knew he didn't have the strength to beat him. He also knew that there was a chance that he had been raising a powerful enemy. If that was the case, if Mundus was to come back, he needed just a little help, which was why he had borrowed one of the many items from the vault. "So, are you one of the big ones?" Luce asked. "The big ones? Are you referring to the Ancient Ones?" Mundus replied. "I am not, although if you're talking in terms of strength, I am pretty strong. It appears that some crazy events are going on." Mundus glanced back at those that were behind him. "You guys, are you here with Quinn?" Hickel and the others had no idea who this person was, but he had mentioned a name that was very familiar to them. It was still hard for them to determine, was this a friend, or was it a foe? Luce placed his hand on the ground, and immediately his power started to extend across the floor. Right where Mundus was standing, a large white spike launched up from the floor. Mundus moved out of the way as the spikes continued to follow him, and with one of them, he touched it with his sword. It slowed down significantly, allowing him to break away. "So, are you guys going to help me, or what?" "This one is quite difficult to deal with, as I'm sure you guys know," Mundus asked. Seeing the two of them fight, it was also an opportunity for them to leave. After all, they had already obtained Luce's blood. They didn't edit anymore. But if they left Luce alive, would he get involved in all of this? There was one person who didn't need an answer. Peter had gotten up off the floor. From his back, a strange mist was appearing, and the Bone Claw was now by his side. That Bastard is going to have what's coming to him no matter what. Peter yelled. A beam of celestial energy had Luz pinned to the ground. It was a constant stream that was going against him, and in that moment, the Bone Claw had appeared, and alongside it was Peter. The two of them struck, hitting Luz right in his stomach, claw marks slicing against his skin, and Peter giving a devastating punch to his midriff. Peter's fists didn't stop as he continued to punch and hit, and this time, he didn't have the head tails wrapped around his arms. He was using them as well to strike at any visible spot Luz had on his body. The Demon King was standing firm, still holding on and blocking the celestial energy from above. With a stomp of his foot, the white energy went underground and appeared right where Peter stood. He stepped back, avoiding it, but it moved, heading toward him again. Before it struck, the green sword went flying through the air and hit the white energy, slowing it down just enough for it to stop the attack and allowing Peter to move. Now, with both hands free, Mundus blasted Luz with double the amount of celestial energy, trying to smother Luz completely. But he was a powerful Demon King, and it looked like the energy, even from Mundus the Messenger, wasn't going to be enough. Leaning down, a hand picked up the sword from the ground. "This seems like a pretty good sword," Russ said, as he leaned back up with two swords in his hands and still in the Black Swordsman's body. "Let's finish this thing." Chapter 25:13. The Messenger steps in. Usually, in the case of the Black Swordsman's power, whenever he used it would negate their ability. In terms of energy, it stopped things as well, but there were some instances where things could still work. The Black Swordsman's own body was quite unique, after all. In fact, he could still draw out his own powers even when using the sword. His body was unaffected by his own powers, which was how Russ was able to use his powers, to summon himself as the Black Swordsman and continue to use his powers, with a special sword that drew out one's power. Would it be the same? Rushing forward, Russ, with the two swords, thrust them. Both of the swords started to cover themselves in the black aura, and it seemed like his power was staying. Now it was almost like he had two of the same weapons in his hands. As it stabbed into the center of Luz's stomach, he felt it twist and turn inwards until the swords had pierced the inside of his body. Luz couldn't believe it. He had one of his arms above, stopping the celestial energy. He had been hit multiple times as well by Peter, and now an attack had finally gotten through and had managed to pierce his skin. The swords hadn't just pierced his skin like last time, but had gone completely through his body. What is this? Was I weakened by all this celestial energy? It was from that strange person's punches, and from above. Not even my own power knows what to do. Fighting all three of them at once is too hard. This was a thought Luz had never had before. He was a Demon King, one of the strongest in the red space, and one that was raised by a Mortui to take out all of the Celestials. Now that he had just come across one of them, he was already losing this fight. And these strangers, who were they? Who were they to push him as far back as this? They weren't even Celestials. "Hey, I think you're a bit messed up now. It looks like you've lost this fight," Russ said, as he twisted the sword further. The attack and celestial energy from the top had stopped as Mundus went back on the ground again. Seeing this, Luz went and held onto the swords, and he tried pushing back. "What do you mean? Just because you injured me once you think this fight is over?" Luz stated. "That's exactly what I mean." The aura and black-colored power from the swordsman started to erupt into the two swords, and slowly Luz's body was starting to change. His strong white power, which gave him a coating on top of his skin, started to fade away. It was slowly revealing his natural skin from before. All of his power, it was disappearing. The power is part of your body, right? "So I just needed to insert my power inside you, and it looks like it's done the trick," Russ stated. Perhaps if he didn't have both swords, it wouldn't have been enough power, nor would the strike have been strong enough to pierce through Luz's body. So he was thankful for this. With the intervention of Mundus and his weapon, the fight had drastically changed, and if it wasn't for that, then all three of them would have been killed. "Peter, I'll let you do the honors," Russ said, as he held onto the swords firmly, not taking them out of the body. If he did, then his powers would come back. Immediately, teleporting slightly above with the Bone Claw was Peter, who had been dropped. His two head tails had combined into one, forming a type of giant axe behind him. "All of the power I've gained, all of the strength from the changes in my body, all of my chi, and all of the celestial energy that Quinn gave me. I'll finish it off right here with you." Peter screamed inside of his head as his head tail went down. It sliced down the center of Luz, going through and in between the two swords in Luz's body. When it hit the ground, the whole area was shaking along with the rubble, and Peter had also fallen to the ground, collapsing. He had put all of his strength into the attack, so much so that he had even forgotten about standing back up. He was just using the whole momentum of his body with everything he had. He had face-planted the ground. When he looked up, though, he could see the two swords had been taken out, and Luz's body had split apart and fallen flat on the ground. Over. Hickle's mouth was left wide open as he rushed over to the others, his arms still no longer there. He had tripped, more exhausted than he had realized, but came right over to see the two of them there. Russ's body was already reverting back to normal. Perhaps he could have only kept up the Black Swordsman's form for a few seconds more, if that. For the group, rarely did they fight together. They had always fought tough battles on their own and overcame whatever they faced. But it took everything all of them had, radical changes to their body, every ounce of power in their bones, and they had finally done it. They had defeated the Demon King. It was now one less problem for them to deal with. The sound of footsteps was heard coming from their side, though, and when they looked at the creature in front of them, one that didn't quite look human, they realized that their problems perhaps weren't over. "I think you have something in your hands that belongs to me," Mundus said while his hand was held out. "While I'm at it, you can hand me the black sword as well. It's a bit too dangerous to be in the hands of others." Russ looked up at the man. He didn't want to hand over any of the weapons, but his condition and Mundus were in two different states. A fight against him would be impossible and would just bring them all to his death. A weapon wasn't worth fighting over. "You don't need to hand me over the black sword now," Mundus said. "It will disrupt my powers, but I am just informing you that I will be back for it." A large surge of energy was felt shifting through them all. The red mist was vibrating, and it was all moving away from where they were. The red space, it was clearing up as all of the energy was moving away. They looked in the direction of where the power was coming from. "It's Quinn and Immortui. The two of them, they must be fighting." Peter immediately got up and went to run forward, but Mundus pushed him back down with his hand on his chest, sending him back to the floor. "What are you doing?" "I thought you were here to help Quinn," Peter shouted. "Did I say that?" Mundus asked. Chapter 25:14. Mundus' Confidence. A simple, effortless push from Mundus' hand had caused Peter to fall back onto the ground. It showed the group one of two things. Either they had truly exerted that much energy in their fight against Luce, or Mundus was just that much stronger than them. However, either of those things led to the same result, so it didn't matter much anyway. "You asked about Quinn earlier," Hickle said. "Which means you must know he's here, and someone as strong as you has to be able to feel what's going on right now. You should know exactly where he is. So, why are you stopping us from getting to him?" The red mist, the blood that was flowing through the air. Every single life form would have been able to feel the large amount of power that was gathering on the planet. "Firstly, you should be thanking me," Mundus explained. "I've saved your life not once, but twice now by stopping you guys from doing something stupid and thinking that you can help Quinn. Look at your state. If you went there, you would only serve as a distraction for him and a tool Immortui could use to get to him. I don't know how many times you people have dealt with him, but he is one who is happy to use anyone to get his way." Hickle stopped to look at himself for a moment and noticed that Mundus was right. Hickle didn't even have his arms anymore. The only thing he could do was attempt to run in and cause a large explosion, and they had seen how well that had worked out against Luce. It was likely to produce even less of a result this time than on top of that. "Let me make this clear. I am not on your side. I decided to help you because I saw an opportunity to get rid of a rather large headache. As a thank you, I decided to help you, but I will not let you get in my way of what I have come here to do," Mundus claimed. "And what is it? Because if it's to get rid of Quinn, then me and you're going to have to go at it." Peter shouted from the ground, his legs still too little weak for him to stand up. "I have come here for one reason only, and that is to stop Immortui from escaping the red space and heading out to the golden space," Mundus explained. "I made a deal with Quinn that the Celestials wouldn't get involved in the matter of Earth. Unfortunately, it looks like one of the Ancient Ones has taken it into his own hands, but as long as the matter is resolved, everything should turn out okay. Only the main issue is Quinn himself. He has the power to break through and create a link into the golden space. Depending on the amount of time life forms spend in a certain space, there is a part of them that still lingers there and is connected. With the massive amount of power Quinn has and the link he has, Immortui can use him to open a portal to the other side." This was the rejection that Quinn had experienced when he came into the red space that shot him all over the place. The others had a strange feeling in their bodies ever since coming here, but thought it might have been due to the red mist that was around them. "Then shouldn't you help him?" Hickle asked. "If you helped Quinn to defeat Immortui, then that would solve the problem, right?" A small smile appeared on Mundus' face hearing this. If Quinn did manage to defeat Immortui, it would mean he would have power as great as the Ancient Ones. Truthfully, even Mundus was here secretly away from the other Ancient Ones. He wanted to keep his word, keep his position with the Ancient Ones, and also stop them from learning about the Godslayer armor. But maybe this was all too much for Mundus to ask for. The easiest thing to do and the best thing to do are sometimes two completely different answers. If I just wanted to stop Immortui, then I would have attempted to get rid of Quinn. With him gone, there would be less of a chance of him coming over. Although Mundus said this, he thought it was next to impossible. Quinn had defeated the most troublesome God-slayers there were out there. With their armor, he was even stronger. Mundus couldn't defeat Quinn if he wanted to, he knew that, and it was the same as Immortui. Then what are you going to do? Peter slammed the ground. It was painful for him. knowing that with each passing moment Quinn was fighting against a Mortui on his own again. He had already lost once, and they still needed the blood of 2 more Demon Kings. What do you think? Isn't it the most obvious answer? I need to just wait to see the outcome of this fight, Mundus replied. If Quinn is able to best a Mortui, then all will be well, but if there is a chance, and it looks like he's going to lose, then I will finish him myself. In order to protect the golden space. Quinn would understand. In a way, it felt like Mundus was supporting Quinn. He was doing it in a way where he would remain neutral and was hoping that he could finish this. Although he wanted to hide the result and hide Quinn's power from the Ancient Ones in order to keep his promise, it looked like after the events of today, it was impossible, and out of Quinn or a Mortui being kept alive, at least Mundus knew who he preferred. Alright, we won't go help Quinn, but there is something we need to do then, Hickel said from one side of the planet. Large waves of aura were bursting through their bodies. They could feel an intense reaction that was telling them to get away as far as possible. Equally, on another side, large shock waves of wind were blowing out with several large bangs and explosions. It was clear that another giant-scale battle was happening, and Hickel feared that it was Edvard, Chris, and the champions. I already protected you from death once. My debt has already been paid, Mundus claimed. If you wish to go ahead and go elsewhere away from Quinn, then that is down to you. As quickly as he came, Mundus had left, leaving them the choice of what to do. However, Mundus was heading to another particular location, not where Quinn was, nor where Chris and Anzoku were fighting. Instead, he had entered a cave, where a faint breath could be heard. A blonde-haired man was holding his stomach with his back up against the wall. You're dying, Mundus said. Chapter 25:15. Quinn's Eternal Struggle. Each time Quinn's blood aura struck against a Mortui's red mist energy, the entire sky would be painted in a thick veil of red. The ground would shake, and a shockwave of power would end up spreading through all of the land in sight. Continuous clashes of their powers were hitting each other, and the attacks weren't slowing down. They were just getting faster and faster, destroying more of the energy around them. That was until a Mortui decided to change up his strategy with his attacks. He raised his hand, and a colorless ball started to form around it. Almost immediately, a shadow portal had opened behind him, and coming straight out of it was Quinn with 6 arms by his side. Having activated the Azura Gauntlet's active skill, although it looked slightly different compared to before. 2 of the arms were completely covered in condensed shadow, giving them a dark purple color. Landing in front of a Mortui, 2 of Quinn's regular hands grabbed his wrists. Meanwhile, his normal hands, gathered with a vampire aura and covered in the blood shadow, proceeded to punch a Mortui in the stomach one after the other. The blows lifted a Mortui off the ground, but the other hands held him down, making sure he wouldn't fly away. Punch after punch was delivered with aura seeping out through his body behind. I have to strike him before he can use his colorless ability, Quinn thought. I have to utilize the shadow with the rest of the skills I learned, the training and information from the champions, and what Sil told me. The 2 serpents above a Mortui's shoulders started to open their mouths, gathering the red energy. Both of them were pointed at Quinn. As the beam attack left their jaws, Quinn immediately used the shadow-covered Azura hands to block the attack. The beam was shifting the arms, but the power wasn't getting through. You can thank Sil for letting me know about them. Did you really think after our last fight, I would have learned nothing? Lifting up his leg, a Mortui struck Quinn right on his side, crashing into him, grunting through the pain, and with the armor taking most of the hits, Quinn continued to throw out his punches. Thanks to the blood shadow, they were having double the effect as well. You are quite naive, a Mortui said, as he went for another kick, but this time on the edge of his foot. He had a ball of colorless energy. Immediately, Quinn used the shadow travel, sinking into the ground and letting go. The foot missed, going right over where Quinn was, and the colorless ball of energy had left his foot. It continued to travel through the air until it exploded, making a large area colorless for a few moments before disappearing. With the shadow travel, Quinn had distanced himself from a Mortui. Sil was right. He can use the colorless ability out of his body. But it looks like if he wants to spread out its power, he can still only do so from his hands. The balls of energy, although having the same effect, disappear after a while. A red mist portal appeared above Quinn's head, and immediately, a giant fist of power came down attempting to crush Quinn. He moved out of the way, running to the side, but several giant fists continued to follow him, crushing the ground beneath where he once was. While running, Quinn didn't stop his attacks. He continued to throw out the Azura hands, throwing out all types of different blood fists to hit him. They were crashing into a Mortui's body, distracting him from using his power, but didn't appear to do any significant damage. This is okay. I can just injure him a bit at a time. I don't need to rush things. With the limitless effect of the armor, I can keep on going. It doesn't matter if it takes 1 hour or 100 days. I will continue to chip at him until he's completely defeated. Tapping his boots, 2 clones of Quinn were made with a cloud of smoke. They went to 2 different sides and continued to throw out the blood fists. They didn't have 6 arms like that of Quinn, but still, with more attacks all heading the same way, Immortui was getting bombarded with attacks left, right, and center. Seeing this, Immortui was getting fed up. He placed both of his arms close to his chest. They were shaking with power as the mist condensed, then opening it up, he threw his arms out, and a ring of energy went out from his body, filling the entire area, just like the shockwaves from before. Shadow Lock. Each of the Quinns had disappeared in that moment, though, and when the aura passed, all 3 had popped out of the shadow. The timing, the strength. I will use everything I have to get rid of him. I can't lose again. I can't this time. I have to focus. I can't make a mistake. Quinn ran across at great speed ahead. He could see the serpent was wrapping around Immortui's hand. Leaping up in the air, all of the clones leaped up in the air. Their legs were condensed with the blood energy that was still swirling around the entire area. Then, spinning their bodies and using the air steps, they pushed forward, and a large kick landed on different sections of Immortui's body. One landing on the head, the stomach, and the bottom of his legs. The attack was as powerful as the one that Quinn had used to get rid of the divine beings, but Immortui just stood there in place, with his strange armor having covered his entire body from his legs. You are a real fool. I had more trouble dealing with your friend from before. The only thing you are useful for is your power, Immortui stated. Immortui threw out his fist, and Quinn was expecting the serpent strike that Immortui could produce, one of the most powerful attacks he had. This was the most important thing Quinn had to look out for. Rushing to the side, he believed he had avoided it, but it wasn't the same attack. Out from Immortui's hand, a large red fist, like it was his own, had come out, and it extended, stretching as if it had a physical form. It latched onto Quinn's entire body and lifted him in the air, slamming him on the ground. Then the red mist portals opened up above Quinn, not just one, but 4 of them. Out from above him, several large red fists continued to pound the area where Quinn was on the ground one after the other. It hit him again and again, pounding him in one place. The armor was taking the brunt of the attacks, but it was hurting Quinn as he was being suffocated from the punches, until the shadow condensed above him, and it started to push up against the fists. It wasn't just the shadow, but the blood energy started to form a barrier and was pushing up against the fists. The fists continued to hit, but they were being blocked by the shadow, as Quinn got to his feet. Pressing the side of his mask, it opened up a little at the front, and he spat out his blood on the ground. Come on, is that all you got? Were you going to take out the Celestials with that? Quinn shouted. Chapter 25:16. The Last Hope Gone. With all of the massive amounts of blood that was being spilt in the red space, Quinn was feeling stronger than he ever had before. The massive amount of blood aura he could control and condense down was at a level he had never experienced before. His shadow was at the strongest it had been, but he was unable to make his shadow stronger like he could do his blood aura. Quinn's shadow shouldn't have been able to block Immortui's attacks, yet he was able to. This was all because of the blood shadow. Using more blood, and mixing it with the shadow in turn was making a stronger blood shadow. Blood aura with properties of the shadow, allowing him to stop Immortui's strikes, and with that in mind, Quinn had come up with an idea. Throwing both of his arms up, a force of blood shadow was unleashed, pushing all of the giant red fists of mist away. 4 of the Azura arms were being used to constantly throw out blood fists, striking Immortui non-stop. The clones had stepped in, but with a swing of his fists, Immortui struck one on the head, killing it on the spot, and with the other, a serpent over his shoulder snapped out faster than the clone could react, getting rid of AT first. I thought this was a bit of fun, Immortui said. But now, this is seriously getting annoying. Placing both of his palms together, Quinn spread them out, and had formed something. It grew in size and was the same color as the shadow blood, with a dark red coating around it. Now in Quinn's hands was a large scythe. Pressing the side of his Godslayer mask, the lightning attribute was activated, and the entire thing was sparking with red lightning blood aura coming off the scythe. It shocked the ground, destroying it as it hit the floor, and was constantly hitting the ground around the area, destroying everything, even striking the air, getting rid of large pockets of the red mist that were swirling around. Quinn dashed forward, and swung the scythe by his side. He was still several meters away from Immortui, and it didn't look like the scythe would hit him. When it swung out, it started to extend. Lifting his arm, Immortui blocked the strike, and his whole body slid across the ground. As the scythe was touching his skin, it continued to shock him bit by bit, and from the look on his face, the attack was actually somewhat hurting him. The serpent spit down on the scythe from his shoulder, and then with his other hand free, Immortui held onto the edge of the scythe. His colorless ability activated in his hand, and started to grow. The blood fists continued to crash into his body, making the colorless power fade in each time, but he had already done what needed to be done, taking part of the energy out from the strike. He swung the scythe to the side, pushing it away. Immortui then leapt up in the air, and as he did, a mist platform landed under his feet. You annoying little rat, Immortui screamed, lifting the blood shadow scythe behind his head. It started to grow in size behind Quinn. It was extended, growing large, and power was swirling around it from all over. Immortui, on the other hand, was moving his hands at a rapid speed, and several of the mist portals started to open around Quinn. They had surrounded him in a circle. You have made a big mistake. I truly wanted you to join my side, but now you leave me no choice. There is no second chance. Immortui stated. Out from the portals, several large giant red mist fists went out. All of them at the same time had crashed into Quinn, hitting him at once with an attempt to crush him. With what power Quinn had, he attempted to block it with shadow, but the power still seeped through and bashed into him. His insides felt like they were twisting and turning, but he still had gathered power into the giant blood shadow scythe. He swung it with all of his might, forcing the chi in his body to move his muscles and do the work. The large scythe was swung down, and from above Immortui could see it approaching him. Turning his body into the strange red mist, Immortui soon appeared directly above the scythe, and the two serpents started to wrap around his arms. You never stood a chance against me, Quinn. I was trying to show you every step of the way. No matter what power you have, no matter what you did, I could best you. I thought you would see the way in the middle of this fight, but you just kept on going. Immortui threw both of his hands out, aiming right for Quinn. The several fists had him pinned. Shadow Lock. Quinn attempted to use his Shadow Lock skill, but it wasn't working as quickly as it did before. The shadow crossed his back, and he was wondering why that was. When he looked around him, he could see that the color had faded. When did he? The large strike from above, unleashed by Immortui, covered all of Quinn's body. It had hit him, destroying every part of him. Mundus, who was far off in the distance, had been paying attention and was looking out at the scene.
No.
I have to do something, Mundus thought. He tried to get up from where he was and push himself forward, but the erupting power from Immortui had pushed him back. Even with his body covered with celestial energy, Mundus, or anyone else or any creature, was unable to approach. The large-scale attack continued to hit Quinn, and the power was seeping out sideways, covering the entire area. From a distance, no one could even see what was going on, but Quinn knew. His armor was being ripped to pieces once more, and the system screen had come up once again. Your armor has been destroyed. Armor is currently being repaired. When the attack faded, Quinn was left on the ground lying on the scorched land. There was nothing but black around him. His skin looked to have been melted off his body. Parts of his arm melted into his skin as well. He tried to move the muscles in his body, but it felt impossible to do anything. The swirling blood power that was constantly heading toward the planet had stopped as well. Landing by his side, Immortui walked over to where Quinn was. He could see that the life, it was already fading from his eyes. You are certainly a strong one. Even the Celestials would have struggled with taking a double serpent strike head-on and be in as good of a state as you are. You have been through a lot. Immortui then lifted Quinn up by his neck. His limbs fell to his side, and there was no struggle at all. The life had gone from his eyes already, a body that hasn't disappeared into ashes. You certainly are a strange one. You who were born from me, we could have ruled everything together. Immortui shoved his fist right through Quinn's chest, reaching the other side. A large hole had appeared, and in Immortui's hand, there was what vampires left behind after their death. It was proof that Quinn had already died. Even though his body was still present, it was his blood crystal. Chapter 25:17. Anzoku, a true demon. In the first battle against Immortui, Quinn had been placed in a difficult situation. For one, he had just gone against one of the other demon kings. During his fight, he had been affected by the red mist energy when the other demon king had transformed into its demon form. Because of this, the armor that Quinn had worn had broken. It left him in an extremely difficult situation as he faced Immortui. As for the second battle, he was a lot more prepared. The armor had recovered itself, giving him more power and versatility in his skills. He had been learning from the champions who had faced Immortui before, and even Syl had given him what advice he could from the battle he had with Immortui. Despite all of this, the battle in the end was still lost. He even had the strength of all of the blood that was currently being spilled in the red space. It just went to show how formidable a foe Immortui was. Unaware of what was happening to Quinn, there were those that were still fighting, with the hope that if they just got him the demon blood he needed, he had a chance at winning. It was all useless now. For the ones that were fighting, Chris had been in a predicament, where he was faced with a situation where he would have to go up against two demon kings on his own. Thankfully, he had a little support, and that came with the champions. With their help, Chris had thought he could do it. He could complete the task and take out Anzoku. But that thought had almost dashed out of his head when he saw what had happened next. With his large jaw, Anzoku had bitten Tenbris' head off. The demon king had died in an instant, but Anzoku didn't stop there. He was several times larger than Tenbris, the other demon king, and he continued to eat his body, taking him out in a few bites, crushing his body and swallowing him whole. Crap, this is not good.
Sure.
Tush shouted. This is really not good. Shinto knew a lot about the werewolves since he had worked with Anzoku in the pits for some time now, so he knew exactly what the result of this would be. Essentially, Anzoka had just eaten a demon king who was at the same level, if not higher, than him. The changes that would be going through his body were immense. Whalo. Anzoka lifted his head, and a deafening scream left his mouth. The whole floor was shaking. The Divine Brigade that were off in the distance, over the rest of the Yak City, were affected by the howl. They were struggling to fly and disoriented, crashing into buildings and falling onto the ground. It gave a chance for the remaining Yak demons and the werewolves to quickly take out the enemy in front of them. What do we do? Calva asked. With Tenbris eaten, there's no chance for us to take his blood? Maybe since he consumed Tenbris and his power has been added to his own, wouldn't it be fine if we just got Anzoka's blood? Shinto replied. We don't know how it works, but it's the only thing we can do. But rather than being concerned about whether or not we can get his blood, I think we should be more concerned about whether or not we can survive this. Pultra shouted. Chris had the same thought, which was why he was concentrating his power. He was already using the 4th stage of Qi and had backed off further away. He then sprinted forward, using all of the Qi in his body to give himself a run-up. His claws were low, dragging by his side and cutting the floor up. When in range, Chris lifted both of his claws, unleashing his energy. Through the air, 2 giant energy claws could be seen crossing each other in an X shape. Anzoka's eyes were glowing so brightly red it was emitting energy from his eyes, even onto the floor. He looked at the claw marks in the air and swung his own large arm. Instantly, the attack from Anzoka had crushed Chris' attack into nothing. The whole floor was torn to pieces behind them, and all of them were flying through the air, having next to nothing to stand on. The Yak City had giant markings through it where entire buildings had disappeared. From above, the city looked like it had been scratched with the hand of the giant. Getting up from one of the building's rubble, quite a distance away from where Anzoku was, the champions were wondering what had happened. They hadn't been hit directly by the attack, so was it just the force alone that had sent them so far? One by one, they got up from the rubble and looked at each other. I'm not sure it's going to be entirely possible to even get his blood, Shinto said. With the power he just displayed, are we sure that he's any weaker than Amorchui right now? Even Anzoku was thinking the same thing. He looked at his hand and the destruction he had caused. His face was uncontrollably smiling. This is the power I gained from eating the Demon Kings. It was something I should have done a long time ago. If I had eaten the others, I would age. Ave long surpassed Amorchui. Maybe if I eat that other werewolf, I will grow even further to the next stage. Back at the destroyed rubble buildings, the champions were trying to look for Chris, and eventually, they found him, a bit further along compared to the others, but that was because he had suffered a direct hit from one of the claws. Chris had physically pushed back, and as the attack was ripping his body apart, it was trying its best to heal, but as they looked down at him, they could see a large wound right across his chest in a diagonal shape. He was in a rough shape as the flesh of his muscle could be seen as well, and it looked almost as if Chris was struggling to breathe as well. Can you heal him? Calva asked, looking toward Pultra with her unique ability. I can speed up his own healing process, but I don't think it will be fast enough. I'm afraid we are useless in this situation. Perhaps the best thing we can do is take him out of here and attempt to run away. If Anzoka was that fast, they hated to think how quick he would be as well. Although Pultra suggested running away, it almost sounded like giving up. And, oh, Shinto said. There is one more option. Shinto walked over to Chris and knelt down by his side. Eat me and get strong enough to defeat him. Chapter 25:18. Eat me. The 2 champions that were standing by Shinto's side, they couldn't quite believe his proposal. It wasn't like them to be selfless in the first place. They were champions because even they had fought their own kind rising to the top. Although they didn't cause any trouble at the same time, they had cared enough about their own lives to work with him in one way or another. At least, that's what they thought of Shinto. Pultra and Calva had refused to join Amorchui, while Shinto had agreed to join, so they always thought that he was the one that cared more about his life than others, and yet here, he was sacrificing himself. How could you ask me to do that? Chris asked in a weak voice. I can't. I promise myself. Chris thought back to when he had been using the Qi Drain skill, when he had been taking the lives of others. After what happened then, he didn't want to do anything like that again. Even as a werewolf, even when he knew the key to getting stronger was by consuming those that were already powerful, Chris was reluctant to do it, but he had managed to convince himself that he was eating demons, he was eating the enemy, and it was for a greater cause, but the champions weren't his enemy. It would be going against his beliefs. Are you really going to be stubborn now? Shinto asked. If you don't eat me, then we all will die. Chris, you have to understand, it has been hard for me to continue on in the first place. This whole time, I've been feeling guilty. While I was a guard working at the pit, I had killed so many innocent Chrono, so many of my own kind, that I just wanted to escape. The reason I agreed to help was because I thought I could relieve some of that guilt. If we managed to get rid of them now, then it would mean I would have done something, but how could I carry on living while all of those that I killed are dead? The only thing that kept me going was the fact that my brother was out there somewhere alive, but now I know that's not true as well. Hearing Shinto speak, the other two understood how he must have felt. In a way, him deciding to help Immortui had made him do the most cruel things. While the two of them knew what was going on in the red space, they hadn't taken action with their own hands. Calva could have perhaps made a deal to save the Scullys by helping out the others, and Pultra knew that her powers were making something that Immortui would use to just kill more. Being involved, though, and directly killing with your own two hands were two completely different things. He's right, Calva said, as he turned his head. For some reason Anzoku seemed to be in some type of trance. He was looking at his own hand, just smiling at it in and out. It was unsettling to say the least. But if you eat Shinto, it won't be enough for you to take on Anzoku. You will need to eat all of us to stand a chance. Excuse me,
Pultra said.
Hearing that Calva was just offering her up like that. Come on, Pultra, you must also see that this is the only way. Calva explained. Even with our strength, if we were to attempt to fight by his side, we would be no help. The only way we can help is this way. Pultra didn't like it. She could see that this was the only way for them to get out of the situation they were in, but that would mean ending her own life. She had already spent a good section of her life trapped away and not experiencing everything she wanted to experience. The reason she had decided to fight back was for freedom, but if she lost her life, then freedom wouldn't even matter. She did care for her life, which was why it was hard for her to do as Calva suggested. You don't have to give that look, Chris said, pushing himself off the floor. The wound was finally closing. It had taken some time, but his werewolf body was recovering. Some of the blood had yet to dry up, and as he stood it was dripping down his chest. I don't plan to eat any of you. The goal is the goal. Before, I was still thinking about beating him. I know after taking that hit it's impossible, so I won't have to eat anyone. Before Chris could move forward, Shinto stood in front of him and drew out both of his axes. I'm sorry, I just don't see it that way. I will at least make this easier for you. Shinto lifted up his axe. He didn't activate the black flames, but he pressed it against his neck deeply and sliced it, making a large cut. His body fell to the floor, and it was now laying there, lifeless on the ground. The two champions stared at the body. They were waiting for it to move, waiting for the image that they saw in front of them to change. They had seen a lot of unbelievable things in their lifetime, but they had never seen anything like W. Had just occurred. He really killed himself. He actually went through with it? Calva said. Calva was serious when he had offered up his body as well, but he wasn't so sure if he could do what Shinto did, doing the deed like so, and so easily. Chris, you have to eat his body,
Pultra said.
I know it might not be right of me, because I didn't want to give up mine, but he took his life, to pass it on to you, so you could defeat Immortui. You can't waste that. Chris knew Pultra was right. He quickly went down to the body of Shinto. I will never forget your sacrifice, and I will carry your body inside of me, so you stay alive inside, and I'll make sure to complete the task. Knowing that they were in a rush for time, Chris picked up the body and started to chomp down as he transformed his mouth. His powerful jaws crushed through it. He swelled bit by bit and had eaten the body in seconds. It was an amazing sight to see, as one wouldn't know where the body went. But it was something the champions never thought they would see, a champion being eaten right in front of their very eyes. After finishing consuming the champion, just like when Chris had eaten the Demon King, he felt a surge of energy go through his whole body. The cells in his body were on fire. They were supercharged with strength, and something else seemed to be happening. When Chris went to look down at the palm of his red-furred hand, he could see black flames covering it. Chapter 25:19. Stick to the goal. Chris looked down at his hands. He was still in his stage for chi form, giving his fur a red appearance. It wasn't the only thing that was present. Black flames surrounded the outside of his hands. They were flowing as if active, yet he felt no pain in his hands at all. These flames, I've seen them before. They look exactly like the ones Shinto and Hinto both used, but why can I use them? After consuming Shinto's body, Chris felt re-energized as he normally did. A surge of power coursed through his entire body. On top of that, the large wound that was across his chest had healed up as well. In order to test out his newfound strength, he would usually clench his fist. It was a good indication of how much power he had gained because he could feel his own grip strength. Doing so, he had activated the black flames unconsciously. It was the first time such a thing had happened. Chris had gained new strength and new powers related to that of a werewolf, but it was the first time since consuming someone he had gained their powers, the special trait of the chrono, the black flames that only those at the pinnacle could reach. Shinto, I guess you really did pass on everything you had over to me, Chris thought. The other two champions, seeing this, were gaining new hope once again. They saw the new strength, and if they could pile their power onto Chris, it might just work. They readied themselves as they tried to come up with at least half the resolve that Shinto had. That was until they could hear our rumbling. Turning around, They could see the floor being ripped apart and a large tsunami wave of rocks heading their way. Anzoku was no longer mesmerized by his powers and had decided to strike again. The attack was fast and powerful, and it looked like this time it would hit the champions. Before the attack swept them, they felt both of their bodies being grabbed and lifted. When they could see again, they were looking at the side view of the attack, and Chris was by their side. Did he just pull us out of that attack in time? Just how fast is he? Calva thought. The trail of destruction was just as large as before as it tore through the city. It had surely taken out a chunk of allies and enemies that were still fighting behind them. You two stay alive, Chris said. We fight to save people, and originally, although I wanted to kill Anzoku, I know the goal is to only get his blood. With the strength I have now, I can do it. Before the others could say anything, Chris had already rushed forward. Anzoku could see this coming his way and swung his once again. The ground was getting torn up, but Chris continued forward. Since the attack was large and it emanated from the user's claw, it meant that there were large gaps as well. As the energy claw came towards Chris, he jumped up and created a chi platform by his feet at the side of it. Kicking himself off it, he boosted himself forward and swung a flurry of swipes at Anzoku. Unfazed by the small energy attacks, Anzoku used his own hands to block them all. They were clashing against his claws one after the other. As they did, small black flames appeared around him, and not only that, some were stuck to the outside fur on his hands. Looking at his own hands, it seemed like the flames weren't coming off them. What is this strange power? Anzoku thought. Through his claws, he could see a small werewolf coming his way. Immediately, Anzoku went to strike with his hand, but with Chris' speed, he was able to avoid it, and as he did, he swung his claws again several times. The strikes hit his legs. They hadn't done much damage, but part of the black flames appeared on his legs as well. I need the blood. I need to get a direct hit. I can't just wear him down. Chris pushed himself off a chi platform and spun his body. He was going in an attempt to rip off Anzoku's flesh, but in annoyance of not being able to hit Chris from before, he lifted his head and let out a large howl. Ahoy! Following the howl, swirling red energy pulsed out of Anzoku's body. As it hit Chris, it caused him to be pushed back, and his whole body skidded across the ground, tearing it up. All of this is just from the external energy from his body. Even after consuming Shinto, I'm still no match at all for him. In terms of power, the moment the energy blast was no longer affecting Chris, he got up from the ground and tried again. After Anzoku expended all of his energy out, he looked at the black flames that were spreading. Since his energy wasn't doing anything to get rid of them, there was only one thing he could do. With the sharp claws of his hand, he cut off parts of his flesh along with the fur and threw it onto the ground. The black flames stayed on the pieces of flesh, but in the place of the wounds that were on Anzoku's body, they had started to heal. Immediately after seeing this, Chris started to swing his claws rapidly, trying to hit Anzoku and change direction from one side to the other. Anzoku was avoiding the annoying hits and moved to the side, back and away. That's when the Demon King realized something, though. Chris hadn't gone after him. He wasn't rushing toward him. Instead, he was moving into the area where Anzoku had been not too long ago. As he rushed past the area Anzoku was before, he picked up the flesh and clenched it with his hand, getting rid of the flames. Then he looked for where Calva was along with Pultra. With his arm, he threw the piece of flesh in the air. It was going at an incredibly fast speed, but Calva, creating a bone out of his hand, stabbed it as it was in the air. This is Anzoku's flesh, Pultra said with disbelief. The flesh was stuck on the bone spear that Calva had made, and blood was dripping down it. Almost immediately, Pultra pulled out one of the flasks she had been given by the others, and the two started to strain the blood. Did Chris plan all of this after getting the power of the black flames? Pultra thought. In no way or form would anyone say that Chris would be able to defeat Anzoku. Even with the power of Shinto, it could be seen. Anzoku's body had healed so quickly after cutting off his own flesh, and his power was overwhelming. Even though Chris was able to annoy Anzoku like a little fly, eventually, he would be squatted and overwhelmed, but the Demon Kings and even Amorchui had no idea that their goal was just the blood, and they had now achieved that. With Tenbris being a part of Anzoku, the group had managed to get all 5 of the Demon King's blood. The question was, now how would they get out of this situation? You're starting to look even more delicious. Anzoku licked his lips. Chapter 25-20. All the Demon King's blood. The Demon King Anzoku was at his strongest he had ever been. Over the time he had spent in the red space, he was one of the Demon Kings who was obsessed with growing his power. The creation of the pit, making stronger inhabitants so he could feast on them, never ceased because his hunger never stopped either. Now, after eating one of the other Demon Kings, he had grown in strength by another leap. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone, and yet, if he consumed the werewolf in front of him, he was sure he would grow even more. The red mist around him was unsettled as he thought about all of these things. Crap. Chris tightened his fist and didn't dare look away from Anzoku. The moment he did, he felt like the Demon King would pounce on him. We've managed to achieve the goal, but it's useless if we see and get the blood to Quinn. How are we going to survive this whole thing? Chris had only had a few interactions with Anzoku, which made it even more frightening. His strength was still far below Anzoku's. It was only thanks to his superior speed that he was able to survive so far. And it was only thanks to Shinto that they had gotten the blood they needed as well. Chris had decided the best thing for him to do right now is to react. So, he was waiting for Anzoku to make the next move. The red space was swirling around him, but it was doing so in a strange way. It was creating a type of whirlpool in the air right next to his ear. Then, out of the red whirlpool, a mouth appeared. It was red in color, made out of the mist's energy. It stretched out, reaching Anzoku, and started to whisper away. The smile that revealed Anzoku's teeth almost instantly went away along with the glow in his eyes. Instead of being in a leaning forward position like he was ready to strike at any moment, he then stood up with his back straight. The red mist disappeared along with the lips as well as the heavy tension that filled the air. It looks like my calling has come, and I have bigger things to deal with. Whether you guys survive what is about to happen is down to you, Inosuke said, as if the words were directed toward the champions and Chris. The Demon King soon bent his legs, and he leapt up in the air, disappearing out of sight. Moments later, the whole area shook forcefully. They couldn't see him land, but they could feel his power even now. What just happened? Did Anzoku just leave like that? Calva said, somewhat relieved. He had already counted his last moments at least 10 times during the fight, and now he felt great relief. I don't understand it myself, Chris said to the others. But it looks like we managed to survive. Chris transformed back into his human self. His body was exhausted in more ways than one. Although he gained newfound strength and stamina through eating Shinto, everything that happened was exhausting on his mind, and his chi didn't get replenished either. He had used next to everything he had. He still had the strength of his body to rely on, though, if they were needed. What they needed to do was take this chance and get out of here. It looks like you had quite the fight here. A voice shouted out. The champions turned, along with Chris, and they were surprised to see that a reunion was occurring. Russ, Peter, Hickel, and Edvard were making their way over. However, Edvard was coming from a different direction compared to the others. He had come from the Yak City. He had been watching the fight so far, but he fully knew he was unable to do anything with the state his body was in. So Edvard just stayed back, getting close as he could, waiting for the result, the outcome of it all. It seems that you ran into quite a bit of trouble, Edvard said. Looking at Hickel's arms, it also looks like you can barely stand yourself, Hickel replied. I guess this was a bit too much for us, but we managed to do our best. We helped where we could, old friend. That's what we always try to do. Edvard smiled and pulled out the flask. He had the blood of the Yak King in his possession. What happened to Luce? Pultra asked. We had some unexpected help, Hickel replied. But Luce is no longer alive, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. We had already given Quinn the blood, though. What about you? What about the other champions? Their heads sunk into their chests for a moment when the question was asked, but Chris decided to speak up. Shinto gave his life, and in turn, we managed to get the blood of Anzoku. He's still alive, but he left this area for some reason. There's one thing that I'm not so sure about, though, whether or not this will count as 2 of the Demon King's blood. Point 2. Peter replied. The situation was explained as to what had occurred. They understood Chris' reasoning and his worry, but there was nothing they could do about it now. We can't worry about that werewolf, Peter said. If we have all of the demon blood, then we need to get it over to Quinn now. The energy I could feel on the planet before, I can't feel it now, and it's worrying me a little. The entire group knew what Peter was talking about. It would be impossible not to, because every single living thing on the planet could feel it. There was even a tingling sensation in their bodies, as the blood was trying to pull them to where Quinn was currently, but it had all stopped. Agreed, let's get this blood to Quinn and finish off Immortui. Hickel exclaimed. There was a confident nod on all of their faces, unaware of what had actually happened. Just before they set off, all of them could feel a rumbling beneath the ground as well. It wasn't short, it was a consistent sense of rumbling. When looking up in the sky, they could see the large ships covered in a strange black hardened material, crafted by the demon yaks, rising in the air. Not only were they rising in the air from the production facility, but also from the Yak City, where the other demons had joined and landed. Fights were still taking place as the ships moved, but as if determined or forced by some sort of will, they were all moving in the air, and they were heading in a certain direction. That's the same area where we were training Quinn as well. What is happening right now? Pultra wondered. Chapter 25-21, Red Space to Golden Space. The fist of Immortui had gone right through Quinn's chest, and the blood crystal was now in his hand. Just from touching the outside, Immortui could feel the energy from within. His hands were slightly shaking. This power, it's power that has been cultivated for an incredibly long time. You must have been through a lot to have gotten so strong in such a short amount of time. It is a shame that your journey ended here. When Immortui's arm was pulled out, the lifeless body of Quinn fell to the floor. Blood was dripping from the hole in his chest, soaking the ground beneath it, and his eyes showed no sign of life. As a god closely connected between life and death, he knew for sure that Quinn had perished, and he was no longer something to worry about. However, having followed the race of vampires, a creation that he had made, he did know one thing. Original vampires, the first creations of Immortui, when they were to perish, their bodies usually turned into ash. Yet, even though a few moments had passed, Quinn's body still hadn't done so. The armor that was on Quinn's body, Immortui could sense that it was powerful, and even though it was mostly destroyed with shards and more practically embedded into Quinn's body, it still had a sense of power. But what could armor do if the person who was wearing it was dead? It was useless, and Immortui was far more focused on the goal he had been waiting for a long time. The connection of the crystal is strong with the golden space, and the power of the crystal is something that is similar to my own. A bloodstone is a complicated object. It's not just a simple stone that stores the vampire's powers. It has more than just that. Immortui thought as he started to gather the red mist around the crystal. He slowly started to pull his hands, and the red mist connected with the crystal. It was vibrating in place as Immortui pulled his hands further and further. More of the red mist started to gather, and the crystal was beginning to light up. Just a little ahead of where the crystal was, the red mist was forming a relatively large circle, and inside that circle, patterns, shapes, along with strange writing, were forming. It looked similar to the magic circles that Agent 4 was able to draw up. In your last moments before death, you would have had a strong emotion, a thought in your mind of a particular place. Those strong emotions would have spread through your body, and even kept in the bloodstone. Wherever this bloodstone opens will be the place that you thought of in that moment. I guess the one saving grace is that you won't see the ones you care about the most die in front of your eyes. Immortui moved his hands away, and the crystal was being held up by his strange red power as it started to glow further. A beam came out from the crystal and hit the magic circle mist formation. The moment it connected, the mist started to glow bright red as well, and all merged into one large image. Finally, the energy from the bloodstone was being used, and it was breaking through, creating a portal from one world into the next. Moments later, from above, a small object was seen getting larger by the second. It then crash-landed by Immortui's side and shook the ground beneath them. "Oh, so it looks like you finally achieved it. We are finally moving forward," Anzoka said. "I got your message, but I thought it might have been a trap." The Demon King Anzoko had stopped his fight, as a message had been delivered to him, and not just him, but the rest of the demons as well. The portal. It is. And strong enough for us to go through just yet. If we try now, our bodies will just get rejected, but as for the other demons, they will be able to make it. Immortui explained, "Don't worry. The fleets are already on their way. I will let my army of werewolves head in first," Anzoka replied, and started to look around the place. He could see the dead body that was on the ground, but he was wondering about something else. "Where are the other demon kings? Where is Luce and Bisha?" Anzoko asked. "You're not going to ask about Tenbris?" Immortui said, giving Anzoka the side eye. It was as if he already knew what had happened. "All of them are dead. You and I are the only two left, but it's all we need to take charge and get rid of the Celestials. We accomplished this, and you can have and do whatever you wish." Anzoka seemed unfazed by it all, and in the distance, they could see the large fleet of ships moving their way. The Divine Brigade were still annoyingly fighting with their forces, but Immortui didn't care. In his mind, the war had just started sooner than he thought. When they went to the golden space, it would be a free-for-all, as he knew the divine beings targeted anything on sight. "That body, it still has power left in it," Anzoka said. "Do you mind if I eat it?" Although the bloodstone was no longer with Quinn, there was still a strong energy left in the cells of his body. Anzoka was already imagining just what stage he would get at. Would eating this body on the ground be the same as if he was to eat that werewolf from before? "Sure. Go ahead," Immortui stated, as he waited patiently for the other demons to arrive and the portal to open. He had been waiting so long for this moment, and now it was just a little longer. Anzoka came close to Quinn's body, and when he went to snatch it with his hand, a blonde-haired figure appeared right in front of him. Immediately, it was covered in large blue lightning all over his body. "Don't touch him," Syl shouted at the top of his lungs. Lightning struck from his body constantly, rapidly firing out and hitting Anzoku. It sent a weird, tingling sensation through his body. It didn't do much damage but had frozen him in place. "You again, how are you still alive?" Immortui shouted as he saw who it was. Syl immediately grabbed Quinn's body, and as quickly as he had arrived, he had disappeared. "Damn it. Damn it," Anzoka screamed, and the ground beneath his feet started to crack. He had recently gained a large increase in strength, and he was still feeling a high of that power gain. He wanted more, and desperately don't worry about them. He was already dead, and the others should be close to it anyway. Immortui calmed Anzoku. "We have to focus on bigger enemies." Chapter 25-22, An Invasion of the Past. After the last attack on the vampire settlement and getting no further information on Quinn, Mukka, Xander, and Layla had decided to put some defensive measures in place. Although the previous attack had happened from within Samaho, there was no harm in increasing their defenses. The wandering guards that patrolled the settlement had their numbers increased, and each of them was given a communication crystal. It would amplify their voices, and the message would then be relayed to certain towers that had been built in the settlement. These towers served two purposes. One was as a repeater. If a message was received from the transmitting crystal, it would play it out loud for everyone to hear and spread it until it reached another tower. At the same time, vampires were stationed on the towers, keeping watch over the settlement and its surroundings. Then there were the settlement walls. They had been upgraded with new materials, making them stronger and more reinforced compared to before. The materials had been donated by the Greylash planets, and with Logan's help, automated defenses had been placed in the wall. The walls had several cannons and ballistae that worked using crystals. They were cleverly designed because, once a target type had been designated, they would use facial recognition to distinguish between friend and foe. Additionally, the face of every vampire in the settlement had been scanned. The cannons would never fire at someone who was in the system. They could also be manually operated, but that would defeat the purpose of the automated system. Both Mukka and Layla were walking around the settlement, reviewing all the changes that were being made. It still isn't as strong or good as when Quinn was able to control the place with his system, Layla commented. Those were some crazy times, Mukka replied. But the vampires are stronger than they were back then. They weren't able to put up a fight before, but we can now. And besides, perhaps we are worrying too much. Nothing has even happened. When Quinn had the system, he was able to upgrade the entire settlement when he became king. He changed the walls, created towers, and even introduced golems. It was quite an impressive feat. He had lost all those abilities when he turned into a celestial vampire, and when the settlement itself was moved. Layla had the idea to improve the settlement based on what had been used back then. You are right. We've decided to start up the school again, and still, no incident has occurred. It was just so random. Right after that strange being appeared along with the others, I just thought that something big might be happening, and without that sword, I can't help but feel nervous. The two were walking toward the front gate, where they could see several vampires stationed there. The wall looked completely different compared to before, made out of metal sheets and curved inwards. Around the back, there were platforms for vampires to stand on. A vampire ran up to them, bowing down. When he lifted his head, he was suddenly taken aback. Welcome? Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as he looked at something appearing next to the settlement. It wasn't directly above the set Clement, but off to the side. As Mukka and Layla turned to look, they could see it as well. In the sky, there was a giant red portal. It was swirling, and a strange mist was escaping from it, turning the entire dark sky red. All the vampires in the settlement were drawn to what was happening, pointing their fingers. Prepare for combat. Layla shouted immediately. The vampires quickly picked up their transmitting crystals and shouted the words into them. Soon, throughout the settlement, the words "prepare for combat" were being spread to every corner. They hadn't seen anything come out of the portal, and it could well have been Quinn and the others, but Layla wasn't going to be hopeful. After the portal opened up, a large black vessel could be seen coming through from its tip. It was enormous, casting a shadow over part of the settlement. On board the vessel, there were countless divine beings that Layla and the others had seen before, but it wasn't just them either. It was clear that they were fighting against something. Soon, from the vessel, a number of creatures started to drop down into the settlement. The turrets immediately opened fire. Most of the creatures had fallen outside of the wall, but they had immediately gotten up and started running straight for the settlement walls. They were running on all fours, and when they got close to the wall, they leaped right up in the air. A blood swipe was swung toward one of them, hitting the creature's chest but doing next to nothing. The creature landed on top of the vampire and began to bite down on its neck. Several more of the creatures were scaling the walls, and a grand battle began. Soon, Mukka could see exactly what creatures were coming toward them. It's werewolves.
How?
I thought they were extinct. Mukka shouted. What is happening? The vampire guards continued to draw their weapons and use their abilities as they battled with the werewolves. For many of the vampires, it was their first time facing enemies as fast and strong as these creatures. Instead, they had to focus on using their blood aura to attack from a distance. Without their strength, it was difficult to severely injure the werewolves. Especially these ones. Having been raised by Unzoku, they were far stronger than the werewolves of the past. When the blood aura would hit their bodies, it did next to nothing. At least a group of 10 vampires or even more would have to be used to deal with one werewolf, and yet, the vampires didn't outnumber them. There were many. The only saving grace was the divine beings that were attacking them still. Layla pulled out her bow from her back, gathered her chi, and started firing arrows. They hit some of the werewolves right in their mouths and claws before they could bite down on some of the other vampires. Does that really matter right now? What matters is that we need to do everything we can to defend ourselves. Layla shouted. She was, of course, worried about Minnie, but she knew that Minnie was strong. If anything, she would be the one protecting the school because it was quite clear that each one of these werewolves was deadly strong as well. Mukka, having snapped out of her daze, shook her head. You're right. This is an old enemy of the past, one that nearly drove us to extinction. We won't be able to win this battle if we don't act appropriately. Mukka stood up and pulled out her transmitter device. Wake up all of the vampires in eternal slumber. Everyone must fight for the survival of the vampires. Chapter 25-23. Wake them all up. The fight from above the vampire settlement was intense. Buildings were being destroyed as a werewolf grabbed onto the body of a vampire and hurled him those several buildings. Almost immediately, several vampires from above attacked with blood swipes hitting the werewolf, while another came with a sword and stabbed it right through its stomach. However, the werewolf was still standing and strong. Opening its large mouth, it bit down on the vampire. The general public, those that weren't guards, knew they had to get involved. There was no running to safety. Every single person would need to do their part if they were to get rid of the enemies. When the werewolf was done eating what was in front of it, it was ready to charge in next to another vampire until it was blasted by a black energy. It was badly hurt. A hole had appeared through its stomach, but shortly after, and a black spear had gone right through the werewolf's head, killing it on the spot. Did that thing just kill the werewolf? Does that mean it's on our side? The vampires wondered. The being was large in size, around 3 humans standing on top of each other. It had dark wings on its back and dark spear in its hand. No, that thing, it was what appeared at the event. The vampires had realized a little too late. When it turned around, it pointed its spear towards them and fired out a large beam of black energy. As it hit their bodies, it left nothing behind, killing them on the spot. A 3-way battle was taking place. The divine beings attacking everything they could see, the vampires defending themselves as best as they could, and the werewolves taking out the vampires and the divine beings that were on their tail. The order had been received to wake up those in eternal slumber. The vampire knights of each of the current families were on the move. They were heading down below to the castles. Underground at IT was where all of the tombs were placed. In the search for the old vampire tombs, Mukka had managed to return most of them, but not all. She placed them back under the castles of those they had found. But still, vampires were growing older in the settlement over time, and even the vampires that lived in the Greylash planets or part of the vampire core would choose eternal slumber in the vampire settlement. Vampires who had grown tired of the world, and even the past leaders who people feared were working with the Morchui who had decided to go to sleep were in S. Lumbered as the knights entered the underground tombs, BYT the side, they placed their hands on the strange combination to the side. Soon part of the wall started to slide down, and smoke appeared from the bottom. Now in front of them were rows of tubes that contained different samples of blood. This was a system and creation that had been set up by Vincent. It took far too much time for them to find out which vampires belonged to which families and whether or not their blood was able to be used to wake up those in a slumber. A blood sample of every single person who went into slumber was made for this very occasion, when the settlement was in dire trouble, and it certainly looked like that. After getting the samples of blood, the vampires stood by the chambers pouring the blood down. The tombs started to swirl up out of the ground, opening up one by one. The vampires' eyes opened, wondering what was taking place, but could see many others in the same situation. There isn't much time to explain what is going on. The vampire knights shouted. Right now, the settlement is under attack, and it's by werewolves. There were confused looks on the vampires' faces. Some of them even chuckled, thinking that it might be some sort of prank, but when they listened closely, they could hear the panicked heartbeats of all the vampires inside, and the screams that were coming from above. We must protect the settlement, at all costs. A vampire shouted, stepping out of the chamber. On the surface, Layla was going toe-to-toe with one of the werewolves. She had pulled out her sword and redirected 2 of their slashes. She hit them away with her sword, flinging them to the side. With her other hand free, she had made a chi arrow and threw it forward, hitting the werewolf right in the arm. Another werewolf had appeared from the right, leaping in the air. Quickly, she opened her mouth wide and flames erupted, covering the werewolf. It didn't slow it down, but made it hard for it to see. She quickly rolled out of the way and switched to her bow, firing out several arrows at the werewolves. Right above them, she could see a pair of divine beings having chosen them as their target. Instead of continuing her attack, she had decided to continue going through the settlement, helping those she could. Her and Mukka had long split up. They couldn't focus their strength in one area, because there wasn't a single enemy that they needed to defeat. They were all absurdly strong. Xander has gone to try and communicate with the Greylash family and the Vampire Corps to see if they're dealing with the same issue. If it's only us, though, they will send in support, but I don't know how long we can last. Even if it was just the werewolves or the gold and dark beings, I don't think we will be able to make it out of this. Just what is going on, Quinn? Where are you? The school had only just restarted in the vampire settlement, and once again trouble had taken over all of the place. The children were too. LD all to evacuate to the large sports hall. Although everyone was expected to take up arms, this wasn't true of the children who were, for the most part, significantly weaker than the vampires. Why is this happening? Abby shouted as she was crying. It's okay. This stuff always seems to happen. But we don't have to worry. Toby declared. All of the children crying their eyes out would disagree, especially since the teachers were already battling it out. They were fighting, and broken walls, along with explosions, were constantly going off one after the other. The children flinched each time they heard this. It's okay, children. I will protect us, Miss Bedford declared. Right in front of her eyes, an explosion had occurred, rubble and dust were chucked in front of her, and on the ground a dead vampire laid there. Then walking through the rubble there was a beast covered in fur, with razor-sharp teeth. It was a werewolf. All of the children screamed in response to seeing the werewolf. Miss Bedford acted quickly as she threw out a blood swipe, but when the werewolf swung its arm it broke through the blood swipe like it was nothing. It's okay, Toby said again. We don't have to worry, because we have her. Jumping through like a red blur, transforming into a small little red vampire form, Minnie came out and struck the werewolf at full strength right in the head, sending it right back down the hallway. We don't have to worry, because we have one of the strongest vampires in the whole settlement protecting us, Toby said proudly. Chapter 25-24, Final Chance. A small flash inside a cave had appeared, and a blonde-haired figure held a curly dark-haired man in his arms. He softly placed him on the floor, and as he looked upon his face, tears couldn't stop from rolling down. Quinn, you can't be. It's impossible. You've never done this before. Answer me, Syl shouted as he shook the shoulder of his friend, but his eyes kept lingering down. Yes, they did. He looked upon the large hole in his chest. Even now touching him, Syl could tell he felt very cold, and he couldn't even sense a flicker of a heartbeat. You can't die before us. You can't, Syl shouted. You can't die when you were the one that saved all of our lives. We came here to help you, not to bury you, so get the fuck up, get up, get up, get up. Syl continued to shout at the top of his lungs. After getting Quinn from the middle of Anzoku and Immortui, he had returned to the cave. At the time, he wasn't able to get a proper look at Quinn, but seeing him on the ground, he feared the worst, and now seeing him like this, it appeared as if the worst had occurred. You attacked Anzoku when there was no need to, another voice said, bouncing off the cave walls. Syl wasn't alone in the cave, for Mundus had discovered him and had remained inside, watching the events. In truth, he had a plan. He just didn't realize how ridiculous his plan was. He was to snatch away the red crystal from Immortui if Quinn was to fail. He was a little slow in acting. He didn't know why himself. On reflection, perhaps he had put too much hope in Quinn winning the match. When he tried to intervene, the power that was emitting from the fight was too much for Mundus to handle. Then when the fight was over, Immortui hardly looked damaged at all, and he felt like Anzoku was even stronger than before. It was impossible to stop them, so he stayed here, but Syl had decided to act. He was going after Quinn. I had to stop him, Syl shouted back. But Quinn is dead, and you are alive, Mundus replied. I already explained to you. I restored your MC cells back to what they were, but that was a one-time thing. The colorless ability is still inside you. I can't remove it. Soon my power will weaken, and the colorless ability will continue to spread. It won't kill you, but whatever powers or energy you use from now on will never be restored again. You just attacked Anzoku and wasted your power for no reason. In the condition that Syl was in when Mundus found him, he wouldn't have been surprised if he ended up dead in a couple of hours, but Mundus was able to pause the ability to keep it on hold. On top of that, he had placed his celestial powers over Syl's heart. This was to shield it from the colorless ability, keeping him alive. Then, using his powers to speed up time while using his powers to stop time, he stopped the effect of the colorless ability while allowing Syl's body to recover. He had regained his MC cells. However, when Mundus' ability had stopped, the colorless ability continued to spread through Syl. He could use the MC cells that he had restored, but after that, he would never be able to use his powers again. At that moment, Syl wasn't thinking of the explanation Mundus had given. He just wanted to stop Anzoku at all costs. The sound of sobbing continued, and they were left there in silence, while he looked out at the scene that was taking place. The portal was opening, and the large fleet ships were breaking through. Did I have failed my task? While looking out the opening of the cave, blocking his view, he could see several human-shaped figures start to enter the cave. They had done so quite rapidly, one after the other. You? Russ said, immediately noticing Mundus, but the sound of heavy footsteps soon stopped all of that. With each step, the ground shook, as it was violently filled with chi. He walked past everyone, and they all took a step away as they looked at Peter. Quinn, Peter said, walking forward. He could see Syl sobbing as he held him and shuffled to the side, allowing Peter to have a better look. It's a lie, right? Peter asked, taking another step, stronger than the last, his power erupting, causing a few pieces of rubble to fall from above. Quinn. Peter shouted with such strength. Get up, get up. Peter shouted and went down to the floor, falling to his knees. Please, please. Peter repeated these words and moved his hand slowly. He went and grabbed Quinn's hand, lifting it, and started to rub it back and forth.
Come on, man.
Don't do this to me, please. You're like the only thing I have left, please. Peter said that it was a heartbreaking thing for them all. The White that was known for showing no emotion was, for some reason, showing an extreme amount of emotion. Peter's head sunk into his chest, and he closed his eyes tight. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He squealed out. How am I meant to go back to Layla without you? Eventually, Peter's shoulders started to move up and down, and red tears were streaming down his face. His body was in a state of uncontrollable motions that his celestial energy had transformed him, and he was crying out tears of energy. Everyone, at that moment, even Russ, had stood up. They then walked to the side of the caves and in silence looked at the body of Quinn. A well of emotions was filling them all up. They were remembering everything that had happened, everything that took place that made it so they were here, why they had decided to come and join and help Quinn out on his journey. As they thought about all of this, emotions were changing by the second. Could they have done more? Angry at themselves for relying too much on Quinn, for putting too much on his shoulders, Edvard lifted the flask with the Demon King's blood in it and moved forward. The champions had done the same with their flasks as well. We completed the mission, but it looks like we were too late in doing so, Edvard said as he poured it into Quinn's mouth. Soon after, Pultra had done the same with her flask. There was a bit of hope in all of them that maybe the demon blood might have done something, but there was no reaction at all. If we had gotten here in time and gave him the blood, would he have beaten Amortui? Calva said out loud what the others were thinking. They all knew a large-scale battle had to have been taking place. They could feel the energy, so they guessed that this was all his doing. Quinn has asked us to do so for a reason, Chris said, as he looked at his hand. I believe, just like how werewolves get stronger from those they consume, Quinn would have gotten stronger by the blood he absorbed. He realized this and asked us to get the blood of all 5 to help him. Quinn has never failed in protecting us before. He has always won the fights, even when no one thought he could. It was us that failed him. We didn't bring him the blood in time. The room was somber, with both Syl and Peter still by Quinn's side knelt down. That's when Mundus walked across the room past everyone who was grieving and looked out at the portal. Amortui can't go through the portal just yet, which means that there is still time, Mundus said out loud. He then turned to face the others. Do you all truly believe that if you had the blood, if Quinn had gotten it in time, he would have beaten Amortui? Mundus asked. The others didn't say much at first. They just looked at each other, with most of them nodding. But Peter had his back facing away from Mundus. What are you asking such a stupid question?
Peter said.
Of course he would. He'd kick his fucking arse. Hearing the strong words from Peter, Mundus smiled. Very well then. I shall give him his final chance. Chapter 25, A New Flame. The Last Chance. These words had perked everyone's ears up, and even Peter had turned around to look at Mundus. Just what was he playing at? Why would he say such a thing to a room full of desperate people? These words carried a lot of weight because it meant that the messenger must have some way to save Quinn. What are you saying? You can bring back the dead? Hickel asked. Are you going to use some type of power like Amortui has, or is it something different altogether? Mundus didn't answer, and instead walked back over to where the others were. He then looked at Quinn, whose body was on the ground, and he stared intensely at every part of him. Peter blocked his way. He didn't trust Mundus and didn't want him to get any closer. Dio, you know how me and Quinn got to know each other so well? Mundus asked, not expecting an answer. It's because Quinn works for us. He works as an agent for the Celestials, for the gods. There was an uneasy look on Calva's and Pultra's faces. They had heard the mention of Celestials many times. It was the enemy that Amortui was going after, but the details of what an agent was weren't entirely clear either. Point one of his jobs, and part of a deal we had made was for him to travel around the universe and defeat Godslayers, powerful beings with immense power. Those that were too strong for the gods to handle. Honestly, he surprised me. Each powerful enemy he came across, he had managed to defeat them. I think it was at that time that I felt the same as all of you. I too felt like Quinn perhaps could be the person that could defeat anyone he faced, and that included Amortui. I think that's where my faith in him started. The way Mundus talked about Quinn, he had done so in a manner that didn't make it sound like they were enemies, and it also felt like he knew some things that they didn't. It was causing the group's heart to feel heavier than before. How much was he carrying with him? Despite my belief, he lost though, and I thought it was quite clear that I was wrong, Mundus said, as he walked closer to Peter to the point where his face nearly touched his. But it turns out all of you feel the same way as I did, so maybe I'm not wrong. If you wanted to come back, then I suggest you move, Mundus ordered. Now they were sure of it. Mundus had to have a way to make him come back. At that moment, Syl was the one that stood up from the ground and grabbed Peter's hand, pulling him away. I think he means it when he says he can help Quinn. He helped me as well. Right now, we have to be honest with ourselves. We can't do anything, Syl said, unwillingly, with clenched fists. Peter allowed his body to be dragged to the side. His legs were moving, but the killer stare he gave Mundus remained on him. Now, with Quinn's body in sight, Mundus lifted both of his hands, and energy left them, directly hitting Quinn. An orb of white energy surrounded his body. It looked untouched, even with the energy surrounding it, and nothing appeared different. Back then, when Quinn was facing the powerful Godslayers, there was one that caused us more problems compared to any other. One that no matter how many times we killed it, it would keep coming back again and again. It was a true phoenix. A phoenix? Edvard said. Most knew of the legendary creature apart from the natural inhabitants. What is a phoenix? Kalva asked. It's a legendary creature, Hickel replied. It's been talked about in legends for thousands of years through all our civilizations, the vampires, the humans, maybe even before then. A bird that is made of flames, that when it perishes it is reborn. Correct, Mundus said as he continued to use his powers. With a careful eye, they were watching what was happening. Quinn's condition was getting no better. The wound was still in his chest, but the armor that was on his body that was broken, it was slowly coming back. It was restoring itself. Even the pieces that were melted or merged into his body, it had soon even covered the entire of Quinn's chest, going over the whole. One of the legendary beasts in existence with extreme power that goes beyond even the Celestials' understanding, along with a red dragon, Mundus mentioned. This Quinn in front of you had defeated it, and in doing so, he had obtained a Godslayer crystal. Usually, I would keep such crystals for myself, as the power they hold could disrupt the great balance the universe has, but due to a tricky situation with a dark mage, I had made a deal. This armor has the power of the phoenix inside it, and I can feel that the power inside is still very much alive. Mundus didn't go on to explain, but he could feel another power as well, something else that was lingering inside Quinn's body as if attached to it. When things died, the energy would move to different spaces. Immortui had a close link to this space with his powers and was able to even pull people out of it. He could, in a way, increase the power of this energy and place it back in the body, saving those that were on the verge of death. That it wasn't just Mundus, but at the time Immortui could tell as well. He wondered if it was due to him still having a link to the golden space, or if it was something else altogether, but it didn't matter to Immortui because he just wanted the crystal. The final pieces of the armor were coming together. Mundus was using his ability to speed up time in a certain area, to speed up the repair process. One of the active skills the armor had. I've been watching you, Quinn. I know the effects of your armor, I know the power it holds, which is why others will fear you, but from watching you, I know what type of person you are. You aren't one to start trouble to gain more, you are just a person who he's to protect what you have. Eventually, all of the pieces had come together. They had joined up and melded into place. The engraving on the chest started to light up red, looking as if flames were coming off from it. As an agent of the gods, I will give you one more assignment. Go and take out Immortui, Mundus ordered. The entire of Quinn's body lit up at that moment, and at the same time, the system had activated. All requirements of the active skill have been met. A new flame has been activated. Chapter 25-26. Demon Quest complete. Unlike before, when they were all watching Quinn, it was very clear that something was happening now. The flame that lit up on his chest started to extract small flames, and they began to swirl around his body. Before they knew it, he was slightly lifted into the air as the flames continued to surround him. The armor was lit up brightly, and along with the flames, the group wasn't so sure if it was color returning to Quinn's face, or just a reflection of everything going on soon. The flames had covered Quinn's body entirely, forming a pod around him, and the others weren't able to see anything, but big changes were occurring on the inside. Over his chest, his skin was reverting back. The hole was healing up as the small flames were turning into energy particles. The particles then would be changed into muscle and flesh. This continued until the large hole that had been made was no longer there. The healing didn't just stop there because the damage that was done on the surface level wasn't the main culprit. Soon, something else started to form in his body. It was condensing, and all the energy of the flames that had entered was turning into a brand new bloodstone. The old one that was being used to open the portal stayed intact. This wasn't a power of reversing time or putting things back in place. It was a power of creation. It was creating an entirely new Quinn, the powers of a legendary beast, so strong that even the ones that named themselves gods didn't understand, were at work. Finally, the bloodstone had been completed. At this point, it looked as if there was nothing else to repair, yet Quinn was still asleep, his heart didn't pump, nor was his mind working. The flames from the pod surrounding him grew slightly larger and became more intense. Inside the small cave, everyone could feel the intense heat and was breaking out in a sweat. Some of them wanted to leave, wanted to fall down onto the ground due to the heat, but none of them did because they wanted to see the outcome, to see if he really would come back. The first out of the group to hear it was Chris, his heart, it's beating. Chris said. His sensitive werewolf ears were able to hear it. It was a single strong beat that allowed the blood to flow right through Quinn's veins. All of his power was coming back to him as it swirled around his body. Soon after, a second beat had started, and the blood flowed more to all of his cells. The energy of the flames Conti knew to do its work, and the sensation of touch and feeling was coming back to Quinn. Eventually, he had opened his eyes wide. The flames went right back into his armor at that moment, all of it disappearing as his body fell to the ground with a thud. Quinn blinked slowly as he looked at the hard stone ceiling. Quinn, you're alive. Syl shouted. A new flame active skill has been used. The skill can no longer be used. The new flame skill, that was the skill that was locked, and I couldn't see what it did. It was used. What happened? Quinn started to wiggle his fingers about. They felt fine, there were no issues at all, and he could move the rest of his body as well. His mind didn't feel foggy either, but he soon went to reach toward his chest, and that's when the final moments hit him. The final moments of his battle with the Mortuid. I lost that fight, and I was killed, Quinn said, lifting his lower body up off the floor. When looking up, he could see Peter by his side, his eyes teary, and he also could witness all the others that were in the room as well. He could see and feel the uneasy tension that they had in their bodies. How they had suddenly relaxed when seeing him. Their hearts beating with joy. Yes, you did die, Mundus said. And now you are alive again, but unfortunately, we haven't brought you back to life due to good news. Because remember, you died to a Mortui, you didn't finish the job, which is why I helped bring you back to finish it. In a way, Mundus didn't feel like he had done much. The armor was something that Quinn had earned from defeating the Phoenix. It was one of the toughest battles he had faced due to the length of time it took him. He persisted and managed to receive the crystal. I'm sure this means that the Phoenix might be reborn as well though, since its power was used. Well, that will be another problem to solve, Mundus thought. Looking around the room, hearing the news of what happened, Quinn could see that one of the champions was missing. Hickel had his arms missing, and something was just a bit off about Syl. Not only that, but the blood being spilt was less than before. Standing up, the system screen had popped up in front of Quinn again. Quest complete. You have obtained advanced demon blood. Your blood powers have evolved. The power of your blood aura has increased, and your sense of blood has as well. The quest that had just popped up was related to completing the general demon blood. It looked like while he was asleep, the others had managed to achieve the task. But the real shocker was what had appeared next. You guys, you managed to get the Demon King's blood as well. You fought against all of those guys. Quinn asked in disbelief. He had already been beyond surprised that they had all come here, but not only that, they had helped him out greatly, beyond what he ever expected of them. Quinn had fought against one of the Demon Kings. It was a tough battle for even him, so he could only imagine what the others had been through. By using all their strength, they were able to complete the impossible. Does that mean the blood we got, did it work? Hickel asked. They were worried because, technically, they had only been able to obtain 4 of the Demon King's blood, but Tenbris was dead, so what else could they do? Due to the unique situation as well, they hadn't actually defeated all of the Demon Kings. While looking at the others, through the gap and opening of the cave, Quinn could see it, the large portal that had opened up. He walked forward, stood on the edge, and looked at his system screen. Quest complete. 5 of the great demon race's Demon King blood has been absorbed. Transformation unlocked. Demon form. You are now able to control the demon form at will. You guys did the impossible. It's now my turn to do the same. Chapter 25-27. Transform. It's time. The chaos in the golden space had caught the attention of the ancient celestials. What the Ancient One was trying to stop by sending in the Divine Brigade had spread to the golden space. Is it too late? Do I now need to get involved myself? For now, all of the trouble is concentrated in one area. Then I shall deal with this matter before it becomes something big. The vampire settlement was in chaos, and the fighting was intense from all sides. Everything was coming from one direction though, the large red portal. The vampires had managed to form groups, using their abilities to their advantage. They were dealing with the werewolves and the Divine Brigade. They had figured out that it was better to just survive and let the two try and take out each other. It was more important to just avoid their attacks. This was the strategy implemented. That was until they could see it. Up above, several more portals were opening. These weren't red in color like the others. Instead, they were white. The portals were smaller in size, but they were all above the settlement. Coming out of them like a flock of birds were the gold and dark beings, set on finishing the job and killing everything on sight, including the vampires. They swarmed down. As they did, the dark beings pointed their spears and fired away at the ground. They didn't care even if they were to hit their own allies. Several large black explosions went off, one after the other, ruining nearly all of the buildings and the structures. Layla, looking at it all, drew her bow and was firing in the sky, trying to do as much damage as she could, trying to hurt them. But there were too many, and what little damage she would do would be healed by the gold beings. This is impossible, we're doomed. The group went to the edge of the cave, and as they were looking out, they could see that not just one of the large ships had gotten through the red portal, but now another one was trying to get in. There was practically a line of ships waiting to exit out of the red space. When the portal was opened properly using the power of Quinn's crystal, then they would all be able to enter Wraith. Quickly, SO. What's the plan? What do we do now? Kelva asked. The portal has already opened to the golden space. Mundus said, pointing at the portal itself in question. The red crystal is in sight. I have a special container that I can use to gather the bloodstone. If any of you attempted to touch it, you might get obliterated by its power. They could fully understand that. This was Quinn's raw energy after all. Getting the bloodstone will close the portal. It won't stop those that have already gone to the other side. At that point, though, the portals will remain open for a small time. Mundus explained. The reason why Mortui hasn't gone to the other side yet is because the portal isn't fully open. He will be rejected by the golden space, but all of you are originally from the golden space. You'll be able to return with no problems. At that time, you must all leave except for you, Quinn. I know, Quinn replied. I already decided. I will finish it with the Mortui no matter what. It's my fault that the portal is now open. We have no clue what's happening on the other side, but they might be in complete chaos. If that's the case, you guys will need to help them. As soon as the red blood crystal is collected, leave this area. I will make sure Mortui doesn't go after you and deal with him. The others didn't like the sound of that, but they knew Quinn had already made his decision in this. He had come here with a goal, and the current situation somewhat solved their situation on how to get back. Quinn won't stay here.
Peter said.
If you stay here too long, I promise I'll come back to get you, alright? Quinn couldn't help but smile at the comment. There is another issue. I doubt they will just let me go ahead and take the crystal.
Mundus said.
Quinn will deal with the Mortui, but we need to deal with Unzoku, who seems to have gained a tremendous amount of power. When I arrive at the scene, I will use all of my abilities to stop time for a fraction of a moment, so much that it will even be able to affect him. Doing this, I won't be able to attack myself. All of you will need to deliver the strongest attack you can muster, one with all of your might, in an attempt to get rid of Unzoku. I will get the blood crystal at that time. That is the only way this will all work. Are you sure? Russ asked. Are you sure you're not going to betray us? I need this to work just as much as you guys. Mundus said. You could go ahead and use your black sword if you want, but destroying the crystal will ruin our chance to get out of here. I am doing this just to give you guys a chance. So, it's up to you. Believe him. Quinn said. He isn't one to go back on his deal. I'm guessing that's the reason why he's even here in the first place. The group nodded, and they had a plan in place. All the strength they could muster, that included Chris as well. With this, it was time for them to act. Standing on the edge, with everyone ready, it was time to begin. Vampire Demon God Transfo. Formation has begun. Quinn's body started to change in front of all of their eyes. Shadow covered his limbs as he placed the armor away. His limbs were starting to change. Blood aura poured out from his mouth, and along with its shadow that covered his entire body. At this moment, everyone stepped back fearing the worst. When it consumed and went back in Quinn's body, they could see a drastic change. His wings, red in color, solidly formed. A strange blazing-like coating appeared on him, but it flickered as part of the shadow. His skin was a pearl white, with a strange shadow appearing around both of his arms and around his eyes. This was Quinn's demon form in the flesh, and for a moment everyone was a little afraid of what was going to happen next. Let's go. Quinn spoke, his voice sounding high-pitched and low-pitched at the same time. It sent a shiver down all of their spines, and blood energy swirled around them as he said the words. He can control it now. He's in complete control. Kelva thought, unable to contain his smile. And I'm sure of it. He's stronger than before as well. Chapter 25-28. Just an old book. The group wasted no time as they moved closer to where Mortui and Unzoku were. They intended to use Sill's power, but wanted to get closer to minimize Sill's energy consumption. This way, when Sill did use his powers, he could position himself perfectly next to the Red Heart and Unzoku rather than somewhere in the general vicinity. This gave Quinn a little time to check out what was unlocked in his system now that he was in his demon form. The first thing he noticed while running around was a new flow of energy in the AI art. It was an energy he couldn't see with his eyes before, but now he could discern it. It was where all the blood was being split, and he could feel its source. It resembled strands leading him to the right place. Not only that, but just like before, the strands were flowing into him. The blood energy naturally moved toward him effortlessly, requiring no concentration on his part. It was drawn to him. Absolute shadow control. Absolute blood control. His absolute blood control and shadow control worked in the same way. He could control both powers freely, creating whatever he wanted from them, condensing them into different attacks and more. This was a positive development. When Quinn transformed into the bloodsucker, he couldn't use his blood powers. However, in his demon form, he could still use his powers as he was accustomed to. One more line of text appeared. Frowny face shadow blood will be infused in all blood and shadow skills. Shadow blood, that's the ability I created by fusing the two together. Does it mean when using my blood aura and shadow abilities, it will have the same double hit effect? But what use is it on the shadow, which is mainly for blocking? He was wondering if they were now the same thing or different, or perhaps it was more to do with the way he used each power, since they did work in slightly different ways with BL. At Control, Quinn knew that he could use his powers as usual, but they would be stronger compared to before. He wanted to know if there was something special, and it seemed like there were few things: Shadow Blood Rain, an attack that comes from the wings. Small bullets of blood will shoot out from the wings, as if it were raining. Each hit on the enemy will gradually slow the enemy bit by bit. This attack is a bit like the Shadow Blood Bullet, but instead of one bullet at a time, it will rain them down like a machine gun. The question is, will this have an effect against Immortui? The Blood Fists were unable to do anything, and with his colorless ability, will this type of attack even get through? Shadow Blood Screech. From the mouth, a wave will expand out. The attack will start out narrow and grow in size. Depending on how close the move is used, the effectiveness of the attack will increase. The attack will dull all senses of your opponent. This is also similar to the other shadow power I used before. With opponents I have gone against so far, they seem to be able to block the shadow with their power. Even the demon aura and red mist power seem to some degree. Now that my blood has evolved, this attack might be my main ace in the hole. At least, that was what Quinn thought until he saw the final skill, and to be honest, he didn't know what to make of it or what its power would be. Shadow Blood Weapons Creation. The user will use its own blood mixed with its shadow powers to create weapons of his imagination. The weapons created are a condensed form of both shadow and blood. They are infused with great power and almost indestructible. Quinn wasn't much of a user of weapons. He mostly used his gauntlets. But since the power came from his blood, maybe he could create some on his hands. There had been times in fights where he had used other weapons such as spears and shields. He had used swords, but did so in a creative way. So from this, I can assume that the creations from my actual blood are far stronger than what I can do with blood control and shadow control. I have to remember that it will have the same effect as well as the shadow blood. To be honest, Quinn didn't really know what to make of all these abilities, and it was hard for him to think since he hadn't had time to test them. Either way, he was sure, just like he had done with his fight so far, he could create his own moves as well. At the end of the day, the system was there just to help and guide him. Vincent, Richard, I thank both of you for creating the system and allowing it to take me this far. Originally, when I first got it, I thought it was a curse. I would have done anything to get rid of such a thing. At times, I always thought that maybe I could have done more if I did this and that differently, but I realized that's not the case. The truth is, sometimes I think, what would have happened if I had never opened that book? What would have happened if I never had cut my teeth? Hum on my glasses back then, and had gotten these powers? How much different would the world be now? Who would have thought all of this would have come from just an old book?
Twin smiled.
Chapter 25-29, Grab the Bloodstone. The red portal that was being opened to the golden space wasn't growing larger, but it was becoming clearer. Originally, it was just red swirls going around in circles, but the larger ships were still able to get through. Now it was becoming clearer. The space could be seen through a red veil, and slowly more of the portal was opening up. It won't be much longer now. I wonder how the Celestials will react to all of this. Immortui said that a second large vessel was going through the portal just like the last one. It was full of werewolves, but this time not just werewolves, but with yaks as well. The divine beings were still fighting strongly, mostly due to the golden ones being able to heal the dark ones. That, and their large numbers, however, the numbers did start to dwindle down in the red space. Maybe he's already noticed, Immortui thought. Anzoku was getting ready. He was inching closer to the portal. He couldn't wait to get out on the other side. Just like Immortui, he had been trapped here for a long time, and now it was finally his time to shine again. He kept his eye dead straight on the portal and saw the second ship fully enter onto the other side. He noticed something. The swirls that were rotating again, and again were starting to slow down. It was only ever so slightly, but they had done so, which caused Anzoku to raise his eyebrow. As he turned his head again, to a normal person, they would have thought his movements were fine, but he was extremely sensitive to everything in his body. He could feel every muscle fiber, and he could feel his head was moving ever so slightly. Did I acid an attack? Just as Anzoku opened his mouth, that's when he saw it. Appearing right in front of him was a group of people that seemingly had come out of thin air. Now the portal that was in Anzoku's backdrop had completely stopped. He tried to move his hand, but it felt like it had frozen. His mind allowed him to process what was in front of him, and that's when he could see the red werewolf as well. What is going on? What is happening? Russ' arms were filled with lightning in one, and fire in the other. Peter had gathered all of the chi he could in one fist, and had both of his held tails surrounding it. Calva had formed a deadly large spiked spear, while Pultra's leg was glowing ever so brightly. Edvard couldn't do much, but he hoped his ability of luck might just come through at this moment. While Hickel had formed and controlled as much blood as he could out of his body, he had condensed it into an orb above his head ready to fire out. Then there was Chris, gathering the chi in his body, breathing, trying to draw every bit of power in him. Out of everyone in the group, he perhaps had the most amount of power. He channeled it through his claws, which emitted the black flames, but this time he had more time to gather his power. When the group had gotten close, all of them activated their strength. They condensed their power down as much as they could, ready to use it. It didn't matter if they weren't able to fight or get up after this. This was their last stand and their final attack. Even Mundus had prepared his celestial energy in both hands while using all of his powers to stop Anzoka's reaction. Half a second, maybe even less, was the only time Mundus could hold a being with such power. However, the moment of surprise and teleporting in, that small fraction of a second was all they needed. "This is our fuck you," Peter shouted. All of them let off their beams of energy, condensing into one, all heading to one place. It hit Anzoka right in the chest. It lifted him off his feet and into the air, and the next moment he was blasted away. The power was immensely strong, and he had gone off shooting into the distance. It was so far that they didn't even know where he was anymore. After completing the attack, the others felt like they were going to collapse, and Syl had quickly teleported them onto the ground. Meanwhile, Mundus was still in the air, and he had brought out a strange-looking container device. The outside was hardened and had an appearance almost of a clear, rounded crystal. It looked like a nest crystal, only it was smooth like a pearl, and it was split in two halves. "Do you think Anzoka's dealt with?" Edvard asked. "I doubt it. We probably only bought us some time. If he's injured, he will heal as well," Chris said. "But we put our all into that attack. It might take him a while to heal." The group was looking up above, as they could see Mundus encasing the bloodstone. Once it was encased, the portal would stop opening, and it meant they only had a limited amount of time to escape from the place. If Anzoka does heal, doesn't that mean that Quinn will have to face them both on his own, doesn't he? Peter asked. They knew what Peter was getting at. He wanted to stay and help Quinn out, but it wasn't really an option. "We already talked this over," Syl said. "We leave, and we leave now." Mundus was inches away from placing the casing on the blood crystal. It was hard to do, as the forceful energy was pushing his hands away like two magnets, but he was pushing against it. I knew that you Celestials would come," Immortui shouted as he recognized Mundus immediately. Gathering his red energy in the air, he had formed a solid ball of pure power and threw it out. Mundus focused on the task ahead, and that's when, flying right in front of the ball of energy, Quinn grabbed it with his dark-covered shadow hand. He held onto the condensed energy, and with his fingers, crushed it down until the energy had completely disappeared. "Who are you?" Immortui asked. He didn't quite recognize the thing he was seeing in front of him. Yet the energy felt like it was similar to his own. "That I guess you would be surprised. After all, I've come back from the dead, and to finish you off," Quinn answered. A thought flashed through Immortui's mind, and although it shouldn't have been possible, there was always the chance that it just might be. "I thought it was strange, the power that I could feel that was left behind. The fact that they had decided to risk going after his body, and his body not disappearing in the first place. I thought the task was done. I thought the job was done after I had gotten the blood crystal." "Are you really trying to get in my way again, after what happened last time?" Immortui shouted, and the energy around was pushed all in one direction, swirling in their area. The power was frightening, and the others feeling it felt sick, as if they could hardly stand. "Just because you look different, you think you can stop me now? I killed you before, and I'll just have to kill you again," Immortui shouted. At that moment, Mundus had found success. He had pressed the two halves of his special device or material, and had closed the blood crystal. The energy was no longer used on the portal. Now the swirls of energy had stopped, and the energy from the portal itself was breaking away, becoming nothing but particles and part of the energy around it. "Enolo!" Immortui screamed. All over the area, mist portals were opening up. They had blocked where Mundus was. They had appeared right where Quinn was and had surrounded the two of them. Out from them, large fists were coming out, but at the same time, Quinn moved his hands, and in the exact same spots of all the areas of blood mist portals that had opened up, shadow portals had appeared. Straight out of them, large fists had appeared as well, and the shadow fists had collided straight ahead with the red mist fists all over. They clashed, and pulses of power vibrated in the air, but neither had lost out, Quinn's shadow fists or the blood fists. As they stayed in place, "It won't be the same as last time," Quinn said, making a scratch across his arm, and out of his own blood, he had formed a dark purple, mixed with swirling inner red, colored spear in his hands. Chapter 2530. Syl's Last Gift. Anzoka had been blasted a large distance away, somewhere into the land of hardened seas. The terrain looked like a giant sea had been frozen over, but rather than ice, it was hardened rock material. The Demon King had crashed through several objects and landed on his way over, and he was now lying on the floor. A large wound was in the middle of his stomach, an entire hole that one could see through. It was bleeding, but the muscles were still moving about on the inside, small parts of the black flame burning, and making it hard for him to heal. "Ha!" Anzoka laughed to himself as he looked at the sky. Did they really think I was that much of a threat that they had decided they all needed to attack me at once? What a bunch of pathetic people. It was strange again. The wound on his body was taking a lot longer to heal, but Anzoka was nowhere near at the stage of death, nor was he in a rush to get back. As he lifted the top half of his body, he looked in the distance, and he could tell the red bloodstone was no longer being used to open up the other portal. This is getting to be rather troublesome, a lot more than Immortui suspected. There is a chance that he might not make it through this. While having these thoughts, portals started to open up above his head, 3 in total. They were white in color, and swarming out from them were large groups of divine beings. Is someone watching this whole thing? Are they trying to get rid of me, thinking that this is their chance? What foolish people. Anzoka thought as he swung his arm, taking out one entire swarm of divine beings. Quinn had appeared right in front of Immortui in his new form. To Immortui, he had already won a fight against the vampire, and he had used everything he had. So what difference would it make to him if he was to face him again? Surely, he couldn't have gotten stronger again in a short amount of time. It had been less than an hour since their last battle. Yet, Immortui had used the same move that had trapped and worked against him before, but this time it had failed. My shadow powers, since they're mixed in with the blood aura, it's a lot stronger than before. An attack like that would have ripped through my shadow and less condensed, but now it's almost as if all of my shadow is condensed. This battle is going to be completely different from the last time. Quinn could see that Immortui had raised his hand. He was ready to activate the colorless ability. He wouldn't have used it before, for fear it would disturb the crystal opening the portal, but now he needed to stop the others. Quinn threw the spear made from his own blood. As it traveled in the air, it seemed to gain more power from the currents of blood that Quinn could see around it. Rather than dealing with the spear directly, from Immortui's shoulder, one of the serpents opened its mouth, ready to fire at the spear. Before it did, though, a shadow portal opened in front of the spear. It completely disappeared and reappeared, hitting Immortui right in his back. It had pierced right through, and he could see a blood-pointed end. This weapon has pierced my skin? Immortui was in disbelief, especially at seeing so much of his own blood. Not only that, but the particles of blood on the spear itself started to rise, and before he knew it, it went straight at him, trying to attack him. The blood splatters being destroyed by his thick veil of red mist aura. Grabbing the weapon, Immortui was ready to pull it out. However, the effect of the blood shadow was in effect, and he felt a great force pushing him from behind again. He was lifted off his feet as the force in the throw from the initial spear and the power of the attack had appeared right again, and he was heading straight toward Quinn. With the blood that Quinn had used before to create the spear, he had shifted it around his arms to create gauntlets that were the same dark purple with an inner glowing red color around them. He swung his fist right toward Immortui's face. Before it reached through, Immortui had gathered his colorless ability in his hand and grabbed Quinn's fist. The shockwave of blood power rippled out, destroying the ground beneath his feet for miles, showing just how much power had been placed in the hit. With his other hand, Immortui had grabbed the spear and pulled it out of himself. You seem to have gotten stronger, but you have no idea how much power I have. Immortui slammed the spear at the side of Quinn, hitting him with strength that erupted one half of the planet's sky. Quinn took the hit and broke the spear down with his powers. He could see the serpents on Immortui's back were moving. They were opening their mouths, ready to attack. Condensed red mist energy shot out of them both, pulling his arm away with force. Quinn managed to break free in time and quickly moved his wings in to block the attacks. The red condensed energy hit him hard, making him fall to the ground, but the attack eventually stopped. When Quinn opened up his wings, blood blotches started to form on them. Shadow blood rained out from his wings. Countless drops of blood shadow shot out at once, hitting Immortui's body nonstop. The armor around his legs had reacted after the first bullet touched his skin and covered his whole body. What is this strange power? I can feel it doing something to me. Immortui jumped in the air, but the raining attack from Quinn's wings continued. The serpent opened its mouth again, firing off a condensed beam hitting Quinn and sending him crashing into the ground. The barrage from his wings had stopped for a moment. Seeing an opportunity, several red portals opened up around Quinn, and the giant red mist fists came out, all towards him. They continued to punch the ground, but there was no Quinn, a portal in the air. Quinn had appeared out of right behind Immortui. Lifting his arm, an image of a giant blood sword had appeared, and throwing it down, it had crashed on top of Immortui, sending him crashing right down into the ground. Soon after, a large mist fist appeared at Quinn's side and had knocked him to the side, hitting him away as well. The fight was intense, with both sides fighting at full power with all they had from the get-go. What are you waiting for? Hickel shouted, as they were all standing by the portal. We have to go now. Syl and both Peter were hesitant to go through the portal as they watched Quinn's battle raging on. Syl could feel it. Although Immortui was using the full extent of his powers, it felt like he still wasn't in a desperate enough situation to summon it all yet. It was worrying him. The fact that Immortui had already received a few big hits and wasn't slowing down either was a major concern as well. "Do we have to go now?" Chris said. "You said it yourself, Sil. This is the best thing we can do for him." Russ had already jumped through the portal, with no concern for the others. He wasn't wasting any time, and Edvard had as well. With his injuries, even the shockwaves from the fight were hurting him. I have to leave him, just one more thing that might help him out in this fight," Sil thought, as he placed his hands on the ground. "I don't have enough MC cells to summon someone like Immortui or the other Demon Kings. They are just far too powerful, but there is someone who I think can be a great help to you. Someone who you think very highly of and is incredibly strong. Do what you can to help him." Out from the ground, a portal of shadows appeared, rising up from those shadows with long black hair and a large sword on his back. It was none other than the leader of the Punishers. "Help him, Arthur," Sil shouted. Arthur was ready for battle, and he knew the stakes were high as he joined the fray. Chapter 2531. Interrupting Fight. Sil had made the decision to give one last gift to Quinn, even if it was to take up all of the MC cells in his body. Of all the images in his head, he was trying to think of someone that he could summon that might be of some use while still being powerful. That's when Sil had discovered someone who would take up more MC cells than it should have done. That was Arthur. Ever since his passing, not for a single moment had the word of Arthur and Week been in Quinn's mind. In fact, the beating that he had received from Arthur at the time, all of the pain he had suffered, was a mental scarring on him that would stick with him forever. Which was why the Arthur that had been summoned was far stronger than that of the original Arthur. Of course it had its limits, otherwise Sil would have never have been able to summon him. "Arthur!" Sil shouted out, as the others went through the portal. The last one left with Sil yet to go through the portal was Peter. "Do whatever you can to make sure he comes back all right." Turning around, Sil knew he needed to leave there, and then, if he didn't, he would have stayed with Quinn, even though there was nothing left for him to do. Walking off, Peter placed his arm around Sil's back and they both walked off into the portal. Its power was disappearing, and although some remnants of the portal being there was still present, nothing from the red space would now be able to enter a golden space. "Haha, you think I care?" Immortui shouted as he saw the portal shut before him. "They would have been far better off never bringing you back alive and taking the bloodstone with them. The fact that you are here just means I can do the same thing again. I'll take you out and do what needs to be done to make sure the world is how it's meant to be." With a Immortui shout, the entire air started to shake violently. All of the red space was vibrating, causing an image of disturbance, but Quinn still stood there looking at Immortui. He had received a direct hit by his large red mist arm, but was still fine. His Skur and demon form was powerful and strong, the strongest he's ever been. The wound that Quinn had made early on had healed up. With his fingertips he made 2 more cuts, and the blood started to form around his arms, turning into gauntlets. Immortui made a move, creating a small ball of colorless power, and went to hurl it from his hand toward Quinn. If he could get this power of his to go away, then it would allow him to win the fight. The colorless ability was Immortui's ace. It was what allowed him to win any battle along with his immense strength, but even he had to admit it felt like both of their strengths were at a similar level. Immortui threw the colorless ball out from his hand, at almost the same time before it was released. Quinn threw out a punch and shot out a dark red-colored ball of blood aura. It looked the same as the blood fists he would create. From the distance they were at, it wouldn't reach in time, but the moment Quinn had finished his punch in the air, a shadow portal opened up directly in front of him, while one opened up right at the side of Immortui as well. The large attack had hit his hand, and Immortui's throw was off. The colorless ball of energy went up in the air past Quinn and exploded, making a particular area of colorlessness. "This is a trick that I learned from you," Quinn stated, as he continued to punch just the area around him. For every punch, a shadow portal would open up at the end of his fist. In doing so, portals would open up right by Immortui's side and hit him constantly from side to side. The first few hits had managed to hit Immortui, but he soon started to fight back. He was punching the fists out of his way and started to jump in the air. He then threw a colorless ball which exploded on the ground below him, but it did nothing because the portals were following where he was at the moment. "He's doing everything he can to stop me from using my colorless ability. I guess the only choice then is a close combat fight," Immortui shouted. He started to charge forward instead of attacking all of the portals. Then, the serpents wrapped around both of his arms. The armor from his legs covered the rest of his body, taking the hits, and he only had one target in sight, Quinn. "Arg!" Immortui shouted as he threw out his fist, exploding with power. The power was large and extended out, making it hard for Quinn to escape from it, but there was a way, and an easy one at that. Stepping through the shadow portal, he appeared right at the side of Immortui. Both of his new gauntlet's fists had been drawing power and punching full force. Quinn hit Immortui again and again, countless times on his side. He hit the same place on the armor again, and the double blood effect was taking place as well, hitting Immortui's side point. One of the serpents unraveled from the arm and opened its mouth trying to fire at Quinn, but with his wing he had knocked the head to the side, allowing the blast to hit nothing but the grow. It tore up the ground deeply, and the ground was breaking apart at that point. After a surge of punches, Immortui was recovering from the surprise attack, so Quinn finished it off with a large kick right into his stomach and sent him right back down in the ground beneath him. Ice armor. It's tough. I don't think I'll be able to do any real damage unless I can break through somehow. As Quinn was chasing after the Immortui that was in the ground, a portal had opened up in front of him. It was white in color. It wasn't just in front of him, but it was all over the area, and immediately, whole groups of divine beings were flying into the area. A spear went straight towards Quinn, which he had managed to grab onto. Don't get in my way, Quinn shouted as he threw out a fist. It hit the dark being, and an eruption of blood aura followed like a spear. It hit several of the divine beings, eliminating them one by one and destroying the portal that had just opened up as well, but even more portals were opening up. Immortui, who was stuck in the ground, had just gotten up as well, and he was surrounded by the divine brigade. You little ants are annoying, Immortui exclaimed, as mist portals opened up, and out from it a large hand that held onto a sword appeared. It took a single swipe, eliminating nearly all of those that were around him. Still, more and more divine portals were opening up. Even though Immortui had gotten rid of around 3 of them in that one swipe, more and more were appearing around Quinn, and he was using his blood aura more. With a swipe of his hand forward, a tornado of blood came out, wrapping around the divine beings, getting rid of them one after the other. Then, on the other side of him, Quinn was ready to do the same, until he saw a string of explosions going off one after the other. It was a sword that was rapidly flying through the air. As it hit the divine beings, it would explode on impact one by one, and at the end of that sword, there was a person with a pair of shadow wings on his back right by Quinn's side. I've been told to help you, to the best of my abilities, Quinn, Arthur said. Chapter 2532. Protect the settlement. The vampires from underneath the settlement had awakened, and they wasted no time in fighting against their enemy. Even those that had once fought against each other in the civil war of vampires against vampires didn't hesitate, as they went ahead attacking the werewolves in front of them. Some of those that had awoken were stronger than the current vampires. They were able to go head-to-head in strength against some of the werewolves. One blocking a strike from above, and then swiping their hand across the werewolf's stomach. A large red slash appeared after with a spurt of blood. What was another issue, though, was not just the werewolves, but the divine beings that were all over the place. While the werewolves' numbers were lowering, it seemed like the divine beings' numbers continued to grow all over. Everyone as doing the best they could, and everyone was struggling for their lives. That included those that were currently at the school. Rather than Miss Bedford, Minnie was now leading the way. She was ahead of everyone as they tried to make their way to the hall. The same as they had done last time, there was a large-scale beast attack. However, in nearly every hallway they turned to, more objects were crashing down in front of them. Minnie quickly rushed through the rubble and dust. The students could just see and feel shockwaves of power sent out for a few moments, and Minnie coming out a bit later. Miss Bedford, I don't think the hallway is safe anymore, Minnie explained. I can hear there is fighting going on all over the school. It's the same in the settlement. The children looked scared as they heard Minnie speak, and Miss Bedford gulped down as she was waiting for the next set of words that were to come out of her mouth. The best chance of surviving right now is just to fight back. Is to do what we can, Minnie shouted as she turned. Through the glass window, to her right, showing part of the school, she could see a black spear thrust into the inside. She quickly jumped up and grabbed the spear with her clawed hand, powering it with her blood aura and celestial energy. She pushed it back. The dark divine being fell back down to the ground, but didn't look hurt. It was ready to get back up, and the students were staring out of the window looking down. That moment, something large had fallen out of the sky, giant in size, as it crashed right on top of the dark being. It lifted both of its giant hands and threw them down, pounding the dark being into the ground. With each hit it broke the windows, cracking and breaking them to pieces. What is that? It's a giant, Toby said, his hand shaking. What all of the kids were looking at now was a yak demon. The second large ship had come out from the portal. Not only were there groups of werewolves on board, but yaks this time as well. It wasn't just the school, but they were falling across the whole settlement. Just when they were getting some pushback with the help of the awakened vampires, the situation was getting worse. Minnie looked at the giant, and she leapt up onto the ledge, breaking the broken shards of glass underneath. She was looking for the right time to strike, when right from above, she could see something else dropping down. They had a large sword on their back, and swinging it, their arms started to grow in size. With a full force swing, it hit the yak demon right in the head. The sword continued to go down the center of the yak, splitting it apart until it reached the very bottom and hit the ground, making a loud clang. It was clear the person was one with great strength. When the yak's body fell apart, crashing into the side of the buildings. Many of the students, not even just those with Minnie but along the hallways, went to have a look at who it was. Uncle Andy, Minnie called out.
She had recognized
The man below, Minnie. Andy shouted above, with a smile. We're going to do our best to help, as much as we can. The support calls had been reached to the Greylash and the Vampire Core unit. Unlike the Vampire Settlement, they were all doing fine, but they were prepared for an attack at a moment's notice thanks to Layla's and Muka's warning. Andy had made it his duty to try and arrive as quickly as possible, and now he could help out the others from all over. The vampires were dropping down from large ships, supporting the Vampire Settlement the best they could. However, even with the support, things still looked dire. White portals were opening up, and more divine beings seemed to be coming through them, again and again. If they took out a large number of them, more would come out. It was to the point where the vampires would have to team up with the demons to get rid of them, but there wasn't a chance of that happening. Layla and Muka were getting exhausted, and the two of them were looking up at the large red portal. Dio, you notice something? Layla asked. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's my imagination or not, but the portal, it looks as if it's fading away. Muka replied, since the two of them were able to see the same thing. It was clear that it wasn't a fragment of their imagination. As they continued to stare at the portal, that's when they were able to see a few small dots coming out from the portal and falling to the ground. HHH. Why isn't the portal on the ground? Edvard shouted. A fall from the middle of the sky wouldn't kill either of them, but it would hurt. Syl, teleport us. Hickle shouted, I can't. I already used up all of my MC cells. Syl shouted back. Seeing the panic, Chris used chi platforms to quickly kick off in the air and grab each of them one by one. He rushed down, placing them on top of the line of the buildings, where they could see Russ was already safely on the ground since he had come through a bit earlier. When they all regrouped, they could see Hickle and Edvard, mainly speechless at the sight in front of them. It's the Vampire Settlement.
Peter said.
It's in chaos. We have to help. We have to do whatever we can. Everyone's dying. They all agreed, with the portal having disappeared behind them. They only need to get rid of the demons present. However, Chris had his eyes on something larger on top of the roof. A werewolf was seen coming their way. It leapt up in the air, but before it reached them, Chris moved from his position right to where the werewolf was. He grabbed it by its throat and twisted it, killing it on the spot. I just need a bit of your energy, Chris said as he opened his mouth wide and started to bite down, eating the werewolf right in front of the others. He hardly chewed as he swallowed pieces of it, bit by bit. Before, it was about gaining strength, but he would no longer gain strength from a werewolf of this caliber. Instead, this time it was just to get his energy back up. After finishing most of the werewolf off, Chris chucked half of its body off the roof edge where they stood. Then, he started to jump on the chi platforms heading straight for one of the large ships in sight. When he was close, his skin started to turn red again. Creating a large chi platform, Chris pushed with his strength and spun his body. Get out of this settlement. Chris screamed. With all his force, he punched the side of the large ship. A large dent was made in its side, nearly bending it in half, and the entire ship was thrown to the side in the air, out of the settlement, and crashing into the forest grounds that were close by. Layla and Muka had to blink a few times to see what had just happened.
Who just did that right now?
Chapter 2533. The Celestial Attack. Chris wasted no time getting into action, and he was careful with what he had done. He could have easily just slashed the giant ship in half, but if he did, then all of the debris from the ship would have fallen on the settlement below. IT would have destroyed a lot of the houses and perhaps hurt a lot of the people. Which was why Chris had decided to bash the large ship to the side instead. Crash landing in the forest by the side, many of those that were on board were still alive. They were climbing over the large ship and jumping out from the sides. Now it looked almost as if an army was heading toward the settlement. They were running ahead at full force, but before they even reached the outside of the settlement, explosions went off one after the other. Red slashes of aura were swinging down in front of their path and exploding, throwing up dirt and the trees in the air, as well as sending many of the attackers back. Standing on the wall was Hickle, with his aura around him. Without my arms, it was a little more difficult to control the path of my aura. But if I just have to hit a giant object like that in front of me, at least I can do something. Hickle exclaimed, and I'm glad you can. Edvard said. I'll just stay by your side, old friend. Who knows, with my luck you might even grow your arms back. The two of them chuckled at the severe situation, but sometimes, light humor in the dire times was what they needed, and besides they had the rest of the group that could help them out. Peter had witnessed Russ almost running away, and before he did, Peter grabbed the black sword and ripped it off his side, holding it in place. Teleport me to that other ship. Peter demanded. Do it now. It was quite painful for Peter to watch the settlement that Quinn cared for getting destroyed like so. Russ didn't think he was any weaker than Peter. He just thought fighting against him, rather than doing as he asked, would be a bigger hassle. So listening to his demand, he teleported the two of them on board. They were on the deck of the giant ship among all of the werewolves and others as well. Immediately, several dark-shaped mists started to appear from the back of Peter's body. He threw the sword back over to Russ, and now all four of the family. Ours were back by his side, having reformed. Kill everything you see, Peter shouted as he threw the sword back to Russ. Peter threw a large fist at a werewolf, knocking it with pure power right off the ship, falling to the ground. Two came to attack him, but with his head tails it knocked the claws away. Then with another head tail it wrapped around another demon he hadn't seen before. It was smaller in size and had horns on its head. It pulled it forward, and with a fist it slammed into the demon, splattering its body into parts as chunks of it went off everywhere. The bone claw was teleporting, using its large claws to do what damage it could. Genbu jumped in the air and grew in size, crushing some of the demons. Dunluck, the horse familiar, was running around the area with Ovinik on its head, firing fireballs at everything it could see. They were doing as Peter asked and were fighting with everything they had. Russ was ready to escape when he felt something hit the top of his head, wetting it completely. Looking up, Russ could see it was from the drool of a yak. "I guess I can split some heads of a few giants," Russ said as fire started to burn in the palm of his hand. Elsewhere, even the champions were getting involved. A large bone spear came out, piercing several of the divine beings in the air. Calva's strength was great enough, to the point where if he managed to get a perfect hit right in the head of the dark beings, that it would kill them in one go. Pultra was also helping out, more so on the ground, as she dashed area to area, kicking everything she could see in sight, apart from the ones that looked like Quinn and the others. The vampires quickly came to the realization, as they saw them attacking only the demons and the divine beings, that they were on their side, running towards them. Layla fired large chi arrows at a golden being, hitting them in the head, the belly, and the arm. It had pinned them down for a moment, and Pultra wasted no time, as she leapt up and slashed it off with her foot. The two of them smiled at each other, but they could waste no time, as they had to continue to fight. "Thank you for helping us," Layla said, as she pulled out her sword, clashing against a werewolf. She stopped several swipes, and then thrust the sword forward. When it pierced the werewolf in the center, using chi, she powered her weapon and pulled it up, going right through the head. "It is fine. We must help those that have come to help us. Quinn has done a lot for us, so we should at least protect his world as well," Pultra said, attacking one of the large yak demons. "Quinn? Did you just say Quinn?" Layla shouted. It had been so long since she had heard his name, and she was wondering what he had been doing. She had soon recognized the ones who had come through the portal as Chris and the others, so she was hoping that he had come back as well, but there was no answer. The fighting continued, and with the help of Chris and the others, it didn't take long until the Ekin large ship had been destroyed. Nearly all had already been defeated by Peter and Russ on board. They had jumped off the ship, heading to the settlement, leaving Chris to do the same trick as he had done before, as he knocked it out of the air, away from the settlement. The fighting was continuing everywhere, but there were next to no demons that were left. This was mainly due to Chris, who was taking them out one by one, going from area to area, dealing with them all in a single swipe. As they all dealt with the troubles around them, they were all heading to the open area, the large center market where stalls would be set up. They were searching for Layla and Mukka, and it didn't take long for them to find her. Soon, one by one, everyone had entered the center. As they did, they had divine beings on their tail, and they were in the middle of battle with them all. They continued to fight, and soon they took out nearly everything around them. "Chris, Peter, Hickel, Edvard, and Sil, all of you made it back," Layla said. "But what about Quinn? Where is he?" The others didn't answer immediately. It was as if no one wanted to deliver the bad news. "He's still there. He's still fighting for all of us right now," Sil answered. "The portal closed, but he's still trying to get rid of Amorchui." It was what she had feared. That idiot, I knew he would do something like this. There was no time for celebrations though, because although the red portal had been closed and most of the demons had been eliminated from the settlement, they could see several portals opening up, white in color, all over the place. "Why are they still after us? This is from the Celestials, right?" Chris asked. "I assume that they moved to this world because of the demons entering, but even though we've gotten rid of the demons, the Celestials are still attacking." Hickel said, "Wait, if you think about it." Edvard said, but stopped himself. They were wondering what he was going to say. "Aren't we all byproducts of Amorchui anyway? What if the Celestials, these gods that Amorchui was trying to wage war against, what if they have decided to get rid of all demons? Because, in a way, we're demons as well." Chapter 2534. The Return of a Legend. The settlement was in a tough place just moments ago, but thanks to the help of the vampires from the Vampire Corps and Chris, along with the others, they had gotten rid of the majority of demons. The few that were still alive were getting killed off by the divine beings, since nearly all of the vampires had changed their strategy to survival, allowing the two to take care of each other. Now, with no demons for them to go after, the divine beings only had the targets that were still alive, and those were the vampires. Unlike the werewolves and yaks who had raw power, vampires were diverse when it came to their areas of strength, but that didn't work out so well against the divine beings. To kill the dark beings, they needed attacks strong enough to finish them of. Before the golden beings could heal them. At the same time, they were too busy trying to avoid attacks from the divine beings, so they couldn't deal with the gold ones either. The situation wasn't getting any better, especially with the multiple portals that were opening up above the settlement. Even more divine beings were coming in, and it was starting to fill up the sky. It looked like there were now more of them than there were vampires, RAGH. Chris grunted. A giant claw mark went through the air and hit a large group of the divine beings, killing them on the spot. For a moment, the sky above could be seen, but it was quickly filled up with even more of the divine beings. Even if we get rid of the portals, they just keep coming back one after the other? Is there no way to stop them? Layla asked. The skin from her fingertips had peeled off, and she was bleeding with each arrow that she fired. Even though she was just using chi arrows, force was still needed when pulling. She had long gone past her limit, but was still pushing herself, because if she didn't, then it would mean another death in the settlement. Chris was trying to think of what he could do. Although immensely and physically strong, and with an unlimited amount of stamina as long as he kept eating people, he couldn't figure a way out of this, because his attacks didn't cover enough range, and the moment he would take out a large amount of them, they would quickly come back. We're just outnumbered in this situation. The whole settlement is outnumbered, Mukka said. Most of the divine beings were flying up in the sky, pointing their dark spears and firing down. When continuing to look at the sky, they noticed large beams of energy firing out towards the masses of the divine beings. Several lasers of energy hit them one by one. Quickly, the group turned their heads, and through the sky, they could see a fleet of ships coming their way. They were flying fast, firing away energy blasts. A group of them was diving toward the group, and Peter was getting ready to act. But before he did, a large wave erupted from the ground. It had grown as if it was made from dirt but had a grayish tint to it. As the spears hit the wave, it started to spark slightly, and lightning emitted out from the large wave. Right after, several spikes started to grow, piercing all of the divine beings one by one. It looks like we managed to make it just in time, a voice said, walking over. Jake. Layla called out, recognizing the young man. He was the son of Logan Green and Vicky Blade. He was once deemed one of the strongest humans in existence, but that title would have to go to Syl. In reality, it was only due to Syl not being present. Nonetheless, he was an incredibly strong individual who could mix abilities together and use them at the same time. It seemed like you needed some help. My father answered your call, and he brought some help along with him. There was a large ship behind him, floating toward the planet, and Opping out were small pods. These were similar to the ones the Dalki used for invasions. They shot straight down to the ground in the forest, and opening up, there were humans inside them. Humans with strong abilities, those from Earth and the Greylash faction, had come out and were willing to fight. They ran through the forest and headed toward the settlement, knowing full well who their enemy was. The humans, they're helping us, Mukka said, surprised. Sure, individual humans had helped them on occasion, but not like this, fighting side by side in the settlement. It was something that Mukka had never dreamed of happening. That took a bit of convincing, which is why we were a little late, Jake stated. But humans haven't forgotten what you did for us. We haven't forgotten what Quinn did for us. So, we'll be the ones to help you this time. On an unknown planet, somewhere in the universe, standing on a cliffside was one of the Ancient Ones. Underneath his feet, a stream of water fell to the ground. It was a waterfall that spilled down onto the land below. For the land Celestalin was standing on was moving. It was floating around the planet, moving like a ship. But it appeared as if there was no form of power moving the island. It just flowed like a cloud, continuing to drop water down below. As it continued to go through the clouds, Celestalin stood there in a large white robe, with his beard touching the floor beneath him. His eyes were glowing white with celestial energy as he had his palms out. Are you still intending to get rid of them all? Mundus asked. He was standing around 20 meters away from where Celestalin currently was, facing toward his back. I understood when you said you wished to get rid of all the vampires, but the humans have now gotten involved. You have to stop. This is a small cost, Celestalin replied. Are all of the humans in the settlement?
No.
The humans can reproduce again, and they are not the only life form to care about in the golden space. You should know by now, after everything we have gone through, that Immortui is someone who we have to get rid of, no matter what the cost. We will weaken every resolve or chance he has to come over. After that, we will defeat him. Even if he is reborn, we shall beat him again and again. When he reincarnates, he won't have the same power as before. We will just continue to squash him, so he may never rise again, and if he gets reincarnated with his memories lost, all for the better. The whole situation left a bad taste in Mundus' mouth. Everything that was happening. Celestalin was doing nothing but causing more trouble in a situation the humans and vampires were trying to solve themselves. You underestimate the human strength, Celestalin, Mundus said. That moment, Celestalin turned around. What did you say? Coming down right from above, something had crashed right in the middle of the two. A shockwave of energy was sent rumbling through their feet, and a powerful one at that.
Cage.
The island had even dropped down in the air for a few moments before it regained and balanced itself. What's going on? Celestin asked. The place he was on, it was a place that only the Ancient Ones and the messenger should have known about. His instant thought was Mundus. Mundus, did you betray me? But how, why? Celestalin asked. Do you really think there is anyone strong enough to take me on, even if you were to betray me? The only beings Celestalin could think of were the other Ancient Ones, but they should have no problem with what he was doing. Unfortunately, Mundus had no clue what was happening right now, and when the dust started to settle, they could see a red-scaled human figure. Stop this SHD attack right now. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with me, Ray Talon, the legendary one, and King of the Dragons said. Chapter 25-35, The Final Form. In the red space, the area in which Immortui and Quinn were facing each other, the landscape had vastly changed. From their fight and the destruction of the ground, they had already removed several layers of the ground. It was hard to see anything but broken land, as far as the eyes could see. However, the area, just like in the settlement, was being covered with white-colored energy portals that were opening up. From these energy portals, the Divine Brigade was coming through. They had nothing in the area to attack, other than Immortui and Quinn, and that's exactly what they did. They were harmless to the two, like a swarm of flies, but even a swarm of flies could be annoying at times. Fighting against the swarm that had come at them, Quinn had stopped as he looked to his side. He could see dark-colored wings made from the shadow's power. Along with the long hair, it was bringing back memories that had only returned recently. Arthur, Quinn called out. Turning slightly, there was a smile on his face. Quinn had to blink a few times wondering if it was real or not. As two more divine beings came toward him, Arthur swung his sword, slicing one in half. Then with his other hand, he blasted out a blood cannon, hitting it directly in the face. If this was his imagination, then it shouldn't have been able to deal with the divine beings in the area close to him. I will deal with these annoying disturbances, Arthur said. Quinn, you do your job. Thinking about it more, Quinn started to think how it was possible and soon remembered Russ' ability. It could have been Russ, or quite possibly it was Syl as well. Either way, he was thankful that he wasn't on his own in this. It gave Quinn a bit more confidence. Looking at Immortui, he could see he was busy taking down the divine beings, using large-scale red mist attacks. With each swing, he would take out a few hundred. Diving in, Quinn wasted no time, and placing his hand out, a shadow portal was created in front of him. Going through the shadow, Quinn appeared right out of another one, and it was right by Immortui's side. He twisted his fist, and the blood shadow Urgi started to spin rapidly, like a drill. It pounded right into Immortui's chest. Immortui's leg gave out for a moment, as it cracked the ground beneath him from the sheer power. When he tried to get back up, the second wave of the attack had hit as well, and on top of that, several of the dark divine beings thrust their spears right at Immortui. There were those that had done the same to Quinn, aiming for him, but a wall of shadow had appeared blocking the attack, and soon after, a large sword was swung, slicing off their heads, exploding them on impact. Arthur was doing as he stated he would, and was protecting Quinn to the best of his abilities, gathering the red mist. Power in his body. Immortui shoved both his hands out, and a ball of aura was sent outward. It blasted and looked as if it was forcing all of the divine beings away. It hadn't affected Quinn though, who was still pushing forward. From the serpent on his back, a laser fired out, but Quinn had blocked it with his wing. With his other wing open, he used the skill again. Blood rained like bullets. Small droplets of blood started to hit Immortui over and over on his body. My chest, it hurts from where he hit me from before. His power in this form is no joke. He is far stronger compared to before. How could a being that was created for me be able to reach such power? I know exactly what you're thinking, Quinn stated, as he used the shadow travel into the ground. The serpents opened up their mouths, firing energy blasts trying to hit Quinn, but the shadow had spread out like an entire pool, filling the entire ground. When it hit the shadow, it seemingly did nothing. Rising up from the shadow, Quinn was now right behind Immortui and grabbed onto both of the serpents' necks behind him. My power, it might have originally come from you, but the strength I have now is not just from you. Quinn screamed and opened up his mouth. This close, it was time for him to use another skill. Shadow Blood Screech has been activated. Quinn's mouth stretched wide, and the sides of his mouth ripped open. A large visible sound wave was emitted out, creating ripples in the air. They constantly hit Immortui's head over and over again. He could feel the armor on his body reacting. It was shaking as the screech hit him again, and his vision, it was fading with each hit, his sense of hearing, his sense of touch. Slowly, he was losing it all. What is this power? Immortui thought. Eventually, Immortui could see absolutely nothing. He couldn't even feel the touch on his body, seeing the state Immortui was in. Quinn quickly lifted his leg and slammed it on the top of his head, slamming his whole body into the ground. Right after he raised his hand, The gauntlets started to form into something else. His blood was being used to create a different weapon entirely. It started to curve out, making a large edge, and now it was held firmly in both of his hands. He had made a giant scythe out from his blood. It was full. Ly condensed, I know killing you won't be the end. You'll just come back, again and again. But even then, at least there will be a moment of peace for the world. Whether it's 10 years, or a 1,000 years until your return, you will remember this moment. Quinn swung the scythe down, and it hit Immortui's neck. It was pushing into his skin, and blood was being drawn from it, but he had grabbed onto the blade and was pushing away with his hand. Immortui, with his other hand, had used the colorless power on his own body. He had placed an orb inside of him, getting rid of the defect of Quinn's screeching power. He had to pull the orb out quickly, and he managed to see the scythe just in time to stop it. You are nothing to me. I'll show you exactly why the Ancient Ones feared me, Immortui said. Gripping tightly, the scythe's end broke, and the whole ground started to shake. The red mist energy was swirling into Immortui, and his armor was shaking. It covered his body, and the serpent started to turn into a strange dark goo. The goo was combined with his body as well as the armor on him. In the first place it always seemed strange. The armor didn't look like armor, but was more a part of his body. It continued to blend. Immortui's mouth started to grow large fangs on the side, started to cover over his arms, and his hands were large and clawed. Out from the back, a spiked tail grew out. The spikes were glowing and beaming with red energy. Red crystals were emerging from his back, constantly glowing with power, and his hair now was made of several serpents, just like those that wrapped around his arm. It now looked like there were hundreds of small ones behind him. This was Immortui's final form. Chapter 2536. Immortui's final form. The creature that stood in front of Quinn right now no longer looked to have a human body. It looked like a mishmash of all the demons Quinn had seen before. Yet somehow, all of the pieces blended in together, as if it was meant to be. Not like a chimera that had a mismatch of colors and shapes. It all flowed together, and Immortui looked like a devastating creature right in front of him. This his demon form? Quinn thought. I guess that would be the wrong term. Immortui is the celestial that created all of the demons to begin with. This is just his strength. Acting fast, Quinn's wings spread out tall and wide, and the skill blood rain had been used. A rain of bullets went right toward Immortui, and in an instant, he vanished. The attacks continued forward, completely missing. The energy from Quinn's right side changed in the air, and turning his head, he saw the large claws coming right at him. With his armored gauntlets, he blocked attack after attack. Quinn would hit the force of the claw away, but his arms were swinging, and he could feel them getting numb, even though he was in his demon form. After blocking several hits, the snake ends of Immortui's hair lit up, and so did the red crystals on his back. Several beams of red energy shot out, hitting Quinn right in the chest. The markings on his chest tried to move in certain places, taking up the attack, but it was still hitting parts of his skin, and the sheer power was getting through to his body. Quinn skidded across the ground, digging up the ground behind him, continuing to pile up, creating somewhat of a mountain behind him. As he continued to skid, a shadow portal had opened up from behind. Quinn had gone through and appeared on the other side, and I didn't create that shadow portal. It must have been Arthur. Quinn thought as he looked above and could see Arthur was still rounding up all of the divine beings to stop them from interfering with the fight. Now behind Immortui, Quinn raised both of his hands, and two large whirling tornadoes formed next to him. Throwing them out, they went toward Immortui. The tail ends ripped up the ground underneath as it went right for Immortui. They crashed into him, ripping him apart as best as they could. Quinn then dashed forward, the dark purple-red aura spinning around his gauntlets as he charged in. When he got close, he could see the body of Immortui jumping out. He had pounced, and then threw his fist out, colliding right with Quinn's blood drill. When it hit, though, the claw of Immortui grew incredibly large in size, just like the giant mist that he would produce. Quinn was knocked back again, and before he could recover, the head serpents fired out several lasers. It wasn't constant this time, but they were firing at him one at a time like bullets. They were hitting Quinn's body all over, and blood had spurted from his mouth. The blood didn't drop to the floor, though, because Quinn swung his arm, throwing the blood out. It crashed into Immortui, and the small droplets were more powerful than they looked as they caused him to skid on the ground a couple of inches. Suddenly, though, Immortui had turned his body into a red mist. He disappeared from right in front of Quinn and appeared right by his side, grabbing his head, slamming him onto the ground, creating a large crater underneath. His hair continued to fire at Quinn one after the other, but he was able to use his wings to block most of the attacks from Immortui. Seeing this, Immortui leapt up in the air and started to spin his body. He traveled fast in the air, and with his spiked tail, he slammed it right onto Quinn. It was stuck in his blood wings that were now bleeding, having fallen down on them. You should know that my blood is dangerous by now. Quinn shouted. He controlled the blood from his wings and moved it, hitting Immortui again. He then opened his mouth and used the shadow blood screech for a second time. The attack was emitted from his mouth, but it hit nothing but the air once again. A large claw came slashing across Quinn's chest. The power of the red mist followed, making a giant mark. Blood spattered out of Quinn's body, and he quickly formed this into a sword. Grabbing onto it, he swung and deflected the second hit of the claw. He was ready for a third, but as he looked around, he was unable to see anything. Turning his head again, he saw several red beams of energy coming at him. With his sword in his hand, he swung them in place using his speed, stopping every single one of them. You put up a good fight, but you've lost, Immortui spoke. Quinn didn't quite know what he meant, but when the beams of energy stopped, he could see no one at the end of it. But he could sense something strange behind him, the fact that he could sense nothing at all. Turning his head, he could see Immortui. Even in this form, he was producing his colorless ability. It had spread out, and at that moment and time, it had completely hit Quinn. With it, there was only one thing he could do. Shadow Lock. Just like before, the skill had given Quinn some time to think. He didn't know how much time he had, but he had actually used the skill on another before himself. He had used it on Arthur. Having placed Arthur in the Shadow Lock, the swarm of divine beings that had been going after him had rushed in on the two down below. He knew the divine beings wouldn't be enough to deal with Immortui, but at this point, he needed anything that would just help him out in some way. Using the Shadow Lock on himself, Quinn had disappeared. It would keep him busy for a short while, before he found some way to get into the Shadow Lock. Entering the shadow space, Quinn went on his knees for a moment and touched his chest. His body was healing the wounds that had been made, but it still hurt. Damage was done. Every time I get this guy in the corner and I think he's done, he just ends up getting stronger. Am I going to lose again? A third time? This is my final chance, Quinn said to himself. Feeling hopeless in the fight once more, he looked up at Arthur, who was standing in front of him. Please, how am I meant to win this fight? Chapter 2537. Full Potential Unlocked. Fighting with all of his shadow powers didn't work. Fighting with the help of the blood being split around the red space didn't work, nor did fighting with his armor. The demon form, the form that everyone had worked so hard for him to get, now this wasn't working either. Quinn had been putting up a good fight, and it was proven by the fact that Immortui had been pushed to the edge. To the point where he had transformed into a monstrosity. Those eyes of his, I can see, they hold no love for anyone, Quinn said distraught. If he gets out, he will kill everyone with no second thought. It wasn't just Immortui. Quinn also saw it with the other Celestials, but with them being so focused on their conditions, everything worked out, just as they stated the universe had balanced itself. Yet where was the balance for Immortui? If he got out and did as intended, would the universe really do a great reset like Bliss claimed? Trying to start again, when using the armor, Quinn had used all the different blood fists.
Eve.
And absorbing his blood gave Quinn no power-up or options added to his system. The current Quinn, he had reached his peak. Quinn, a voice said from in front of him. Looking up, Quinn stared at Arthur, who was standing above him, his sword in his hand, and his large shadow wings still present. Even now, Quinn was in his demon form in the shadow space. Right, this is Syl's creation, but could they speak? I saved him on instinct, and as a way to get the divine beings to attack Immortui. Unfortunately, due to the power that Immortui has, once I leave this shadow space, I will disappear. Remember, I am not real. Which means it will be down to you to face him. Quinn already knew that. He didn't need to be reminded. As he looked at Arthur, he looked towards his sword. He remembered how powerful it was. In the end, the sword had been given to Fex. From what Quinn had heard, he spent some time with his son Andy helping with the vampire core and had requested to be put into a deep slumber once again. This was before everyone's memories had been changed. Knowing Fex, the sword was most likely buried with him. He was perhaps too worried it would fall into the hands of others, or didn't feel like it was his right to give it away. The powerful sword that had been created from bloodstones of the 13 families. All of those that Arthur had to punish during his time. Even with Syl's powers, the sword still had those effects, but it would be gone within the colorless ability. Quinn, I can see you are looking at the sword, Arthur stated. The sword which was created using the blood of the vampire families, and in turn, the sword has the ability of the vampire families. But, there is something else which has the blood of all the vampire families. Arthur stated. The absolute blood control powers. The powers that you received and became a part of your body. Standing up, Quinn looked Arthur in the face. What are you getting at? Absolute blood control may have the power of all 13 families, but that just gives one the power to control blood well. It doesn't give the abilities that the family holds. I am just stating the facts, Arthur claimed. You have to remember, you are thinking of vampires and humans as the same thing. Do you not remember, there was a time where I did a lot of research into our origins. You see, the humans of today learn abilities from mutant cells in their body. But it wasn't like that in the past. Humans were able to learn all sorts of powers. Of course, it was different from how they are used today, and the mutant cells had its advantages. Blood is everything to vampires, so much that our powers mix in creating a blood crystal. If the sword can have the abilities of the families placed into it, then why can't the same be done for a vampire? Quinn knew what Arthur was trying to get at, but it seemed impossible to him. Even if the blood of the families runs through my body, no vampire has had more than one ability before. Arthur smiled and started to shake his head. The world is not as limited as you think. Immortui was able to create several beings through his power that are strong on their own. Even you yourself are thinking of yourself as a normal vampire. You are not a vampire, Quinn, and you are not less than Immortui. You were once the god of vampires, the ruler of blood. You are not below him, but are at the same level as him. You have overcome everything in your path. Arthur said as he lifted up the sword. You have the power of the system, the power of equivalent exchange, which has continued to make you grow. The human side of you controls the Godslayer power of the shadow, using your MC cells. However, your vampire side, you are not merely a vampire but a god, and what god is restricted by such things? Arthur then suddenly thrust the sword forward, and it had pierced Quinn in the chest. Its energy was turning into red blood particles, fading into the air. However, the sword had truly pierced his chest, and Quinn's blood started to pour out from him. It was dark in color. With it, Quinn started to cover his whole body with the red shadowy blood. Just like when he was a celestial, Quinn was doing the same now, creating a set of armor on himself out of his powers. Controlling the blood and controlling himself, his attacks, his movements, everything about him would be stronger. And due to his blood being mixed with the shadow, he would be somewhat protected from the colorless ability. When Arthur stabbed him, it hit him as he knew what to do, and the words had opened his mind. Quinn saw a dark red system screen pop up in front of him. It was the system screen. It opened wide, and the words on them were clear as day. You have realized the true value of the system. You have realized what it means to be a vampire. You have realized what it means to be a celestial. You have realized what it means to be a godslayer. A new quest has been received. Defeat the celestial of death, Immortui. The blood within you activates. You have temporarily unlocked all abilities of the 13 families. Quinn, the powers of the shadow, the powers of the vampires, the strength of the humans, the strength of the system. Use it all and defeat Immortui. At that moment, Arthur's body too started to fade into nothing but particles, and the whole world, the shadow space itself, was starting to fade. Chapter 2538. Quinn's overloading power. Quinn found himself in a crumbling shadow space. The entire world around him felt like it was collapsing, and parts of the shadow were disappearing, revealing a colorless sky and world beyond. At that moment, Arthur was vanishing right before Quinn's eyes. Quinn had no place left to hide as the shadow space crumbled, but it didn't matter because it was his time to fight. Shadow space, cancel, Quinn commanded, twisting his hand, and the shadow completely disappeared, returning him to the battlefield. The entire area had turned black and white with shades of
Ray.
Lifelessness hung in the air, and Quinn could see Immortui still in his dreaded form in front of him. When Quinn lifted his hand to examine his armor, he could still see the deep dark purple and red colors. This is just like the last time. The shadow body allowed me to be protected by the colorless ability. The shadow has the ability to slow down attacks. If the colorless power is treated like an attack, it's slowing that down as well. But this time, the shadow's power is a lot stronger compared to before. It's been mixed in with not only my blood aura, but my blood itself. It's condensed and created an armor over my whole body. Tensing up and making a fist, Quinn knew that with his current state, he could still fight, and much better than before. Quinn rushed forward from his position, running straight toward Immortui. He threw a fist, not using blood aura, but pouring all his strength and power into the punch. Immortui moved to the side, avoiding the attack, but Quinn's blow left a small scratch on his face. I completely dodged the blow. How is this possible? Immortui wondered. Quinn continued to throw punches one after the other, and Immortui was dodging them bit by bit. However, each time, small scratches were appearing on his body. I'm clearly avoiding all of his hits, so how am I still getting hurt? Immortui thought. Finding it inexplicable, Immortui decided to strike back, but as he did, Quinn gathered his blood aura into a condensed ball and threw it, hitting Immortui right in the chest. The blood aura is protected by the shadow as well, and there's one more trick. Quinn thought. As the blood aura hit Immortui, a giant explosion erupted, shaking the entire area and creating a cloud of dust and smoke. At that moment, Quinn placed both hands on the ground. The explosion had knocked Immortui back, and he had stepped onto the ground, which started to glow. For just a moment, the trap effect had frozen Immortui. The colorless effect had dissipated fairly quickly, including the trap, but it was enough time for Quinn to arrive. He thrust both of his fists forward, resembling tiger claws, and hit Immortui. A pulse of power vibrated in the air. The pulsating blast was about to send Immortui flying, but before he did, he stretched out his hand, and purple-colored strings, made with Quinn's blood, attached to Immortui's body. These strings were incredibly strong. Quinn pulled Immortui forward and smashed his fist right into Immortui's head, driving him into the ground. Immortui gritted his teeth as he felt the punch. It was somehow stronger than before. Quinn created another ball of aura and slammed it into Immortui's face, causing another large explosion. The ground underneath was further destroyed. Immortui tried to claw back, but Quinn kept moving out of the way and hitting him. With each hit, they were growing more powerful. Each punch sent shockwaves through Immortui's body, breaking the ground and the area behind him. Not only that, Quinn was getting faster, much faster. He avoided every single hit and continued to pummel Immortui, with each punch becoming more powerful. A punch to the stomach lifted Immortui off his feet, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Immortui's blood sprayed into the air, but Quinn grabbed him with the strings once more, swinging him back. Quinn braced his feet and slammed his fist right into Immortui's stomach, pushing hard, and although he didn't pierce through, blood spilled all over the floor. "The colorless ability of yours is your downfall," Quinn said as he threw Immortui to the ground. Immortui was in pain, struggling to get up. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, he had been overpowering Quinn. "I bet this has been your trump card in many fights before. But I realized you can't use your powers in this colorless space. Your red mist, your strength, all of it. You relied on this strong, powerful form of yours, thinking that it could best anything in the colorless space. But my power shields me from yours, and my strength, the strength of all the vampires, the humans' chi, and everything I have obtained, is much more powerful than yours." Immortui realized that Quinn was right. Quinn wasn't affected by Immortui's strange power, and his attacks were somehow growing faster and stronger. Noticing this, Immortui dispelled the colorless power, but the moment he did, he saw 1,000 dark purple and red-colored swords in the sky, all pointed toward him. Quinn charged in, and Immortui attempted to blast him away with a missed attack using the serpents on his hair. However, the attack completely missed as Quinn disappeared. He reappeared right by Immortui's side, grabbing Immortui's arm and kicking him in the leg. At the same time, Quinn hit him on the top of his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Immortui tried to strike back, but Quinn moved out of the way, and one of the 1,000 swords crashed into Immortui's arm, exploding on the spot. Through the cloud of smoke, Quinn moved through the shadow and appeared right behind Immortui, grabbing the back of his head and throwing him back to the ground. Letting go, several hundred of the swords homed in on Immortui and exploded one after the other. Quinn leapt up into the air and flew down through the sky, breaking several sound barriers. With so many successful hits, the momentum ability had grown incredibly fast. He crashed into Immortui, sending a pulse of power far and wide. As Quinn's powerful strike resonated, it had a ripple effect across the surrounding planets, causing them to shift ever so slightly in space. The celestial bodies themselves were displaced by the force of Quinn's attack. When Quinn directed his gaze towards the ground, he saw that Immortui's body had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was no longer in the same state as before. Instead, it appeared completely crushed, with blood splattered all over his battered form. "You're still alive?" Quinn questioned, his eyes narrowly. As the 1,000 swords reappeared behind his back, poised to unleash the same devastating onslaught, only faster and stronger this time, you. Immortui responded, blood dripping from his mouth as he lay on the ground. "You have the power to take on the whole universe. You have the power to not listen to anyone, and you're listening to them, the Celestials, the Ancient Ones." Quinn shook his head, his determination unwavering. "I was never listening to them. I don't care about their business, and I don't care about yours. The only thing I've ever decided to do is to protect the ones I care about. But you, Immortui, you decided to touch them, to hurt them. The only thing I've decided to do is to protect the ones I care about, and you are in my way." Raising his hand, Quinn began to gather the blood from all around him, including the remnants of the shadow. It started to spin, forming into a colossal drill that grew larger and more menacing by the second. The swords that had been hovering in the air disintegrated, their fragments adding to the monstrous blood drill in the sky. From all that had transpired, it had become clear that the only way to eliminate Immortui was to obliterate his entire body. Regular punches weren't going to be sufficient. Quinn resolved to channel all of his power and his own blood into this devastating final strike. The blood that had been spilled from Immortui's wounds began to rise up, becoming an integral part of the blood drill. As it did, the drill started to glow and pulsate with an overwhelming and formidable power. "Ha ha ha ha." Immortui laughed maniacally, as though possessed by a sinister force. "You have no clue, do you? You have no idea what will happen. What will happen if you kill me? If you do, you will lose everything." Chapter 2539, The Final Choice. The vampire settlement was facing problem after problem, but with the backup of Logan, with the humans, his androids, and the help of the vampire core unit, they were pushing back. A full-scale battle was taking place. Vampires were running across the building tops, striking and releasing their blood aura across the sky. Abilities were being used to fire at the divine beings, and helping out the most was Chris himself. He had dived headfirst and took Peter along with him. He used Shi platforms to kick himself in the air, and with a single swipe, he continually was taking down divine being after divine being. Peter couldn't hold back either, not if he wanted to defeat the divine beings, because they were anything but weak. A powerful hit would have to be directed at their heads, or at the bulk of their bodies if he didn't want the godlike beings healing each other. There are so many of them. Layla shouted. Is it ever going to stop? Logan had come down from his ship and was on the ground next to Layla. He used his blaster hand to fire away at the divine beings, knocking some of their spears, but his blaster was doing little to help the situation. You are right. By looks of things, they are able to constantly reproduce. Rather than trying to get rid of them all, what we need to focus on is what is causing this and stopping it, because we can't fight on forever when it seems like they can. Jumping up, Muka bashed both hands right on top of a divine being that had come straight to attack them. It crashed into the ground at that point, and immediately the vampires and ability users around them piled their attacks on top of it. The issue is, how are we meant to find that out when we're fighting with everything we have just to survive? Muka stated. It felt like the only choice they had was to continue fighting. The spears were going toward their enemy, and a group of the dark divine beings had gathered power at the tip of their spears, the power growing larger until it stopped. They had frozen in place. The attacks from the vampires and the humans continued to hit the divine beings for a short while, and suddenly they started to move away. All of them were flying back toward the portals. They were retreating for some reason. Wait. Muka shouted. Don't chase. Conserve your energy, and try to help the injured. The divine beings didn't look like beings that were alive anyway. It was useless to go after them, and the way they were retreating, it was almost as if an order had been given. Layla, Logan, and Muka continued to look up, and when all of the divine beings had gone back through the white portals, they had closed up. All of them. The entire settlement fell silent. The people who had just been in a tough battle moments ago, all of it had ended like that, but they were still on edge. It didn't quite feel real, as if they would come back at any moment. What happened? Layla asked. I think someone must have solved the root cause of our problem, Logan replied. Despite all of that, were they safe? And even if they were, Layla was still worried about just what was happening to Quinn. Where exactly was he? Quinn had gathered a massive amount of his blood shadow into a form of a giant drill, using the blood around him, including that of a Mortui himself. A blow that would be delivered and rip a Mortui's body to shreds so that he couldn't harm another person he cared about again. But either out of desperation or part of his final plan, Immortui had some words to say. You have no clue, do you? You have no idea what will happen. What will happen if you kill me? If you do, you will lose everything. Immortui said. For a moment, Quinn hesitated as the blood shadow continued to spin rapidly, making a screech and pulsating with power in the sky, pushing apart all of the clouds in the area. I've caught your attention, Immortui claimed. If you kill me, then my power will disappear from this world with it, and I mean all of my power. All of the demons that have been created, they will disappear. The power that you have right now, along with the rest of them, they will end up becoming nothing but humans. If that happens, do you think they would stand a fighting chance? Quinn grunted slightly. He wanted to believe it was a trick, but he remembered the words of Richard Eno and Vincent, some of the smartest that he knew. They had come up with a theory that perhaps if they got rid of Immortui, then with him they would also get rid of their vampire selves, so he had reason to believe Immortui's word. But I can still get rid of you? Quinn said. You are the root of the problem to begin with. Haha, and so what? Immortui said. You know that a celestial doesn't die unless his condition is taken over by another. Did you think my condition will be passed on to you? Unlikely. I will be born again, and I don't care how long it takes. I will make sure to come back. And you, and all of your friends you care about, have become a prime target for me. Without your powers that you have for me, you won't be able to beat me again, but if I get rid of you, Quinn replied. If I get rid of you, at least we can have some sort of peace. Peace? Immortui laughed. Peace. Knowing full well that I will come back and get rid of you all someday. If you call that peace, then kill me now. The words of Immortui, they were getting to Quinn. The speed of the drill started to slow down. What was he to do? How could he solve this situation? We won't let that happen, a voice said to his side. When Quinn looked to see who it was, he could see 3 figures in front of him, and all of them he knew well. Mundus, Bliss, and Sam? Quinn said. Although they were in the red space, it looked as if there was an orb of white energy surrounding them that was protecting them. I'm sorry, Quinn. I tried my best to keep the Celestials out of this whole event, and I had somewhat failed. But things are okay now thanks to a certain someone, Mundus explained. Immortui was able to gather his strength over the course of thousands of years, Bliss explained. Even if he reincarnates, his power will be close to back to normal. Even if he tries to raise his power again, we will be able to stop him this time before it grows. The only reason why he was so much trouble is because Immortui used to work with the gods. His sudden turn was unexpected, and he had grown too strong for the Ancient Ones to even kill him, but be sure that none of the Celestials will ever let someone rise to that power again. Hearing these words, Immortui's whole expression changed. He was no longer laughing because he knew that their words were true. And what about you, Quinn? Immortui shouted. When the Ancient Ones get rid of me, they will come after you, worried that you will do the same. Your fate will be the same as mine. Don't you see this is what I was trying to stop happening? If you get rid of me, then you will just have them as your enemy. They are not your allies. Quinn didn't need to hear what Bliss and Mundus had to say. He knew they would state that this wouldn't happen, but he knew there was a very real chance of this happening. Quinn, Sam called out, standing straight and walking a little ahead of the other two by his side. Forget what everyone said. This is your choice to make. You choose what you want to do, and I will support your decision whatever you make. I always have done so. Since the start of the cursed faction you have been my leader and will always be my leader. So Quinn, choose what you want to do. Chapter 2540. The decision is made. Quinn's emotions were all over the place. Seeing Sam at a time like this, next to Bliss who he really didn't have much of a liking for, and she was by Mundus, someone who had trapped him before but also someone he had worked with. There were words being thrown out by everyone, and although it felt like they were all somewhat telling the truth, it also felt like there were lies hidden behind each of their points that I've decided already. I'm ending it right here. Quinn shouted as he jumped up in the air and swung the giant drill right down toward Immortui's body. Those that were close by, Mundus along with Bliss and the others, the orbs surrounding them flickered, and they quickly disappeared out of the area. The large dark blood shadow drill hit Immortui's body and was spinning constantly. The power of the attack, it was ripping his skin away bit by bit and disintegrating into nothing but energy as it was added into the drill. Arghhhh. Quinn screamed, and his demon form was breaking. It was falling off of him as the attack and energy waves hit his body. He needed to make sure that this was it, that this would be the end of Immortui once and for all. The large drill pushed down, and it continued to push further and further. The ground was breaking off the giant planet, and the cracks were going out further and further out. They continued to spread, and the energy was causing everything to crumble. The drill, it had hit the very core of the planet, and the energy at that point had exploded out. Everything in sight was crumbling to pieces. Only a few areas of land had broken off and were floating in space. The large explosions as well as the shockwave from the attack had moved nearly everything close to it far out and wide. When the energy had finally come to an end, the planet that was once there was no more, and instead Quinn was just floating in space. He looked at the air around him, and that's when he started to notice something. The red mist that was covering the entire space, it was fading away, it was disappearing right in front of his eyes. Was this energy? Was it all of Immortui's power? Quinn thought, clenching his fist. He had done so weakly, his fingers moving slowly. I've made my decision now, I have to live with my choice. Quinn thought, and in that moment, the system had given him a ping, reading him another message. Across the red space, a big change was happening. Although many of the demons had gathered onto their large ships and had headed for the planet of the giants, there were those that had stayed behind, and they felt a strange tingling sensation in their body. Their forms were starting to change, the surging power they felt in their body, nearly all of it was disappearing from them. They started to shrink down in size, and began to lose many of their demonic features as this was taken away from them. They started to look a lot more human. Their skin was normal, their flesh was the same as any human, but they didn't have the power that they had before, and unlike humans they had no abilities. Look at them. One of the Chrono shouted. The demons, something's happened. Immediately, one of the Chrono had picked up a weapon, an axe, and ran, slicing the former demon's head right off. The body fell to the floor, and it was dead in an instant. Although the red mist had disappeared, no longer influencing this innate anger to fight each other, there was real anger behind their actions. All of the years they had suffered, they could now unleash it back on the demons. The demons themselves had no clue what was happening or what had happened to them, but they stood no chance as the inhabitants took back the red space. Due to the blast of Quinn's attack, there was one being that had been knocked so far away. He found himself on another planet, and he too had changed into a human-like form. What is this? Anzoka said, looking at his pale hand. Does this mean Immortui actually lost, his plan had failed? Then what does that mean for me? I need to survive for now. I end the vampire settlement. The fighting had been over for a short while. Everyone was quick to act, as they had gathered those that were injured, and among the rubble. They pulled them out and started to heal them as quickly as possible for the vampires. They gave them blood, allowing their bodies to do the natural healing. It was a tough time for them all, as they tried their best to cope with the losses around them. Loud screams were heard throughout from the attack. Using his machinery, Logan had cleared a lot of the rubble away after confirming there were no more vampires among the rubble. It had been pushed over to the side, and the injured were being treated. As for the dead, they were placed in another location for now. A short while later, and being escorted by some of the vampire corps and Andy, Minnie along with the rest of the children had arrived. Mum. Minnie shouted as she started to sprint across the ground, but as she did she noticed something. Her steps were becoming slower, the energy inside her, it was disappearing from her body. She started to feel incredibly slow, and her heartbeat was starting to grow stronger as well. Her breath, she could feel it more vividly, and also the pain in her legs as she went across the area. It wasn't just her though, every single vampire in the area could feel it as well. There was a big change that was happening in them all. A change that they couldn't stop and had no control of. Inside the floating space around Quinn, he was looking at the system screen that had popped up in front of him. Quest comp. Leet. You have defeated the Celestial of Death. You have gained the following rewards. Your powers have become your own. You will not be affected by the Celestial of Death's clawback ability. Clawback ability, what is this? I don't even know what it means, but the Celestial of Death, it's clear that it's talking about Immortui. Right now, Quinn could still feel the blood aura in his body. He could still feel the flow of blood in the air, including the blood that was being split now on the other planets. Because of this, he knew he hadn't lost his powers. An item has been placed in your system. Immortui's soul. You can do the following with Immortui's soul crystal. Place it into another that is compatible with the soul. Break the soul crystal, sending it into the path of reincarnation. It's a crystal and it's in my system. Just like the God Slayer crystals? Can this happen? Has this ever happened before? Or is it because of the system itself? It has always been able to do strange things due to the equivalent exchange ability. So what happens if I just keep the crystal in the system? Will it mean Immortui will never enter the reincarnation cycle? He will never cause trouble again. Judging by the fact that the system didn't require him to do anything, he thought that very well was a possibility. It looked like Immortui's claim of always being a worry in Quinn's mind wouldn't exist. On top of that, it was a handy thing to keep because now he also had a bargaining chip that he could use with the other Celestials as well. Or a deep secret to keep with him. Thinking of them, a glowing orb started to appear, and once again the three from before had appeared in front of him. You did it, Quinn. Bliss said with a smile on her face. It looks like once again, with the help of 2 talons you have managed to change the future and for the better. 2 talons? Quinn replied back wondering what she meant by that, but he was so exhausted that he didn't really have the energy to care either. Thank you, Quinn, for doing all this. I will take you back to the golden space, Munda said. You will finally be able to spend time with your family and friends without having to worry. The Celestials will not bother you, and Immortui will no longer bother you until he needs to reincarnate again, but that will be our trouble to deal with, not yours. Those words finally brought Quinn peace. He had felt like he had achieved that so many times before, but there was always problem after problem. Was it true? Could he finally enjoy himself? Shifting in, Bliss used some of her magic and pulled Quinn into the glowing white orb that the 3 of them were in. He didn't fight it, but now he was right by the side of the others, and it was at that moment that he noticed something. The smell that had entered his nose, and the energy coming off from Sam's body. You don't smell like a vampire. What happened to you? Quinn asked, his heart pounding. Quinn. Sam replied with a straight face. What Immortui said wasn't a lie. His power is no longer a part of this universe, apart from what is inside you. You are the last vampire. Chapter 2541, The Last Vampire. A strange energy had faded from the vampires. Their hearts were beating strangely. The air on their skin felt better, and things like their eyesight along with their sense of smell had all worsened. For many, they were starting to panic. They had no clue what was happening, and for a lot of them, they had never even been human before. It was the first time they were experiencing such things, and it was scary, almost like a disease that was coming over them. It wasn't just the vampires. The subclasses, the creations of the vampires, were all returning to normal. The undead whites, their hearts started to beat as they experienced life in a new form. For some, rather than a power leaving them, it felt more like a power was changing them. Peter was among this group of people. He stretched out his arms, clenched his hands several times, and ran his fingers down his skin. Then, lifting his hands, he touched water that was coming down from his face. My sense of feeling, my heartbeat, it's all come back. Peter wanted to jump for joy. How long had it been since he had felt like this? He was grateful for having become a white and being able to help Quinn along the way. Eventually, it had even become a thing that he didn't realize he had missed. Perhaps it was due to the dulling of his emotions, and now that he had obtained it all back, he felt great. This really happening. I can finally live my life the way I was meant to, Peter said. So, I guess I'm just going to be armless forever then, Hickel commented. His body had healed up, but he had no arms on his body. Hey, you can always get a bionic arm, Edvard commented, much more worried about his own condition. The moment he took the armor off, it would be the end of him. He could feel his vampire self having disappeared, but the power of the armor was strong, strong enough to keep him still the way he was. For the older vampires who had lived thousands of years, including the originals, they had turned into a human whose body was at the age their appearance currently took on. For the originals, it was the same appearance they had from the day they had turned it on that day. Their life had taken a drastic turn, and with it, they felt like their old life was on pause until this very moment it had come back. Even Chris, as he looked at his own body, he could feel his own blood didn't pump in the same way as it did around his body. The alterations that had been made, they were gone, and I guess that means Quinn did it, he really did it, but doesn't it also mean he's stuck there? One of the biggest changes that the vampires had immediately noticed, with the humans being around them left and right, was their taste for blood. Layla was trying her best to get those who were less erratic to calm all the others down. She was trying to make sense of it all, as even her power was now completely gone as well. From her right side, she had seen someone that made her heart skip. When she corrected her mind, her heart settled down for a moment. All of it is gone, Vincent said as he walked over. It's the same for me. All of my powers to control blood, the thirst for blood, and even our pain in the sunlight. It's not just us, but all of the subclasses. What Layla was happy to see more was the fact that Galen was also with Vincent. She was worried about where he had gone or what he was doing, but was a little less worried due to his powers with the shadow and ability to hide himself. That was another thing that had changed though. When Layla had attempted to use her telekinesis powers, they had completely disappeared. Just like when a human turned into a vampire, all of their MC cells changed. The same thing had happened again. They could still learn abilities, but it just meant that they would have to start over. As for the shadow ability, Minnie had lost that turning into a human as well. With everything going on, they didn't know whether to laugh and cry, and of all things, the humans with their abilities were rushing around helping out people the most. Wait a moment, all of the vampires have lost their powers? Russ thought as he looked around. He still had his powers. Does this mean that Quinn has lost his? With Syl in a bad state as well, and that wolf having lost his powers, does that make me the strongest in this world? Russ was already imagining what he might potentially be able to do, and was smirking to himself. While Layla was checking out Galen, she soon saw him pointing a finger behind her, and he opened up his mouth to say a few words. Dad. Galen shouted out. Layla turned around, along with the rest of them that were in the area, and they saw a flicker of white energy disappear, and in its place, there was one person left standing there, Quinn Talon. Damn it, they left immediately as well. Before I could talk to them more, Quinn said, scratching his head. He started to sniff the air, and as he did, he looked at everyone that was staring back at him. More importantly, more than anything, he was with his family. He could see the tears of Layla, his daughter Minnie, and the smile on Galen's face. Did you think I died or something? I told you I would be back, Quinn said as he went in, knelt down, and hugged all three of his family members. It was a bittersweet moment that no one wanted to end. As Quinn hugged them all, he realized something, though. He could smell it. He could sense it with the blood rushing through their veins. They were now different from him. Russ stared at him, and for a second, Quinn opened his eyes glowing red, looking right at him. Letting go, Quinn stood up. Don't worry about those that are underground, Quinn stated, talking about those that were still in the chambers underneath. They are already dead. Quinn could sense it from where he was. The vampires that hadn't gotten out of their chambers due to rubble. Those that had gone into an eternal slumber. There was now no way to bring them back. They were human, and their hearts were never to beat again. The only thing was, the vampires had gone into eternal slumber thinking they would never have to wake up, and this would have to satisfy him now. This is going to be a new start for us all, Quinn smiled. 1 year later. Chapter 2542. 1 year later. 1 year had passed since the world-changing event. The disappearance of an entire separate race was done in a day, and the human race had to figure out what it was that they needed to do. Vampires were already living among them on many different planets, and suddenly for them to change just like that was not just a shock for them, but for everyone around them. However, with the help of those in charge, those that were already trying to bridge the gap between the two, things had moved along quickly. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the humans were much more willing to work with the new humans who were just like them. Those that were afraid had almost no reason to be. The excuses they made about living side by side with those that feasted on them couldn't be used anymore as for why this had occurred, that had been kept under wraps. Many of the now ex-vampires were actually displeased with what had happened to them, feeling as if something had been taken away from them. It also meant many didn't learn about the decision and the sacrifice Quinn had made for them all. As with all things though, as time went by, people adjusted to the change. They adjusted to their new life, and the ex-vampires were able to integrate into human society, and rather than being apart, they had practically become one. That most of the political issues had been dealt with. It was an ongoing issue, but not as much as it was at the start. It allowed the humans to focus on more things, one of them being the reconstruction of Earth. Through their technological advancements, they were able to take land mass from asteroids and other planets and bring it to Earth. Large continents were being created in the seas, replacing the ones that had originally been destroyed by the Dalki in the First War. For everyone, it felt like there was no incoming threat looming over their heads like before. There were still beasts on other planets and travelers. This was because crystals were still a valuable resource for society's use. Although vampires no longer existed, abilities still did. So humans as well as the vampire-turned humans would learn abilities to do as they wished. At the same time, the human forces kept their relationships with the Omra, Pensui, and Mermirials, keeping up their close relationship as a whole. They would be a force to be reckoned with in the universe if anyone attacked them. In this new world and new life. On Earth, a new land had been developed, and on that land an evolved society had been built. With large houses, high-speed networks, allowing one to travel from one area to the next, and the teleporters to travel even further distances had been implemented on the outskirts of the city. There were the suburbs where large houses had been developed with green around it. In one of these areas, there was a large gated house. Lasers shot out from the bottom, formed by crystals, to make up the gate. A stone pathway led up to a water fountain feature, and eventually to the large manor-like house. A dark, small-colored spaceship, making next to no noise, had landed on a stone pathway not too far away, and there were many other spaceships that were already there. The door opened up from the bottom to the top, and immediately a small black curly-haired boy jumped down, bending his knees. Finally we're here, Galen shouted, standing up strongly. Minnie also jumped down, her feet landing on the ground. She was dressed up in a nice little polka-dotted red dress and had her hair tied up with a red bow as well, while Galen was in a shirt tucked into his little trousers. Soon following the two of them was none other than Layla, with her brown hair. She was in a nice light blue dress that sparkled, while wearing several items of jewelry on her. It was clear that all of them had made the effort to dress up nicely, and that included Quinn, who had come out last, looking the same as he ever had. Only his usual curly hair wasn't in so much of a mess as it was parted to the sides cleanly. He was wearing a nice black suit with a white shirt. He didn't wear a tie though because he felt like it restricted his breathing a bit. It was uncomfortable to say the least. Beast armor is more comfortable than this. Quinn commented, "Come on, everyone is going to be dressed up nicely. It's only for one day. It's been a while since we've done something like this," Layla said, as she grabbed onto Minnie and Galen's hand and walked forward. Minnie had moved in a certain way so she could hold onto Quinn's hand as well, and they all walked forward, heading to the large door. As soon as they arrived, there was a scan of their face, and a voice sound played. "I'll be at the door in a second," a female voice said. It wasn't long after that before the door opened up and a female in an elegant dress was there to greet them all. "Oh, Lucia, it's so nice to see you, and congratulations on the news," Layla said as she moved forward and went in for a big hug, but she was careful not to touch her stomach so much. "Yes, you heard, didn't you? It looks like in less than a year, we will have a little child of our own," Lucia commented with a big smile. "Congratulations," Quinn said. "I bet Peter is really pleased about this. It seems we are all growing up, since all of us are having a family of our own now." "Well, why don't you head inside? He and the others are all waiting for you." Heading inside with his family, they entered the large hallway with a grand dangling chandelier. The house was nicely decorated, but it felt a bit empty in places. It was clear that they hadn't lived in it for very long. The event that they had been invited to was a housewarming in the first place, and the house they were in belonged to none other than Lucia and Peter. The two of them had gotten together not long after he had turned back into a human. It seemed after his turn he had realized his feelings. He rushed over to Lucia and decided to tell her everything that he felt. Walking down the hallway, they took a right turn and they pushed through a pair of double doors, and heading in, Quinn had entered a room full of people. "It looks like everyone is here." Quinn smiled to himself. This was the start for Quinn, a memory he remembered clearly. At that time, meeting everyone, he had made a final decision for himself. This was perhaps the start when he realized he was different from everybody else. Chapter 2543. Everyone changing. Inside the large manor, there was a large entertainment area filled with bars, a pool table, and a huge wide-open window that let the light into the room. It opened up and allowed them to go out onto the patio that led to the garden. Here, there were plenty of seats as well. As soon as Quinn entered, nearly everyone at the party wanted to talk to him and went up to him. He mingled with them all, as there were people from all over that he had formed relationships with. After eventually talking to everyone, or at least offering his greetings, he decided to head outside in the sun. He placed his hand over his eyes slightly. "It's been a long time since that first system message just before I got on that bus." "Huh?" Quinn thought to himself. He saw a few empty seats and sat down. There was no one else next to him. That was until quite a few people decided to come over. "Hey, you don't mind if we join you, right?" a blonde-haired, middle-aged man asked, who looked close to being in his 30s. He held a drink in his hand, and he wasn't the only one there. Sitting in the seats around him were Syl, Shiro, Logan, Chris, and eventually, Peter had managed to get away from a bunch of people as well and join them. As for Shiro, he soon switched who was in control of his body, and now it was none other than Vorden. It's been an entire year, and there have been no problems, Vorden said, lifting up his drink. I think we should offer cheers to Quinn. The others agreed, and Quinn went along with them, lifting up his glass. Has it really been a year already? Peter asked. Time is moving too quickly. Back when I was a white, sometimes it felt like time wasn't moving at all. Of course, time is moving quickly for us all now, Logan stated. We have lived for thousands of years more than we originally should have. But it's the first time that we can enjoy it like this together, Chris said. Before, we would have to worry about the incidents with the vampires, Pure trying to take control, and the old military being abusive with their power. Ah yes, thanks to True Dream, Quinn said. Although you also got the Dalki were a major problem as well. What they were all saying was true. Earth had been peaceful, more peaceful than it ever had been. Humans were focusing on rebuilding. The abuse of powers wasn't widely used as before. Of course, there were the odd crimes here and there, but they were small and stopped fairly quickly. The Celestials seem to have kept their word as well. They haven't bothered us at all, and from the looks of it, they have no reason to. I can finally start relaxing, Quinn said. Everyone was happy for him. He had been through a lot, and not just him but all of them, and during that time, they had lost a lot as well. They had lost many of those close to them that they should never forget about. Arthur, Helen, Richard, and even more. In some ways, Quinn was happy that Amorchui had done what he had done at that time, because it had given him a chance to say goodbye to them and see them. Although I didn't really get to see Helen, I was sure she was there as well, Quinn thought. The group continued to discuss what they had done and plans for what to do next. Nearly all of them lived together and would meet up regularly. When they did meet up, they would mostly talk about the old days. However, as time went on, they knew it would be harder as they started to focus on their families. Still, they could then get together and have their children play. Eventually, as the party was coming to an end, Logan started to change the topic somewhat. I have a special announcement that I would like to make, Logan replied. I have been creating a special AI tool that will be able to run Green City and also predict the best improvements for the city. It should be able to fully function in the near future as it continues to learn. Essentially, it will be able to do everything that I do as the mayor. You should be careful, Vorden commented. If you make a robot that good, then you'll be out of the job. And that is the plan, Logan replied back. Me and Vicky have lived a long time, and we have enjoyed it, but eventually we will decide that it is time for us to leave this place. Having experienced everything we have done, and doing everything that we need to do. The mood had turned slightly somber after Logan had made the announcement, and it made sense to them all. Logan had been living a life for 1,000 years while Quinn and Peter were trapped. It wasn't just him, but it was the same for Syl as well. When losing his powers that day after the fight with the Amorchui, he didn't even attempt to get them back. Instead, Syl wished to age. He wished for his life to have an end. It was strange, but after realizing that there was an end, Syl wanted to experience it, rather than living on forever and trying to protect the world from their troubles. There was always going to be others in their place to do such a thing. It was the same for Peter as well. No longer a white, he was making the most of his time with his family, trying to enjoy it to the fullest. And king about all of this, Quinn turned his head to look at his family, Layla, Minnie, and Galen. All three of them, in just a year, he had noticed the changes that they were going through, but looking at himself, nothing had changed about him, not a single thing. Completely different compared to the rest. Chapter 2544. The pain is too much. 5 more years had passed since the meeting Quinn had with his friends. They regularly met up, and he enjoyed every bit he could with them. During those years, humans had been exploring planets, but didn't venture too far from their area. This was a warning from Quinn. As long as they kept to themselves, the Celestials shouldn't get angry either. There was one incident where a demon beast had occurred, but before Quinn had even arrived, it had already been dealt with. There were those who were strong enough to deal with the problem, allowing him to continue enjoying all of the time he could with his family and friends. As things continued on, he noticed something, and he had decided to call on a certain individual. In a high-rise building at the very top, there was a bar that would usually be packed with people enjoying a drink, but instead, there was just a single person, Quinn. He looked out at the city, examining everything from above. There were no problems and no threats to worry about. Soon, a person walked over, straightened his shirt, and sat down in the seat not too far from him. So, what's got you so worried that you decided to call me? Vincent asked. How did you know that it was something worrying? Quinn replied. Maybe I just wanted to meet you. You did quite a lot to find me. I was waiting for this, Quinn, waiting for you to call me. It's the only reason why I stayed around, Vincent said. Quinn was a little shaken, his hand vibrating as he turned. What do you mean? I mean that I would have gone to sleep, decided to put an end to my life if you still weren't around. I was waiting for you to call me, and after this conversation, I too will no longer be here, Vincent stated. Hearing these words, Quinn gulped. Vincent was in a clone body of him that was running off a special crystal that could supply him with energy forever. He could live forever if he wanted to. Quinn, I know what you want to talk about because I'm probably the only person who has been through the same thing you're going through right now, Vincent explained. You can see it, can't you? All of the friends that you made, your family, all of them are getting older apart from you, and you're worried you're going to lose it all. It was amazing. Vincent was truly a genius because he had managed to guess exactly right. But if I wanted to, I could turn them, and then they could live with me, Quinn said. But you won't, Vincent replied. There's risk in what you're trying to do, and you can see how much the world has changed now that the vampires are gone. You are the most selfless person in the world, Quinn, and even if it was for the sake of your own family, you wouldn't even attempt to put the world in chaos. Then can't you teach me?
Quinn asked.
Can't you teach someone the equivalent exchange ability? Can't I do the same as you? Place all of my powers into a book. That way I can live with them and pass on naturally.
Can you?
Vincent asked. Although I understand what you're going through, our positions are completely different, Quinn. Right now, the world isn't in danger, but for how long will that be? Not only that, but you are beyond that of a vampire. I'm not even sure there is anything in this world that can store your power. You are stronger than the strongest god in existence. Even if there was something that could store that power, then in the wrong hands, it could be the end of everything. Vincent was repeating everything that had gone through Quinn's head, and to him, it was just confirming all of the problems he had with everything. Vincent, it's too painful watching them, and knowing each day that they might go away. Everything feels like it's moving too fast, but for me, it's staying the same. Quinn said, his tears bursting out, and the entire building shook for a moment. Quinn wasn't unstable, but his emotions let out a small amount of his power, shaking the whole place. And now you're telling me even you're going to disappear. Then what am I meant to do?
Quinn asked.
Quinn, Vincent said in a soft voice. The reason why I stayed was because I am to blame for all of this as well. I placed my power in that book long ago. It's because of me that you're in this situation. Which is why I wanted to stay to help you figure this all out. Vincent would have gone into slumber. He had already lived his life and gone through this pain. There was no reason for him to stay on this planet anymore, and the only thing that was holding him back was Quinn himself. There is one thing that you can do. One suggestion that I can make that will somewhat solve all of the issues and will be the least painful for you, but perhaps the most painful for others. Quinn wiped away his tears. He was ready to hear it. After everything he had been through, he didn't want to suffer anymore. Hadn't he suffered enough? Just this once, couldn't he be a little selfish? After hearing the answer Vincent had given him, it was a lot harder than he thought, but it was the only solution he could come up with. Chapter 2545. The Last Goodbye. Goodbye, Quinn Talon. 15 years had passed since the day Quinn had said his farewells to his family. The sun was shining brightly on the large university campus, where students bustled from one area to the next. At the very top of the campus, there was a black-haired young boy with curly hair, lying back and staring up at the sky while tapping his feet to the rhythm of his music. Galen. A voice shouted. Galen, where are you? Come on, hurry up, or we're going to be late. The voice continued to shout, and a dark-skinned, curly-haired woman eventually found him. When she approached him, she ripped the headphones right out from his ears. Hey, what are you doing here, Minnie? Galen asked. What am I doing here? She replied, fists by her side. I'm here to come get you. What are you even wearing a white shirt for? You need to wear black, you know that, right? We don't even have time. We have to get out of here now, or we're going to be late. Galen took the headphones back and placed them in his trouser pocket. His face didn't look as joyous as it did before, as he looked down. I don't want to wear black. It's not like we're going to a funeral or anything, Galen replied. Minnie didn't know what to say to that. It hurt her heart as well, and before she knew it, a tear was running down her face. She quickly wiped it away. It's too late to get changed anyway. Let's just get out of here and go, Minnie said as she grabbed Galen's hand and started to lead him. As she did, Galen twirled his finger, and a dark shadow appeared. Right in front of them, a shadow portal opened up, and the two of them were suddenly on the ground. You know what annoys me every time you use that power? Minnie said. Well, you said we were going to be late. Galen had never lost his powers that day for some reason, unlike Minnie. It was unclear why, although Quinn had a theory, one that he told Galen to keep a secret. The fact that he was special compared to others. Although all of the power that Immortui had given to others disappeared, this wasn't the case for celestial energy. Peter and Minnie both still had celestial energy within them. However, Quinn had made it clear that he was different, and it might have been the reason why he had kept his powers as well. But he should never let others know the difference in him. That, unlike Minnie, who just had celestial powers, he was a celestial. Using his powers, they got in a small spaceship and were on their way. They flew far from home and eventually picked up their mother, Layla. Just like Minnie, she too was wearing a completely black dress and a veil that covered her face. Her hands and face were covered in wrinkles. She had grown a lot older, and she was close to that of a 70-year-old woman. The chi in her body wasn't doing much to help her. It seemed that her time as Hanya had an effect on her. It wasn't just her, but this was the same for other vampires. Those that had young appearances but had already lived a long time were close to their end as a vampire, and the same thing was happening to Layla. The three of them got on the spaceship, and they were off. They flew through space, and on the way, they said next to nothing to each other. Finally, they landed, and when they did, they had entered what was now considered a historic site, the vampire settlement. It had been rebuilt, but no one lived here anymore, and it was a site that was restricted from normal visitors. Only a few could come and go. Walking, they headed to the main castle, but rather than entering the main hall, they descended down T steps, deep and dark, to the underground vampire tombs. When they finally reached the bottom, they could see him. They could see Quinn standing there, looking the same as he had done, the same as he always did. Instantly, Layla started to sob and break down in tears. Minnie quickly went to grab her, giving her a hug. "It's okay, Mum. It's okay. We will still be with you." Immediately going from one side of the room to the other, Quinn was there. He placed his hand, lifting up her veil, and looking right into her eyes and face. "You look just as beautiful as the first day I met you," Quinn said with a large smile. "Why, Quinn? Why do you have to do this?" Layla sobbed. I'm sorry for my selfish request, but I wanted to see my family one last time," Quinn replied. "It was the only option I could think of. If I lived on and saw you get sick or hurt, I wouldn't be able to help myself. I would turn you in a heartbeat when I know it's wrong. So the only choice I have now is to go into eternal slumber before that even happens. I'm sorry for being selfish, and I'm sorry for going before all of you. The time I spent with you all, the last moments of my life, were the best that I ever experienced." Quinn then leaned in, pressing his lips against Layla's. For a moment, he thought about biting her, but he knew it was for the best that he didn't. As he pulled away and walked away, he had already informed his friends. He had already said goodbyes to them. If he had them all here, it would have been too much for him. He would have never wanted to leave. He would have never wanted his story to end. But all good things had to come to an end. "Minnie, look after your idiot brother," Quinn said. "And Galen, stop being a playboy and settle down with someone nice. It would be good to keep the Talon bloodline going." Cutting his finger, a drop of blood landed on the contraption below. It started to twist and turn as it rose up from the ground. Then he took a step inside, turning toward his family. "I love you all," Quinn said, as he closed his eyes. There was one more thing Vincent had taught him that day, how a vampire was to go into eternal slumber. The technique used to completely stop one's heart. Pulling all of the aura out from the heart, from the bloodstone, eventually one's life would come to an end. While doing this, Quinn started to think. There were a few things that always bugged him, some things he had never been able to figure out. One was the fact that he was never able to find Ray. No one had seen him. No one had known where he had gone or what he had done. There were also no visits. There was a reason why Quinn wanted to visit him, and that was because of the second reason. In his system, there was still one quest: frowny face, find out about the Talon family. "No matter what I did, that quest was never completed," Quinn said. "But it doesn't matter. I can finally rest. Good luck to my future family. I hope your life is at least a little less complex than mine." Outside the tomb, Layla, Galen, and Minnie had stayed there for almost an entire day. In the end, the children were too worried about their mother's health that they had to force her to leave. With that, the tomb was finally clear, empty, and a couple of days later, the sound of footsteps were heard as they walked down toward the tomb. Eventually, the pair of footsteps stopped just short. "Do you think this will be the end for him?" a male's voice asked. "You know it's not. You were the one that placed that quest on him in the first place," Bliss replied. "The quest of the Talon family is still not complete. For now, he can rest, but he will be needed. The quest of the Talon family needs to be completed. Isn't that right, Richard?" The end of the My Vampire System series.